LIZZIE Borden, a true crime historical account. Written by Alana Sanchez, narrated by Vivienne. Copyright 2026 Alana Sanchez. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, edited, copied, altered, printed, shared, unauthorized storage on electronic devices, or distributed without the written permission of the author. Preface. Every true crime story begins with a set of facts, but not every set of facts becomes a lasting question. Some cases settle quickly into the record, a clear sequence of events, an identifiable perpetrator, a verdict that feels final. Others remain unresolved, not because they lack documentation, but because the documentation cannot reach the moment that matters most. The murders of Andrew Jackson Borden and Abby Durfee Gray Borden belong to that smaller, more troubling category. On a warm Thursday morning in August 1892, two people were killed with extraordinary violence inside their own home on 2nd Street in Fall River, Massachusetts. The doors were habitually locked. The household routines were familiar. The number of people present was small. The timeline between the two deaths appears to be separated by at least an hour. And yet, despite an inquest, a grand jury, a nationally watched trial, and more than a century of analysis, the central question remains suspended in place. What happened inside the Borden house on August 4, 1892? This book does not pretend to answer that question with certainty, because the record does not allow certainty. It does not offer invented dialogue, reconstructed inner thoughts, or modern psychological diagnoses dressed as historical explanation. It does not treat rumor as evidence, nor does it arrange facts to fit a preferred theory. Instead, it returns to the only ground that can be responsibly trusted, the surviving historical record. What this book is, and what it is not. The Borden case has been told so many times that it now exists in multiple forms at once. As legal history, as local folklore, as cultural myth, as theater, as television, as a children's rhyme, as a tourist destination, and as an endlessly renewable argument over guilt and innocence. In popular retellings, the line between fact and invention is often blurred, sometimes deliberately, sometimes carelessly, until the story becomes a kind of narrative inheritance rather than a documented event. That is not the approach taken here. This is a historical account of a crime and the systems that attempted to explain it, the household and social world the Bordens inhabited, the events of the morning itself as they can be traced through testimony and reports, the investigation and its limitations, the legal processes that followed, and the long afterlife of the case in the public imagination. Where the record is firm, the narrative is firm. Where the record is uncertain, the narrative remains honest about that uncertainty. This distinction matters because true crime is often treated as entertainment first and history second. Yet this case involves real people whose lives ended violently, and whose deaths became public property almost immediately. The fact that we cannot know everything does not grant permission to invent what we wish were true. Responsible history has boundaries. It follows what can be supported and acknowledges what cannot. A note on evidence and method. The Borden murders occurred at a time when the modern practices readers may assume, crime scene control, evidence preservation, standardized forensic testing, did not exist in the forms we recognize today. In 1892, the crime scene was quickly crowded by neighbors, officials, and curious visitors. Investigators lacked scientific tools to confirm many details that would now be routine. Blood evidence could not be tested with modern reliability. Fingerprinting was not in common criminal use in the way later generations would expect. Time of death estimates relied heavily on observational judgment rather than measurable markers. These limitations do not excuse mistakes, nor do they prove wrongdoing. They simply define the historical conditions under which the case unfolded. Any honest account must acknowledge that the questions we most want answered are often the ones the period was least equipped to answer. For that reason, this book is built from sources that can be traced, weighed, and compared. The foundation includes police statements and early investigative records where they survive. Inquest testimony, where sworn accounts were gathered in the days immediately after the murders. Trial transcripts, including witness examinations and evidentiary rulings. Contemporary newspaper reporting, used cautiously and compared against official testimony. Probate and property documents that illuminate household tensions, finances, and inheritance concerns. The enduring physical record of the house itself as documented in diagrams, photographs, and later architectural studies. These sources do not speak with one voice. They contradict each other. They carry the biases of their time. Some were produced under stress and in the immediate aftermath of trauma. Others were shaped by the adversarial logic of a courtroom. where testimony is guided by the goals of prosecution and defense. Even so, taken together, they form the most reliable map we have, not to the solution, but to the structure of what can be known. Throughout this book, I have treated evidence in tiers. Direct evidence, sworn testimony, official records, physical observations documented close to the event, corroborated reporting, contemporary accounts that align with testimony or official documents, interpretive commentary, later analysis by historians and legal scholars used to clarify context rather than replace primary material, folklore and popular narrative, included only to show how myth formed and why it persists, not as proof of what occurred. This approach is not designed to drain the story of its human weight. It is designed to keep the reader standing on solid ground, even when the ground is incomplete. The household, the city, and the weight of ordinariness. One of the reasons the Borden case endures is not simply the violence. History contains no shortage of violence, but the setting in which it occurred. The murders took place inside a respectable home, in broad daylight, in a community structured by social scrutiny and strong assumptions about domestic safety. The household itself was neither impoverished nor chaotic. It was controlled, orderly, and defined by routine. And the people at the center of the case, particularly Lizzie Andrew Borden, did not fit the era's common images of criminality. Before August 1892, Lizzie's life appears, in many respects, ordinary for a woman of her class and time. Unmarried, religiously involved, socially anchored in church networks, financially dependent within a household governed by a father known for thrift and control. The Borden home was not a place of open melodrama. If tension existed, and the record suggests it did, it was not the kind that announces itself loudly. It was the quieter kind. Restraint, formality, silence, small grievances that accumulate without release. That ordinariness is important. Crimes committed in shadows can be dismissed as aberrations. Crimes committed in familiar domestic spaces challenge deeper assumptions about safety, identity, and the nature of violence. They force a community, and later a nation, to look directly at the unsettling truth that the domestic sphere is not immune to brutality. The legal story is part of the historical story. Many retellings of the case treat the trial as the ending. In reality, the trial is one stage in a longer narrative about evidence, procedure, bias, and public belief. The prosecution did not present a case built on a confession, a definitive murder weapon, or eyewitness testimony. The case was largely circumstantial, shaped by timelines, opportunity, behavioral interpretation, and the difficulty of fitting an intruder theory into the locked house reality. The defense, in turn, did not need to prove innocence. It needed to show that the prosecution could not prove guilt beyond reasonable doubt. This is not a minor technicality. It is the heart of why a verdict can be legally correct while leaving the public unsatisfied. A courtroom is not a neutral theater of truth. It is a structured contest governed by rules of admissibility, argument, and burden. Certain information may be excluded not because it is uninteresting, but because it is unreliable, prejudicial, or improperly obtained. Certain questions may never be answered because the record cannot supply them. The result is that the trial narrative is not the same thing as the historical narrative, even when the two overlap. To understand the Borden case responsibly, we must understand both. What happened in the house, and what happened in the legal system that attempted to define what happened in the house. A note on tone and restraint. True crime is often written to deliver adrenaline. This book is written to deliver clarity. The murders were brutal, and the record does not soften that brutality. But brutality does not require embellishment. The facts are sufficient. Overstatement, sensational imagery, and theatrical language can easily distort the reader's understanding because they shift attention away from evidence and towards emotional certainty. This account is told plainly, respectfully, and with deliberate restraint. Where descriptions are difficult, they are included only to the extent that they serve historical and forensic understanding. Where details are irrelevant to comprehension, they are not lingered on. If you are looking for a definitive solution, this book will not pretend to provide one. If you are looking for a careful tracing of what the record actually shows, how a household functioned, how mourning unfolded, how an investigation was conducted, how trial was argued, and how myth overtook fact, then you are in the right place. How to read the chapters that follow. The structure of this book moves from the outer world inward, and then outward again. It begins with Fall River and the household, the social environment, the domestic routines, the relationships and tensions that can be documented. It then narrows to the final weeks and the morning itself, time blocks, movements, testimony, and the silences that remain. It expands again into the investigation and legal proceedings, the inquest, the grand jury, the trial, and the evidentiary battles that shaped what a jury was allowed to consider. Finally, it looks beyond the courtroom. Lizzie's life after acquittal, the fracture of relationships, and the transformation of a historical case into cultural mythology. The goal is not only to recount events, but to show how events became narrative, how uncertainty became folklore, how bias shaped interpretation, and why the story continues to grip the imagination. The honest boundary. History, when handled responsibly, does not claim to know what it cannot know. It follows evidence where evidence leads. It resists the temptation to fill gaps with certainty. It acknowledges the limits of preserved records and the distortions introduced by time, fame, and repetition. It respects that real lives existed behind the headlines. This book lives in that space, between certainty and doubt, between record and rumor, between what is preserved and what has been lost. It does not offer closure. It offers a careful map of the terrain that remains. The truth of that August morning may be beyond recovery, but the history around it, social, domestic, legal, and cultural, remains, and it can still be told with integrity. This is that history. Chapter 1. A house on 2nd Street and a city in transition. Fall River, Massachusetts, in the second half of the 19th century was a city built on motion. Water, steam, money, labor, and the constant churn of production. Its identity was shaped by textile mills that expanded rapidly along the Quequechan River, by the brick and timber architecture that rose to serve industry, and by the social divisions that often grew sharper as prosperity increased. By the 1880s and early 1890s, Fall River had become one of the major textile manufacturing centers in the United States. The mills influenced everything. The city's wealth, its politics, its rhythms of daily life, and its internal geography. Entire neighborhoods developed around mill work and mill ownership. The physical landscape itself mirrored the city's hierarchy. Busy commercial streets near industrial zones, crowded working-class districts clustered close to employment, and more elevated residential areas where affluent families built larger homes set back from the noise and soot of commerce. The Bordens lived in the midst of this transition. Their house on 2nd Street stood in a part of town that was more practical than prestigious, close to businesses and near the flow of everyday foot traffic. It was not a poor area in the sense of being unsafe or disordered, but it was not the kind of address that signaled refinement or social ambition. For many prosperous families, upward mobility expressed itself physically. A move to newer homes, larger properties, quieter streets, and neighborhoods whose social identity was aligned with comfort and status. In Fall River, these choices mattered. They communicated not only wealth, but belonging. The Borden household did not follow that expected pattern. This fact, simple on the surface, became part of how observers interpreted the family both before and after the murders of 1892. Andrew Borden was a man of financial success who maintained a lifestyle marked by restraint. The family's home was solid and functional, but it was often described as plain, even austere. That contrast between means and domestic environment has remained one of the most persistent features of the Borden story because it hints at something deeper than architecture. Values, habits, control, and the structure of authority within the home. A city of work, wealth, and social boundaries. Fall River's growth attracted thousands of workers, including immigrants and migrants who sought employment in textile manufacturing and associated trades. The workforce included large numbers of Irish immigrants in the mid-century, followed by other groups as industrial demand increased. These demographic shifts created a city that was both economically dynamic and socially stratified. Class in Fall River was visible not only in occupation and income, but in where people lived, how they worshipped, what languages were spoken in a neighborhood, and what kinds of social organizations structured community life. Religious institutions served as central anchors. Churches were not only places of worship but also sites of social networking, mutual support, charity work, and community reputation. To be visibly involved in church life, especially in established Protestant congregations, could reinforce perceptions of respectability, stability, and moral standing. This mattered in a city where people watched one another closely, and where reputations traveled quickly through local networks. In such an environment, a family like the Bordens occupied a complicated position. They had wealth and local recognition, but they did not always exhibit the public-facing social habits that wealth often produced. Andrew Borden was known to be careful, practical, and controlled. He accumulated property and financial influence, but he did not consistently translate that into visible social display. This tension between what a family had and how a family lived became one of the lenses through which the Borden household was observed, and later judged. The Borden family, origins and early loss. Lizzie Andrew Borden was born on July 19, 1860. Her father was Andrew Jackson Borden, and her mother was Sarah Anthony Morse. The early years of Lizzie's life were shaped by the ordinary structure of a working to middle-class household, one that would later become financially comfortable through Andrew's accumulation of property and business involvement. The most significant rupture of Lizzie's early childhood came with the death of her mother in 1863, when Lizzie was still very young. This loss is central to understanding the structure of the family that remained, not because it explains any later violence, but because it shaped the household's emotional framework. After Sarah's death, Lizzie and her older sister Emma were raised within a family system that did not include a maternal figure of their biological origin. Emma, nearly a decade older than Lizzie, grew into a stabilizing presence within the home, and later accounts describe the sisters as closely bonded. In a household defined by routine and restraint, that sisterly bond became one of the few relationships described as consistently warm and loyal. In 1865, Andrew remarried. His second wife was Abby Durfee Gray, who became stepmother to Emma and Lizzie. Historical accounts and later testimony suggest that the relationship between Abby and the daughters remained formal. The daughters were reported to have called her Mrs. Borden rather than mother, a detail that later took on symbolic weight in public interpretations of the household's internal dynamics. Whether this formality reflected emotional distance, social habit, or a complex mixture of both, it is one of the consistent indicators that the household relationships were not uniformly affectionate. It is important to note what the record does not show. It does not show a home defined by open conflict. It does not preserve dramatic arguments or explicit threats. Instead, what survives suggests a household that functioned outwardly. Meals served, chores completed, church attended, visits made, but with internal relationships shaped by reserve, hierarchy, and emotional boundaries. This kind of domestic structure is harder to describe than overt dysfunction, because it is quieter. It requires attention to routine, tone, and the social expectations of Victorian family life. Andrew Borden. Wealth, control, and reputation. Andrew Borden's financial success grew through property ownership, careful investment, and business involvement. He was associated with local institutions and was often described as a man of discipline and thrift. In Fall River, thrift could be admired as prudence, but it could also be criticized as miserliness when it seemed out of proportion to income. What made Andrew notable was not simply that he was frugal, but that his frugality remained visible even after he could easily afford comfort. Multiple accounts from the period emphasize the household's plain food and repeated use of leftovers. Whether those descriptions were exaggerated by later storytellers or accurately reflected daily life, the general theme remains consistent. The Borden household was run according to Andrew's standards, and those standards leaned toward control and economy. This matters because the Borden murders occurred within a domestic environment that observers later described as tightly regulated. Doors were habitually locked. Routine was consistent. Household movement was, to some extent, predictable. These factors became central to later interpretations because a controlled household creates a particular kind of mystery. If everything is regulated, how does an outsider enter unseen? If routine is stable, how does violence erupt without warning? The case gained power not only through brutality, but through contradiction. The most ordinary domestic environment becoming the site of extraordinary crime. The house on 2nd Street. Space, movement, and confinement. The Borden house on 2nd Street has often been described as cramped by later standards. Regardless of how one labels its size, what matters historically is the way the home's internal arrangement shaped daily life. In 19th-century houses of this type, privacy was often limited by design. Rooms could connect directly to one another, movement between spaces could require passing through adjoining rooms, and domestic labor, cooking, cleaning, laundering, took place within tight interior quarters. In a household like the Bordens, where roles were structured and authority was clear, physical space reinforced social space. A narrow hallway, a locked door, a room layout that funnels movement through certain points, these become more than architectural details. They influence who sees whom, who hears whom, and who can exist unobserved. This matters for two reasons. Daily life. The house's structure shaped the family's routines and the servants' labor. It required cooperation, even when relationships were emotionally distant. Later investigation. After the murders, the same architectural features became evidence in their own right. The absence of forced entry, the habit of locking doors, the limited number of people present, these factors became part of the case's enduring puzzle. The house, in other words, was not merely a setting. It was one of the case's most persistent silent witnesses, because it constrained possibility, domestic roles, and the social world of the daughters. By the time Lizzie reached adulthood, she and Emma were unmarried women living at home, which was not unusual for their era and class. What becomes notable is how the sisters' adult lives appear to have remained closely tied to the household's routines and expectations. Women in their position often participated in church organizations, charitable societies, temperance work, and social visiting. These activities offered socially acceptable forms of engagement outside the home while maintaining respectability. Lizzie's involvement in church life and charitable activity placed her within a community network that could later speak to her character and behavior. In the historical record, Lizzie is often described as composed and proper in public settings. Shopkeepers and acquaintances later recalled her as polite, orderly, and consistent. This did not make her known in the way a socially prominent hostess might have been, but it placed her within a recognizable framework, a respectable church-going woman, active in approved forms of community work. That public image became crucial after 1892, when the case collided with Victorian assumptions about gender and violence. The idea of a woman, particularly a woman of respectability, committing a brutal hatchet murder did not fit the era's dominant expectations. Those assumptions shaped public reaction, and they also shaped courtroom strategy. They became part of the case's social history. But before the murders, Lizzie's social world was not primarily defined by scandal or suspicion. It was defined by routine, church participation, household obligations, visiting networks, and the limited independence available to unmarried women in that period. Servants and household structure. Domestic service was common in households of means, and servants often moved through such households in a position that was both intimate and socially distant. They were present in the home, saw its rhythms, and performed essential labor, but they remained outside the family's social rank. In the Borden case, Bridget Sullivan, often referred to by the nickname Maggie in historical materials, became one of the most important witnesses. Her role was significant not because she held power, but because her work placed her at the center of daily routine. The kitchen, the laundry, the cleaning, the opening and closing of doors, the comings and goings. Before the murders, Bridget's presence reflects something basic about the household. Labor was required to maintain order, and that labor was structured by hierarchy. Servants could see and hear much, but they were not equal participants in family dynamics. Their testimony later becomes important precisely because it sits in a particular position, close enough to observe, distant enough to be treated as separate. A house like the Bordens was not just a family unit. It was a small system of roles: father, stepmother, daughters, servant, each operating within social boundaries that were culturally reinforced. Wealth without comfort, a quiet point of tension. One of the most frequently discussed elements of the Borden household is the contrast between Andrew's wealth and the family's domestic restraint. It is tempting in hindsight to treat this as motive, as though material limitation automatically produces violence. That would be simplistic and historically irresponsible. What can be said, based on the record's tone and later testimony, is more restrained. The household operated under constraints that were not purely financial. Andrew's approach to money shaped daily life. It influenced the quality of meals, the home's level of comfort, and the choices the family made about where and how to live. In Fall River, where wealth often expressed itself through visible refinement, this restraint stood out. It may have reinforced the daughter's sense of limitation, socially and materially, because they were positioned to have comforts that were routinely denied. Again, the record does not preserve emotional conversations in detail. We do not have private diaries that describe the daughter's inner reactions day by day. But we do have a consistent theme that emerges across later testimony and contemporary impressions. The Borden house was not a place associated with warmth or ease. It was associated with routine and control. This is not proof of violence. It is context. The household as a historical problem. By the time the events of August 1892 occurred, the Borden household represented a familiar Victorian structure. A patriarch with authority, a wife managing domestic life within that structure, adult daughters living at home under familial rules, and a servant maintaining the household's labor demands. What makes the case historically enduring is not that this structure was unusual. It was that violence entered it in a way that seemed to contradict its outward order. The murders challenged not only legal systems but cultural assumptions, that domestic life was safe, that respectability prevented brutality, that routine guarded against rupture. To understand the Borden case, a reader must first understand the world that existed before the murders. The city in which the family lived, the social boundaries that shaped reputation, the household roles that governed daily life, and the physical environment of the home itself. The story does not begin with blood. It begins with a house, a city, and a family system marked by restraint. Chapter 2. The shape of daily life and the silences in between. The Borden murders have been analyzed so intensely that it is easy to forget how little drama appears in the surviving record of the household before August 1892. There are no preserved diaries in which Lizzie confesses resentment, no family letters that plainly describe conflict, no documented arguments spilling into the street. What we have instead is something quieter: routine, habit, formality, and a domestic structure that functioned outwardly while leaving room for long, unspoken tension. In Victorian households, conflict did not need to be loud to be real. The expectations of respectability encouraged restraint. Grievances were expressed through withdrawal, through subtle shifts in behavior, through silence rather than confrontation. In a household like the Bordens, where social reputation mattered and authority was concentrated in one figure, Andrew Borden, daily life could be stable on the surface while still containing the steady friction of unmet needs and limited autonomy. To understand the case responsibly, it is necessary to understand the conditions that shaped the household's ordinary life. Its meals, its rhythms, its labor, its social boundaries, and the ways that emotional distance could coexist with domestic function. Routine as structure. What normal looked like on 2nd Street. The Borden home on 2nd Street operated on consistent patterns. Morning routines were shaped by domestic labor and by Andrew's habit of early rising. Meals were taken at set times. Doors were locked as a matter of habit. Chores were repeated in predictable cycles: washing, ironing, cooking, cleaning, and seasonal maintenance. This type of structure was typical of many 19th century homes, but in the Borden household it appears to have been reinforced by Andrew's personality and values. Andrew's reputation for caution and thrift was widely noted in later accounts. Whether described as admirable discipline or excessive austerity, the consistent idea is that Andrew treated routine as a form of order, and order as a kind of protection. For a household, this can have two simultaneous effects. It creates predictability and safety in daily function. It can also narrow the space available for emotional expression or flexibility. In a home where routine is rigid, deviations become noticeable. Small changes in habits, where one eats, how one speaks, whether one withdraws, carry more meaning than they would in a looser domestic environment. This becomes important later because the historical record suggests that the weeks and months before the murders involved subtle shifts in the household's emotional atmosphere, even if daily routines continued. Meals, thrift, and the question of comfort. Food appears repeatedly in accounts of the Borden household, both before and after the murders. In part, this is because food became relevant to the investigation. In the weeks before the killings, members of the household reported stomach illness, and Abby in particular expressed fear that the family might be poisoned. But food also matters for another reason. It reveals the relationship between wealth and daily life inside the home. Accounts consistently describe the Bordens' meals as plain and repetitive, with leftovers reused frequently. In many homes, this would have been normal. In a household of Andrew Borden's financial means, it was noteworthy enough that observers remembered it. The persistent repetition of simple meals became, in the public imagination, a symbol of Andrew's worldview. Thrift not as necessity, but as principle. Whether that thrift was experienced by his daughters as virtue or as constraint is not something the record can fully measure. What can be responsibly said is that the daughters lived within a material environment more modest than many families of comparable wealth. This created an imbalance between what was possible and what was permitted. That imbalance often becomes emotionally significant in households where authority is firm and alternatives are limited. It also helps explain why later observers repeatedly returned to the theme of the plain house and the plain meals. These details were not merely incidental. They were part of the household's identity in the eyes of Fall River, Bridget Sullivan, and the labor of the household. Domestic routine is not abstract, it requires labor. In the Borden household, that labor was carried in large part by Bridget Sullivan, the live-in servant. Domestic servants were common in middle-class and affluent homes, and their presence was both intimate and strictly bounded by class. A servant like Bridget would have been involved in nearly every practical aspect of household life: preparing and serving meals, washing dishes and maintaining the kitchen, laundering clothing and linens, cleaning rooms, stairs, and entryways, assisting with errands or household maintenance as required. This labor placed Bridget at the center of the home's daily rhythm. She would have known the household's patterns. When Andrew left in the morning, when the family ate, where items were stored, which doors tended to stick, which rooms were used most often, and which interior boundaries were maintained. At the same time, her position was not equal. A servant could witness routine, but not participate in decision-making. She could be physically close while remaining socially distant. This is important historically because it shapes how testimony is read. Bridget's later statements mattered not only because she was present on the day of the murders, but because she understood the household's normal. She could identify what was ordinary and what was not. In many true crime narratives, servants are treated as background figures. In reality, domestic workers are often among the most structurally important observers of household life, precisely because their labor requires attention to detail. They notice patterns. They measure time through chores. They know which behaviors are typical. Bridget's presence also illuminates another point. The Borden household, despite its plainness, relied on social hierarchy. The family's domestic restraint did not eliminate class structure. It simply expressed itself differently than in more openly lavish homes. Locked doors and controlled space. One of the most persistent features of the Borden story is the habit of locking doors. This detail appears repeatedly in later testimony and commentary, and it became central to the locked house problem that still shapes how the murders are interpreted. In many households of the period, locking doors was ordinary at night, but less rigid during the day. In the Borden home, accounts suggest that locking was habitual. This may have reflected Andrew's cautious personality, his concerns as a property owner, or the practical realities of living in a more commercial section of town. What matters historically is what locked doors do to a domestic environment. They reinforce boundaries. They restrict movement. They create a household culture in which entry and exit are controlled. In daily life, this could produce a sense of security. It could also produce a sense of confinement. When a home is treated as something that must be sealed and guarded, it subtly changes how occupants experience it. The house becomes not only a place of living, but a place of containment. Later, after the murders, this habitual locking habit became one of the strongest foundations for public disbelief in an intruder theory. The more controlled the household appears, the less plausible an unknown outsider seems. Yet the record also shows that locks and doors do not create absolute certainty. They create a framework of probability and doubt. Doors stick. Keys are misplaced. Habits are not perfect systems. What remains is a domestic environment that was more controlled than many, and that control became part of the case's enduring tension. The daughters' lives, respectability, church, and limited independence. Lizzie and Emma Borden were adult daughters living at home, which was socially common. What becomes notable in their case is the combination of adulthood and constraint. They were financially positioned to enjoy more independence than they appear to have had, yet their lives remained closely tied to the household structure. For women of their time, socially acceptable public activity often flowed through church involvement and charitable organizations. Lizzie's involvement in central congregational church and related societies placed her in networks that provided purpose, routine social contact, and outward respectability. Church networks mattered in Victorian communities for several reasons. They structured a person's reputation. They provided social surveillance and reinforcement of moral identity. They offered women leadership roles within socially approved boundaries. They created communities of witness, people who could later say, "I knew her." After the murders, Lizzie's church connections would become part of the defense's construction of her character. Before the murders, those same connections likely shaped how she experienced adulthood, as a life of service, propriety, and controlled social engagement, rather than broad personal freedom. The historical record suggests that Lizzie was not socially isolated. She had acquaintances and friends within these circles, attended meetings, and participated in charitable efforts. Yet, not isolated does not mean free. The boundaries of her life remained narrow compared with what wealth might have allowed. That narrowing is not presented here as motive. It is presented as context, the shape of adulthood in a household governed by a father whose standards defined what the home permitted. Property, inheritance, and the quiet language of resentment. In many families, money is not merely economic. It is emotional. It represents control, security, fairness, and future possibility. In the Borden household, property and inheritance appear to have been sources of unease, especially in relation to Abby's extended family. The record indicates that the Borden sisters were sensitive to transactions that benefited Abby's relatives. Whether this sensitivity reflected genuine unfairness or perceived threat, it highlights something important. The daughters understood their future as structurally dependent on Andrew's decisions. Without marriage or independent income, Their long-term security was tied to inheritance and property distribution. In Victorian households, disputes over property rarely took the form of open confrontation. They were expressed through strained politeness, through withdrawal, through alliances between siblings, and through a heightened awareness of who was receiving what. The Borden sisters' closeness, particularly between Emma and Lizzie, must be understood within this context. Their alliance was emotional, but it was also practical. In a household where power rested with Andrew, and where Abby held a complicated position as stepmother, the sisters were each other's most stable source of support. Property tension did not create a guarantee of violence. Many families experience inheritance anxiety without tragedy, but it did contribute to an atmosphere where relationships could become transactional and emotionally guarded. When money and affection become entangled, formality often increases, not decreases. Illness, anxiety, and the atmosphere of 1892. In the months leading up to the murders, illness enters the historical record as a significant element of household life. Multiple members of the household suffered from stomach upset. In an era without refrigeration and with limited food safety controls, such illness could be common. But Abby's response is what made it historically notable. She expressed fear that the household might be poisoned. This detail is important not because it proves anything, but because it shows the household's emotional weather. Fear of poisoning suggests a heightened sense of vulnerability. It suggests anxiety about enemies or threats. It suggests that Abby's experience of the household in 1892 included worry that extended beyond ordinary illness. Whether Abby's fear was reasonable or not cannot be determined from the record. What can be said is that the household was not simply functioning. It was functioning under strain. Illness can intensify tension in any home. It disrupts routine, increases irritability, and heightens sensitivity to small grievances. In a house already shaped by restraint and distance, illness could deepen silence rather than invite intimacy. This contributes to a broader historical theme. The final months before August 1892 do not appear to have been marked by dramatic conflict, but by an accumulation of unease. The role of silence in Victorian domestic life. Silence in the Borden household is repeatedly implied in later accounts. It appears not as a single dramatic fact but as a pattern. Formality between stepmother and daughters, restrained public behavior, limited evidence of emotional warmth, and the absence of preserved personal writings that might reveal inner life. In Victorian culture, silence was not unusual. Emotional restraint was often praised. Domestic conflict was expected to remain private. Women were expected to be composed. Men were expected to be controlled. In such a culture, silence could function as social glue, keeping the household outwardly respectable, while also functioning as pressure, preventing grievances from being addressed openly. This matters because true crime is often written as though motive must be visible. In reality, households can contain powerful tension without leaving dramatic documentation. A restrained home can become more difficult to interpret than an openly chaotic one because it leaves fewer obvious markers. In the Borden case, silence became part of the story in two ways. Before the murders, silence as domestic atmosphere, formal relationships, restrained communication. During the murders, silence as practical mystery, two killings in a house where no one reports hearing violence. These two forms of silence reinforce each other in the historical imagination. They invite readers to treat the household as a sealed environment in which tension could build unseen. That interpretation may or may not be correct, but it is one of the reasons the case remains compelling. The house feels quiet even in retrospect. The ordinary days that preceded an extraordinary morning. By late July 1892, the Borden household was still operating as it always had. Meals prepared, chores done, visits made, church attended, doors locked, routines maintained. Yet the record suggests that something had shifted in tone. Illness had introduced anxiety. Property concerns had introduced distrust. Relationships remained formal. Emma spent time away. Lizzie traveled to visit acquaintances. The household continued, but with a fragile steadiness. One of the most important historical facts about the Borden case is this: the murders were not preceded by a documented explosion. They were preceded by ordinary days that, in hindsight, appear slightly strained. This is precisely why later observers became so fascinated with small details: food, locks, visits, illnesses, property. When an extraordinary act occurs without an obvious public build-up, the mind turns to domestic texture in search of meaning. Chapter 3. Adulthood Within Limits. Sisters, Expectations, and Emerging Fissures. By the late 1880s and early 1890s, Lizzie and Emma Borden were no longer young women in the transitional sense of adolescence. They were fully adult, women in their 30s and 40s, still living at home, still shaped by the authority of a father whose habits had not softened with time, and still embedded in a household structure that left limited space for independence. In Victorian New England, this arrangement was not unusual in itself. Unmarried daughters frequently remained in the family home, especially in families where the father was alive and the household needed domestic continuity. What makes the Borden household historically distinct is the combination of adult age, financial capacity, and continued constraint. The family had wealth. The daughters had social respectability. Yet their environment remained notably plain, controlled, and tightly managed. That gap, between what was possible and what was permitted, forms an important part of the household's emotional and social landscape in years before 1892. This chapter examines the structure of Lizzie and Emma's adult lives as the historical record allows. Their relationship with one another, their social networks, their household position, and the areas where tension seems to have sharpened, not through open conflict, but through the quieter forms of friction common in restrained domestic environments. The sisters, a lifelong alliance. The most consistent relationship in Lizzie Borden's documented life is her bond with Emma. The sisters were close in age enough to belong to the same household generation, yet far enough apart that Emma functioned as a stabilizing figure after their mother's death. Later accounts repeatedly describe Emma as steady, protective, and practical, while Lizzie is described as more socially active and expressive within permitted boundaries. Their closeness mattered socially and emotionally, but it also mattered structurally. In a household where authority flowed downward from Andrew, the sisters' alliance created a secondary center of loyalty. Many Victorian households were organized around such alliances, sisters supporting one another in quiet resistance to patriarchal control, maintaining unity in a domestic sphere that offered few formal avenues for independence. It is important not to romanticize this bond as wholly uncomplicated. The record does not grant us full access to private dynamics, but it does show a visible pattern. The sisters moved through much of adult life as a pair. They attended church together, visited acquaintances together, and appeared united in matters involving household tension and property concerns. In public perception, they were often viewed as inseparable. This unity later became significant during the investigation and trial, as observers tried to interpret family dynamics for signs of motive or concealment. But before 1892, it is best understood as a common adaptation. In a constrained household, closeness between sisters could function as emotional shelter. Adult daughterhood, respectable roles, and the boundaries of autonomy. By the late 19th century, women in Lizzie and Emma's social class occupied a complicated position. They were expected to be moral, composed, religiously involved, and domestically competent. They were also increasingly exposed to cultural shifts that expanded women's public roles, especially through reform movements, education, travel, and women's organizations. The era contained contradiction. Traditional expectations remained powerful, yet new possibilities were emerging. For unmarried women of means, adulthood could include charitable leadership, involvement in church societies, participation in temperance and reform movements, travel within the United States or abroad, social calling, and hosting within respectable circles. Occasional paid work, less common in wealthy families, but not unheard of. In the Borden household, the daughters' public activity appears to have been anchored most firmly in church and charity. These were socially acceptable forms of engagement that reinforced respectability. They also provided social structure outside the family home. Networks of women who served as companions, confidants, and witnesses to character. Lizzie's participation in such networks gave her a public identity that was both active and morally approved. It is one reason she could be described by acquaintances as dutiful and involved rather than secluded. Yet it is equally important to recognize what these networks did not provide: full autonomy. Charitable work could offer purpose and connection, but it did not remove the daughters from the authority structure of the household. They remained financially dependent, socially connected through approved circles, and tied to the routines of home. The record suggests a life that was socially present but privately bounded, activity within acceptable limits, and constraint in the personal sphere where independence would have been felt most sharply. Andrew's authority and the problem of control. Andrew Borden's authority is a central fact of the household's functioning. Authority in Victorian families often rested with the father by legal and social convention, but in the Borden household it appears to have been reinforced by Andrew's personality and habits. His thrift shaped domestic comfort. His caution shaped locked doors and household vigilance. His decisions shaped property distribution and the daughter's future security. To live under such authority as adult women required adaptation. Many daughters accommodated paternal control through obedience and routine. Others found ways to negotiate it through social networks, travel, or semi-independent living arrangements. The Borden daughters remained in the home. The historical record suggests that Andrew was respected in Fall River, but not necessarily loved in the warm sense that would soften a household. His reputation was often described in terms of discipline, efficiency, and control. Such traits can produce stability. They can also produce emotional distance. The murders occurred in a household where power was concentrated and where the daily environment was run according to Andrew's worldview. This does not imply moral judgment. It is simply structural reality. And that structure shaped the daughter's adulthood more than wealth alone could have. Abby Borden's position. Authority without intimacy. Abby Borden's role was complicated. As Andrew's wife, she held domestic authority in principle. As a stepmother, she occupied a position often socially unstable, particularly when the daughters were grown and the emotional bonds of early childhood had not been formed. The consistent detail that Lizzie and Emma referred to Abby as Mrs. Borden has remained historically significant because it signals a boundary. In many households, stepchildren did call stepmothers mother. In others, formality persisted, especially when the mother's death was remembered and when emotional distance remained. This formality does not necessarily indicate overt hostility. It indicates a relationship lacking intimate integration. A household can function with such relationships for decades. But it can also become emotionally brittle, especially when inheritance and property are involved. In the Borden case, Abby's position became a point of public interpretation later. Some saw her as a victim of household tension, others as a target because she was perceived as a barrier to inheritance or as someone whose relatives benefited from Andrew's property decisions. What can be said factually is limited. The relationship between Abby and the daughters appears to have been polite but distant, with little evidence of warmth preserved in testimony. The significance lies in what this implies about emotional climate. A household without affection is not automatically dangerous, but it can be psychologically constraining, especially when adults must coexist in close space without intimacy or flexibility. Travel and the glimpse of a wider world. One of the most notable points in Lizzie's adult life before 1892 is her travel, including the well-documented trip to Europe. Travel in this period was not only leisure, it could be exposure. It brought a woman into contact with wider cultural life, different social customs, and different ideas about comfort and status. For Lizzie, travel offered temporary escape from the structure of Second Street. It also underscored a contrast. The broader world contained experiences and freedoms that did not exist within the daily routine of her home. Returning from travel to a controlled domestic environment could sharpen awareness of limitation. The record does not allow us to claim that travel changed Lizzie's character in a dramatic way, but it does allow us to recognize travel as one of the few significant experiences that placed her outside the physical and social boundaries of Fall River and the Borden household. Such experiences often affect perception, even if they do not produce visible rebellion. In a story defined by constraint, even temporary freedom matters as context. Property tension, a practical dispute with emotional weight. Property and inheritance concerns appear repeatedly in historical accounts of the Borden household. This is not surprising. In families where wealth is accumulated through property, land and houses become extensions of personal identity and future security. They also become sources of fear. Fear of unfairness, fear of displacement, fear of being controlled through financial dependency. The record indicates that the Borden sisters were troubled by Andrew's decisions involving Abby's relatives, especially when property was given or arranged in ways the sisters perceived as preferential. Such disputes were not always expressed openly. Victorian social norms discouraged public conflict and encouraged private endurance. But the fact that this issue entered testimony at all suggests that it was significant enough to be remembered and spoken aloud later. The emotional logic of inheritance tension is not difficult to understand historically. The daughters' futures were dependent on what Andrew chose to do. Abby, as Andrew's wife, had a legitimate claim on household authority and security. Abby's relatives benefited from some property decisions. The daughters, without independent households, may have experienced these decisions as encroachment. Whether those feelings were fair or not is not the historian's task to adjudicate. The task is to note that property anxiety existed as part of the household's documented tension. It formed one of the few visible fault lines in an otherwise restrained domestic record. Public image and private constraint. In Victorian communities, the distinction between public reputation and private experience could be stark. Public identity was curated through church attendance, social manners, charitable participation, and outward propriety. Private identity was shaped by household dynamics that rarely became visible unless a crisis forced exposure. Lizzie's public image before 1892 appears generally stable. She was known in church circles, participated in approved activity, and was regarded by many acquaintances as respectable. That public stability became an important part of her defense later, as supporters argued that such a woman could not commit such a crime. But public respectability does not reveal private emotional weather. Many households maintain respectable surfaces while internal relationships remain cold or strained. The Borden household appears to have been one of those households, outwardly proper, inwardly formal. This is why the case remains historically compelling. It forces attention to the gap between appearance and reality, a gap that can never be fully bridged because we do not possess complete private records of thought, emotion, and unspoken interaction. Emerging fissures, the record's quiet signals. The years immediately before 1892 contain small indications of increasing strain, even if there is no single dramatic event. These indications include illness and anxiety within the household, ongoing property concerns, increased time spent away from home by family members, continued formality in relationships, and the physical confinement of the house itself. These are not proofs of anything. They are signals of atmosphere. When historians speak of emerging fissures, they do not mean that the record shows a clear crack about to split. They mean that the household structure appears brittle, rigid, controlled, and emotionally distant. Such households can exist for decades without incident. But when crisis enters, they offer fewer outlets for resolution. There is less flexibility, less warmth, less shared emotional language. The Borden murders occurred not in a visibly chaotic family, but in a controlled one. This is why the case continues to produce debate. The evidence does not neatly align with the kinds of stories people prefer to tell: the openly abusive home, the visibly troubled suspect, the clear motive. Instead, it presents a restrained household where tension may have been felt most sharply in what was not said. Closing the lens. By the early summer of 1892, the Borden family stood at a strange point of balance. Stable in public, strained in private, governed by routine, and shaped by relationships that were functional but distant. Lizzie and Emma remained aligned with one another. Andrew continued to define household standards. Abby remained positioned between spouse and stepmother, holding domestic authority without emotional intimacy. Bridget maintained the labor that kept the household operating. This was the structure as it stood before the final weeks began. Because the Borden story does not begin with the murders. It begins with the slow approach of a morning that, afterward, would be examined down to the smallest domestic detail. Every door, every footstep, every silence, searching for what the record can and cannot provide. Chapter 4. The year before. Illness, unease, and a shift in the household. By the beginning of 1892, the Borden household looked, from the outside, much as it always had. Andrew Borden continued his routines. The home on 2nd Street remained plain and tightly managed. Emma and Lizzie maintained their church connections and social propriety. Bridget Sullivan kept the household functioning through domestic labor. The structure of daily life, meals, chores, locks, and habits, continued. And yet, the historical record suggests that the emotional atmosphere inside the house had begun to change. It is difficult to describe a shift that leaves no diary, no candid family letters, and no private confessions. What survives are indirect signals. Illness, anxiety, altered patterns of travel and visiting, small household incidents that lingered in memory, and the cautious language of testimony given later under scrutiny. Taken individually, these details can seem mundane. Taken together, they create a picture of a household operating under strain. This chapter focuses on what can be responsibly traced in the year before the murders, particularly the months and weeks leading into the summer of 1892, without turning context into conjecture. A house under physical and emotional pressure. The Borden home was not merely a collection of rooms, it was a system. Like any system, it could function well for long stretches while still accumulating stress. Several features made the household vulnerable to stress. Close quarters, limited privacy, movement constrained by room connections. Rigid routine, stability that left little flexibility for emotional variation. Formal relationships, especially between Abby and the daughters. Authority concentrated in Andrew, decisions and standards largely dictated from the top. In such an environment, discomfort does not always produce confrontation. More often, it produces withdrawal. People seek relief through time away, through silence, through emotional narrowing. And those shifts can be difficult for historians to capture, until an extraordinary event forces the household into public view. By 1892, the household appears to have carried this kind of quiet pressure. The surviving record does not show a dramatic turning point, but it does show increasing unease. Illness in the household, the stomach complaints of 1892. One of the clearest factual threads in the months before the murders is illness, specifically recurring stomach upset reported by multiple members of the household. In a modern context, stomach illness might not appear noteworthy. In 1892, however, repeated illness had practical and emotional consequences. It affected routine, meal preparation, household labor, daily schedules. It heightened irritability and fatigue. It introduced anxiety about food safety in a home that relied on leftovers and limited preservation methods. It created a background of physical vulnerability in the weeks before August. The critical historical point is not simply that illness occurred. It is that Abby Borden, in particular, became worried enough to seek medical advice, and to express fear that the illness might not be accidental. Abby's fear of poisoning. Anxiety as historical evidence. Abby's reported fear of poisoning appears in the record as an expression of her state of mind, not as proof of an actual attempt to poison the family. The historical record does not support the conclusion that anyone in the household was poisoned. Later investigation and medical analysis did not confirm it. Still, Abby's fear matters because it reveals an atmosphere of suspicion and vulnerability. In the context of 1892, there were several reasons such fear could have seemed plausible to her. Food was often stored without refrigeration, making spoilage common. Andrew was a landlord and property owner. Abby may have been aware of tenant disputes or resentments. Illness can produce paranoia, especially when it recurs without an obvious cause. The household, already emotionally restrained, may not have provided reassurance in the form of warmth or open discussion. Whether Abby's anxiety arose from real external concern or from internal household stress is not recoverable. What is recoverable is that she felt uneasy enough to speak the fear aloud to the family doctor. This detail becomes historically meaningful because it places the household in a psychological posture of threat perception. Even if the threat was imagined, the feeling of threat changes how a home is experienced. Dr. Bowen and the neighborhood dynamic. The family doctor, Dr. Seabury Bowen, lived close by, close enough that his presence in the narrative becomes not merely medical, but social. In small communities, doctors often moved between roles: physician, neighbor, informal counselor, observer of domestic conditions. In the Borden case, Bowen later became one of the key early witnesses because he was called quickly after Andrew's body was discovered. But his earlier involvement with Abby's illness matters too, because it illustrates how the household's concerns were already reaching outward. Abby's consultation about illness was not just a private family matter. It created a documented connection between the household's internal unease and an external professional observer. This is one of the reasons illness and its associated anxieties matter as historical context. They were spoken outside the household walls, leaving traces in testimony and recollection. Lizzie's movement and the relief of being elsewhere. Another consistent theme in the months leading up to the murders is the importance of being away. Lizzie's visits to New Bedford and other trips, while not unusual for a woman in her social circle, take on greater meaning in a story structured by confinement. In a household governed by routine and restraint, time away can function as relief. It creates physical distance from household tension, a break from constant proximity, a change in sensory environment, and a temporary widening of social space. It is important to emphasize again, travel is not motive. Many people travel to visit friends. But in a constrained domestic environment, travel becomes one of the few available pressure release mechanisms. The fact that Lizzie traveled, returned, and then soon after the murders occurred has naturally drawn scrutiny in later retellings. A responsible historical approach does not treat that scrutiny as proof. Instead, it treats travel as part of the household's pattern of coping. When pressure rises, occupants seek distance. Emma's absences also matter in this context. By the summer of 1892, Emma spent time away visiting friends. This was normal in itself, but the timing becomes crucial later because her absence removed one stabilizing presence from the house in the final days. The pigeon incident, a small event with symbolic weight. Among the domestic incidents that appear in later testimony and commentary, one has endured because of its symbolic clarity. Andrew's killing of pigeons in the barn. On the surface, it is a simple household act. Pigeons roosting in a barn could attract neighborhood boys, create mess, and become a nuisance. Andrew's decision to kill them can be understood as practical and consistent with his controlling approach to property and household order. Lizzie's reported distress over this act is what gives the incident weight. The pigeons were described as something she cared about, something gentle and personal within an otherwise controlled environment. Losing them could be experienced not merely as loss of animals, but as loss of one of the few things in the household that belonged emotionally to her. For historians, the pigeon incident matters not because it proves anything about crime, but because it illustrates the household's emotional economy. Andrew's decisions were practical and final. Lizzie's attachments could be dismissed as irrelevant. Small personal comforts were vulnerable to Andrew's authority. In households where power is uneven, small incidents often carry disproportionate emotional meaning. They become symbolic not because they are large, but because they reveal the pattern: who controls, who endures, and whose preferences are permitted. Heat, summer, and the intensification of strain. The summer of 1892 brought heat that made many homes uncomfortable, especially those without modern ventilation or cooling. In a tight house like the Bordens, heat could intensify discomfort in practical ways. Food spoiled faster. Illness was more likely. Domestic labor became harder. Tempers shortened. Sleep worsened. And routine felt heavier. Heat does not create violence, but it can amplify the sensation of being trapped. It turns small irritations into larger burdens. It narrows patience. It changes the texture of daily life. Several details in later testimony suggest that the household was experiencing discomfort and fatigue in the weeks before the murders. Bridget was reportedly unwell. Abby was anxious. Andrew's routines continued, but the home's atmosphere appears to have been strained. This forms part of the context for understanding how mourning could unfold in silence. A house where people were tired, sick, and moving through routine without much conversation. The household's emotional geography. Distance without open conflict. The year before the murders does not show a household openly collapsing. It shows a household maintaining structure, while relationships remained formal and emotionally distant. The record suggests Lizzie and Abby interacted politely, but without warmth. Lizzie and Andrew maintained respect, but carried underlying tension. Lizzie and Emma remained allied, with Emma often functioning as a buffer. Bridget maintained her labor role, close enough to observe, but socially separate. This emotional geography matters, because the murders would later be interpreted through it. Many observers tried to explain violence by pointing to household tension. But tension is not evidence of murder. It is only evidence of human complexity. A responsible approach must hold two truths at once. The household contains strain and emotional distance. The existence of strain does not establish guilt. What it does establish is context for why the case became so compelling. It unfolded in a home that was not outwardly scandalous, but that contained the quieter pressures of control, restraint, and unresolved resentment. The fragility of routine. By mid-1892, the Borden household seems to have been operating in a fragile balance. Routine continued. The house remained orderly. Yet illness, anxiety, and emotional distance had begun to make the routine feel less stable. In such a household, small disruptions could matter more than they otherwise would. A person leaving unexpectedly, a change in meal patterns, a servant resting because of illness, a door sticking at the wrong time, a misunderstanding about who was where. These details become historically important because the murders occurred in tight time windows. The case depends on movement, on who was present, and on what could be seen or heard. A fragile routine means that small deviations become significant, both in real time and later in reconstruction. Closing the year before. The story of the Borden murders is often told as though it begins on August 4, 1892. In reality, it began earlier. In the household's slow accumulation of strain, in recurring illness, in anxiety that seeped into ordinary life, and in the quiet ways people sought relief from a controlled environment. By the final weeks of July, the household was functioning, but it was not at ease. In the next chapter, the narrative narrows further into those final weeks, a factual pre-murder timeline built from the record, tracing what can be placed in sequence and what remains uncertain. It is here that the historian's task becomes most delicate. To move closer to the event without sliding into reconstruction, to trace time without inventing motives, and to hold the line between established fact and the seductive pull of explanation. Because in the Borden case, the closer we get to the morning itself, the more sharply one truth appears. The record can tell us many things, but it cannot tell us everything. Chapter 5. The Final Weeks. A Factual PRE Murder Timeline. The weeks preceding August 4, 1892 have been examined repeatedly because they represent the narrowest window in which change can be observed before irreversible events occurred. Unlike broader discussions of household structure or long-standing relationships, this period can be approached with greater chronological precision. Dates, movements, visits, purchases, illnesses, and absences appear in the surviving record with enough consistency to form a careful timeline. This chapter presents that timeline as plainly as possible. It does not interpret motive. It does not assign intention. It traces what can be placed in sequence, identifies where certainty ends, and notes where later testimony introduced ambiguity. What follows is not reconstruction. It is arrangement. Late June, early July 1892. Household continuity. By late June 1892, the Borden household was operating in its usual configuration. Andrew and Abby Borden resided at 2nd Street. Lizzie and Emma remained at home. Bridget Sullivan continued her duties as live-in servant. The routines of meals, locked doors, and daily schedules persisted. No evidence suggests a break in household order during this period. However, illness that had begun earlier in the year continued intermittently. Stomach complaints affected more than one member of the household. Abby's anxiety regarding food safety had already been expressed to Dr. Bowen. The absence of dramatic events during this period is itself notable. Later attempts to locate a singular trigger often fail because the record does not supply one. Early July 1892. Travel and temporary absence. In early July, Lizzie traveled to New Bedford to visit acquaintances. Such visits were common and socially appropriate. The record does not indicate conflict surrounding her departure or return. The visit placed her temporarily outside the household, providing physical distance from daily routine. Emma also spent time away during the summer months, visiting friends in nearby towns. Her absences appear to have been longer and more frequent than Lizzie's during this period, though both sisters remained primarily based at 2nd Street. During these absences, the household continued to function. Bridget maintained domestic labor. Abby managed household oversight. Andrew continued his business routines. Mid-July 1892. Illness intensifies. By mid-July, illness again became more prominent. Abby Borden experienced persistent stomach upset severe enough to prompt further consultation with Dr. Bowen. Andrew also reported discomfort, and Bridget Sullivan was intermittently unwell. Medical assessment attributed the illness to food spoilage, a reasonable explanation given the season and household practices. No evidence supports deliberate poisoning. However, Abby's anxiety persisted, reinforcing a sense of unease within the household. Illness had practical consequences. Meals were lighter. Energy was reduced. Domestic labor became more difficult for Bridget. Fatigue became part of daily life. Mid to late July 1892. Household strain without disruption. During the latter half of July, the household's outward order remained intact. There is no record of argument, threat, or overt conflict. Yet several details suggest emotional strain. Lizzie avoided meals at times, according to later testimony. Bridget's illness required her to rest periodically. Abby's anxiety about food and safety remained unresolved. Andrew maintained routine without apparent adjustment. These details did not appear remarkable at the time. They gained significance only later, when investigators and observers sought meaning in ordinary behavior. Late July 1892. The return from New Bedford. Lizzie returned from New Bedford in late July. Her return re-established the household's full internal configuration, minus Emma, who was away visiting friends in Fairhaven. The timing of Lizzie's return has been scrutinized extensively, but the record offers no evidence that it coincided with conflict or confrontation. What it does show is that the household entered its final phase with only 3 adult women present inside the home on a daily basis: Abby, Lizzie, and Bridget. Emma's absence removed a stabilizing presence that had historically aligned with Lizzie. Late July 1892. The pigeons revisited. Although the pigeon incident occurred earlier in the year, Lizzie's distress over it appears to have lingered. Friends later testified that she mentioned it with continued upset. The incident re-entered the narrative because it represented unresolved grievance rather than immediate conflict. Its persistence in memory suggests that it had not been emotionally resolved, even if it had been practically concluded. Sunday, July 31st, 1892. Church and domestic routine. Sunday followed the household's typical pattern. Church attendance occurred as expected. There is no evidence of unusual behavior during services. Social interactions appear to have been normal. Later testimony noted that Lizzie's mood appeared distracted or subdued, though such observations are subjective and were offered after the fact. At the time, nothing appears to have marked the day as extraordinary. That evening, a dress belonging to Lizzie was damaged or soiled. Accounts differ on the nature of the damage. The dress later became significant due to its destruction, but at this stage it was simply an item of clothing deemed unwearable. Monday, August 1st, 1892. Continued illness and errands. On Monday, Abby again consulted Dr. Bowen regarding persistent stomach discomfort. Medical advice remained conservative, focusing on digestion rather than intervention. Lizzie ran errands in town. Shopkeepers later described her demeanor as calm and polite. No unusual purchases were confirmed. Her movements appear consistent with ordinary domestic tasks. Emma remained away in Fairhaven. Tuesday, August 2nd, 1892, the drugstore account. Tuesday introduced one of the most contested elements of the pre-murder timeline. According to later testimony by a drugstore clerk, Lizzie attempted to purchase prussic acid, a known poison. The clerk stated that he refused the sale. Lizzie denied making the attempt. The testimony lacked corroboration and was ultimately excluded at trial. From a historical standpoint, this account must be treated cautiously. It exists in the record as a claim, not a confirmed event. Its inclusion here reflects its presence in testimony, not its reliability. No verified purchase of poison occurred. Wednesday, August 3rd, 1892, the day before. The day before the murders unfolded without overt disruption, yet later analysis placed heavy weight on its details. Morning and afternoon. Andrew and Abby continued to feel unwell. Bridget performed household chores while managing fatigue. Lizzie remained in and around the house, making small excursions. Meals continued to consist of leftover food, including mutton and soup. These meals were later examined for possible spoilage, but yielded no conclusive findings. Evening. Weather conditions cooled slightly, offering relief from the heat. Emma remained in Fairhaven. The household retired for the night in its usual manner, doors locked, routines observed. Nothing in recorded testimony indicates that any member of the household anticipated violence. Structural observations about the timeline. Several features of this timeline have shaped later interpretation. The absence of documented conflict despite underlying strain. The presence of illness without confirmed cause. The absence of Emma during the final days. The small number of people regularly present in the house. The persistence of routine up to the final night. Historians often note that crimes preceded by clear escalation are easier to interpret. The Borden case resists such interpretation because escalation, if it existed, occurred quietly. The problem of retrospective meaning. Much of the timeline's perceived significance arises from retrospective reading. Events that were ordinary at the time, errands, meals, visits, illness, were later re-examined for hidden meaning. This creates a methodological challenge. To read too much meaning into ordinary acts risks distortion. To ignore them entirely risks erasing context. The responsible approach lies between these extremes, documenting the sequence without forcing coherence where the record does not supply it. The final state of the household. By the night of August 3rd, 1892, the Borden household stood in a state of constrained normalcy. Illness lingered. Emotional distance remained. Routine held. 3 people would be inside the house the following morning. Abby Borden, Lizzie Borden, and Bridget Sullivan. Andrew Borden would leave early, as he often did, and return later. Nothing in the surviving record suggests that any member of the household expected what followed. The timeline ends not with anticipation, but with continuity. An ordinary household poised unknowingly at the edge of an event that would fracture its history and render every prior detail subject to endless scrutiny. What remains from these final weeks is not evidence of intent, but evidence of environment. A tightly ordered home, operating under strain, moving steadily forward without visible rupture, until routine ended. Chapter 6. August 4th, 1892. The morning, as the record allows. The murders of Andrew and Abby Borden occurred within a narrow span of time, inside a familiar house, with very few people present. That combination, tight time, closed space, limited witnesses, created the enduring structure of the case. The events of the morning can be traced only through what was later reported, testimony, statements, and documented observations at the scene. Those sources do not form a perfect picture. They leave gaps. They disagree on small points. They were shaped by shock, fear, and later legal pressure. Still, a basic sequence can be established. The purpose of this chapter is not to dramatize the morning, but to set out, as carefully as possible, what the record places in order. Who was in the house, what was done, what was discovered, and what was said in the first hours after the crime. The household at daybreak. On the morning of Thursday, August 4, 1892, the people associated with the Borden house were limited in number. Andrew Borden slept in the house and began the day according to routine. Abby Borden was present in the house during the morning hours. Lizzie Borden was present in the house. Bridget Sullivan, the servant, was present and performed domestic work while also unwell. Emma Borden was not in the house. She was away visiting friends. This configuration matters because it defined opportunity and witness potential. It also matters because the house was described as habitually locked, narrowing the question of access even further. Breakfast and early routine. Testimony indicates that the household took breakfast and moved into ordinary morning tasks. Bridget's work involved cleaning and preparing the house. Andrew's routine involved leaving the home to attend to business matters. Abby's routine, as described later, involved household oversight and upstairs activity. The morning began without any documented incident that signaled crisis. No one reported an argument. No neighbor reported an unusual disturbance early in the day. The domestic rhythm appears, initially, typical. Several details from testimony are consistently relevant. Bridget was not feeling well and later described fatigue and discomfort. The household's doors and locks were part of normal practice. Andrew departed the house for part of the morning. Exact times in this period are often approximate rather than clock-confirmed, because witnesses were later asked to place routine movements into minute-by-minute sequence after the fact. Abby Borden's last known movements. Abby Borden was last known, based on later statements, to have gone upstairs during the morning. She was later found dead in an upstairs room. The time of Abby's death has never been established with complete precision. Estimates were based on medical judgment rather than definitive measurement. Later analysis placed her death earlier in the morning than Andrew's. What matters historically is that Abby appears to have been killed while Andrew was not in the house, and while Bridget and Lizzie were both present somewhere on the premises. The exact location of each person during the critical window remains contested, primarily because testimony must be interpreted through stress, illness, and the limitations of memory. Andrew Borden leaves and returns. Andrew left the house during the morning and returned later. His leaving is broadly uncontested. His movements outside the home were later addressed through witness accounts. When he returned, he encountered difficulty entering the house, an incident that became significant because it implied the door was locked. Accounts differ slightly on who opened the door and how the delay occurred, but the general point remains. Andrew was not simply able to walk in without interaction or effort. After entry, Andrew went into the sitting room. At some point thereafter, he was attacked and killed. The discovery of Andrew Borden. Andrew Borden's body was discovered on the sitting room sofa. The discovery was reported by Lizzie, who called for help, stating that her father had been hurt. Bridget Sullivan responded to Lizzie's calls and later testified to the shock and confusion of that moment. Neighbors were summoned. Dr. Bowen was called. Police were alerted. The time between Andrew's return and the discovery of his body became one of the most critical windows in the case. The record is clear on the result. Andrew was killed in the sitting room, while remaining less clear on the exact sequence of who was where in the minutes immediately before discovery. Immediate responses: neighbors, doctor, police. After Andrew's body was found, the house quickly filled with people. This was common for the era. Neighbors entered to assist. Officials arrived. The doctor examined the scene. The police began initial inquiry. This early crowding had long-term consequences. It reduced the ability to preserve the scene in a controlled state. It introduced movement through rooms, including upstairs areas. It created an environment where later certainty about what had been disturbed became difficult. Within a short period, concern turned to Abby Borden's whereabouts. She could not be located in the lower rooms. A search began. The discovery of Abby Borden. Abby Borden was found dead upstairs. The discovery occurred after Andrew's body had already been found and after several people had entered the house. Abby's injuries indicated a violent attack. She was found in an upstairs room, positioned in a way later described in testimony and reports. The fact that her body remained undiscovered during the initial downstairs chaos intensified the case's central puzzle. A second murder had occurred in the same house earlier in the morning, without immediate detection. This discovery transformed the event from an apparent sudden assault into a double homicide, dramatically increasing the urgency and confusion in the home. Lizzie Borden's position in the first hours. Lizzie Borden's behavior in the immediate aftermath became a focus almost immediately. In early accounts, she appeared composed in some moments and distressed in others. She spoke with neighbors, the doctor, and police. She offered initial explanations of where she had been and what she had been doing. These early statements became crucial because they formed the first official narrative of her movements, before lawyers, before public scrutiny fully settled in, and before memory could be reshaped by repetition. The challenge for historians is not that Lizzie spoke too little, but that she spoke in an environment of extreme shock and confusion, and those statements were later filtered through multiple retellings and adversarial questioning. What can be responsibly said at this stage is limited to the structural facts. Lizzie reported finding Andrew and raised the alarm. Lizzie was in the house during the morning. Lizzie was one of very few people present within the relevant windows. Bridget Sullivan's illness and position. Bridget's illness remained significant in later interpretation because it shaped her movements and attention. Testimony indicated she performed chores, rested at points, and moved between areas of the house. Whether she could have heard or seen certain things depended on exactly where she was and what task she was performing. Her position was unique. She was not family, but she was present within the household routine. She became one of the primary witnesses to the morning's domestic rhythm and to the immediate aftermath. The problem of sound, sight, and violence. 2 murders occurred in a domestic space without a clear report of screams, prolonged struggle, or unusual noise that drew outside attention. This has been one of the most discussed features of the case. Several factors are historically relevant. The house's layout could limit sight lines and isolate sound between floors and rooms. Domestic noise, steps, water, chores, can mask other sounds. A sudden, forceful attack may leave little time for vocal reaction. Illness and fatigue can narrow attention. None of these explanations resolves the problem fully. They simply establish that no one reported hearing it is not the same as it could not have happened. The record leaves the silence intact, and that silence became part of the case's enduring tension. Early investigation at the scene. Police began initial questioning and assessment of the premises. The search for a weapon began. Items in the house and on the property were examined. In the first hours, the investigation was reactive rather than methodical, as was common for the period. The scene had already been disturbed by the entry of neighbors and helpers. That disturbance was not malicious, it was cultural. In emergencies, people entered. They touched. They moved. They tried to help. This reality affects how all early evidence must be read. The case began in a crowded, uncontrolled environment, which shaped the limits of what could later be proven, what can be said, and what cannot. By the end of the initial mourning period, these facts were established. Andrew Borden was murdered in the sitting room after returning home. Abby Borden was murdered upstairs earlier that day. Lizzie and Bridget were present on the premises during the relevant windows. Emma was absent. The house became crowded quickly, complicating preservation of the scene. No definitive eyewitness account identified the killer. What remains uncertain is equally central. The exact minute-by-minute movements of each person during both critical windows. The precise time of Abby's death. How the killer moved within the house without being clearly observed. Whether an outsider could have entered and left without detection. The mourning can be traced, but it cannot be sealed shut. The record gives sequence without total explanation. That is why this case endured. Not because it lacks facts, but because the facts do not complete the picture. Chapter 7. The first investigation. Scene, evidence, and early doubt. The Borden murders entered official attention through a scene that was already disturbed. That fact is not a minor detail. It shaped everything that followed: the reliability of physical evidence, the accuracy of early timelines, the logic of police assumptions, and the number of uncertainties the legal system later had to carry. In 1892, modern crime scene practice, cordoning a house, limiting entry, preserving trace evidence, photographing systematically, logging every movement, did not exist in the consistent form a modern reader might imagine. Police in Fall River worked within the norms and tools of their time. Neighbors and helpers entered as a matter of habit. The house was treated as an emergency site first, and only later as a controlled scene. This chapter traces the earliest stage of investigation. What was observed, what was handled, what was questioned, and how suspicion began to take shape in the first hours and days. A house that filled too quickly. After Andrew Borden's body was discovered, the house became crowded. Neighbors came in to help. Dr. Bowen arrived to examine the body. Police were called. People moved from room to room. Some went upstairs. Some stood in doorways. Some touched furniture or attempted to make the scene more orderly in the way emergencies often prompt. This crowding produced immediate consequences. Movement through critical spaces blurred the certainty of what had been touched, stepped on, or shifted. Objects were handled for practical reasons, checking the body, searching for Abby, opening doors. Rooms were entered before being treated as evidentiary spaces. Emotional urgency dominated the house, which altered observation and memory. The Borden case became famous partly because of its locked house character, but its earliest reality was not a sealed puzzle. It was chaos within a controlled domestic structure. The medical eye. What could be said about the bodies? Doctors examined Andrew and Abby Borden. Their observations entered the record as medical testimony and early reports. Those observations addressed the nature and extent of wounds, the likelihood of a sharp-edged weapon, the probable position of the victims at the time of attack, general estimates of time of death. For Abby Borden, time of death estimation was especially critical because it shaped the morning's logic, whether she died while Andrew was out, and what that meant for opportunity. Yet time of death methods in 1892 were limited. They relied on temperature, rigidity, appearance, and judgment rather than measurable forensic precision. Even skilled doctors could not deliver minute-specific certainty. The record, therefore, contains medical opinion, not scientific finality. Andrew's injuries, by contrast, occurred in a window with more immediate witnesses and a tighter domestic timeline, yet the same limitations applied. The medical record could describe injuries clearly, but it could not identify who delivered them. The weapon problem, an axe without a fingerprint. From the beginning, the murder suggested a hatchet or axe-like weapon. The wounds were consistent with a heavy, sharp implement. That logic directed the earliest searches. Police searched the house and outbuildings, including the cellar and barn. Tools were present, as they often were in a property owner's home. The challenge was not finding tools, it was finding a tool that could be connected with certainty to the crime. In 1892, investigators could not rely on fingerprint identification in routine criminal practice, DNA, reliable blood typing for evidentiary confirmation, modern trace analysis. Blood on a tool mattered, but blood could be cleaned. And the absence of visible blood did not definitively exclude a weapon, particularly if it had been washed or if surface evidence was disturbed. The case therefore faced an immediate forensic limitation. Even if the weapon sat within the house, proving it was the weapon would be difficult. The search for bloody clothing. Investigators examined clothing because it is a logical carrier of evidence. A violent attack with an edged weapon usually produces blood spatter or staining. Even if a killer avoided heavy transfer, the possibility of spots, smears, or traces would be expected. This line of inquiry created one of the most discussed categories of evidence in the case. What Lizzie Borden wore, what she changed, and what clothing may have been destroyed afterward. The historical problem is not that clothing was irrelevant. It is that proving significance required reliable observation and documentation. Early reports and later testimony exist, but they are shaped by the crowding of the scene, shifting recollections, the passage of time before formal legal questioning, the adversarial nature of later testimony. The clothing issue became central because it sat at the intersection of logic and proof. It seemed as though blood should exist somewhere, yet demonstrable, court-admissible blood evidence was limited. Lizzie's early statements, a narrative forms under pressure. In the immediate aftermath, Lizzie Borden gave explanations about her morning. These statements matter because they were early, made before full legal strategy, before the long repetition of public narrative, and before the case hardened into fixed theories. Yet early statements are not automatically pure. They are made under shock, in a house filled with people, in the presence of bodies, and under the questioning of authorities and neighbors. People in such situations often speak in fragments, revise details as memory catches up, or offer the best ordering of events they can manage. Lizzie's early account, as remembered and recorded, included practical elements. Where she believed Abby was, what she had been doing, what she noticed when Andrew returned, and what she did after discovering him. Those statements were later compared against other testimony and against the physical layout of the house. Any inconsistency, real or perceived, became fodder for suspicion. This is typical in criminal investigations, particularly when the pool of possible suspects is small. Bridget Sullivan, witness and laborer in a disturbed house. Bridget Sullivan's role in the early investigation was complex. She was a key witness to routine and to the moment the alarm was raised. She was also physically ill, exhausted, and moving through a household suddenly turned into a public emergency. Bridget's testimony later carried weight because she occupied a position close to the domestic rhythms of the home. Yet her illness, fatigue, and class position also shaped how she was treated and how confidently she could assert details. The historical record indicates that her movements, her awareness of sounds, and her recollection of times were all scrutinized. This was inevitable. In a small household puzzle, the servant is both essential witness and potential blind spot. The question of entry, locks, doors, and the intruder hypothesis. Investigators had to consider the possibility of an outsider. Any responsible investigation must begin broadly. Yet the physical and habitual features of the Borden house pushed quickly against an easy intruder theory. Doors were often kept locked. Entry points were limited. No definitive evidence of forced entry was established. The household's routine suggested that unusual movement might have been noticed. Still, locked does not mean sealed. Doors can be unlocked briefly. Keys can be used. Windows can be left unsecured. People can be admitted without drama. The problem for investigators was that the case required not just possibility, but plausibility. An outsider would need to enter, kill Abby, remain undetected long enough for Andrew to return, and then kill Andrew, also without being clearly seen. Early investigation, therefore, carried a tension that never fully disappeared. The house did not offer an obvious pathway for an outsider. Yet the case also lacked the kind of direct evidence that would conclusively identify an insider. Early suspicion. Why Lizzie became central. Suspicion narrowed quickly for structural reasons. The household's relevant population was small. Emma was absent. Bridget's role was servant labor. She was present but often treated differently by both police and public. Andrew and Abby were victims. That left Lizzie as the family member present during both critical windows. This narrowing was not proof, it was investigative logic in a constrained environment. Several additional factors intensified focus on Lizzie. Her proximity to the scene and timeline. Her position within household tensions discussed later. The absence of an identified outsider. Perceived inconsistencies in early accounts, as later interpreted. The cultural shock of the case, which demanded a narrative. The cultural shock is important. The public often pressures an investigation toward a comprehensible story. When facts do not supply that story, interpretation rushes in. In 1892, a woman accused of hatchet murder with scandal and fascination combined. That fascination shaped how suspicion was discussed and disseminated. The role of newspapers, information, and contamination. Newspaper reporting in the Borden case began almost immediately. It spread details rapidly, but not always reliably. Some reports were accurate. Some were speculative. Some reflected official statements. Others reflected neighborhood rumor or editorial imagination. This created two parallel realities. The investigative reality, where police and officials attempted to establish facts. The public reality, where narrative and spectacle grew quickly. The public reality influenced witness behavior, memory, and fear. When a case becomes public theater, people begin to retell events in ways shaped by what they have read and heard. This does not require deceit. It requires repetition. Memory is not a fixed recording. It is a story the mind reconstructs. This dynamic complicated the Borden investigation from the beginning. Evidence that did not settle the case. The early investigation produced many facts, but few conclusions that could close the circle. No eyewitness identified the killer. No weapon could be proven definitively as the murder weapon. No clear outsider was established. Time of death estimates remained partly interpretive. The scene had been disturbed early, limiting evidentiary certainty. In a modern case, investigators might rely on forensic results to narrow possibilities. In 1892, that narrowing had to be done through a blend of testimony, logic, behavior interpretation, and circumstantial construction. This is why the Borden case moved quickly toward legal process. When physical evidence cannot deliver certainty, the courtroom becomes the place where competing narratives are tested. The house as a persistent constraint. Even in the earliest days, the house itself functioned as a form of evidence. Its layout constrained movement. Its doors and stairs created choke points. Its rooms created separation between sound and sight. Its ordinary nature made the violence feel more incomprehensible. Investigators and later analysts repeatedly returned to the same structural questions. Who could be upstairs without being noticed? who could move between floors without sound drawing attention, who could change or clean without leaving trace evidence, who had plausible access without forcing entry. These are not sensational questions. They are the practical questions a closed environment forces. The first stage ends where proof begins. By the end of the initial investigative phase, the case stood in a familiar historical position. Abundant observation, limited certainty. The deaths were clear. The violence was undeniable. The suspect pool was small. Yet the evidentiary chain needed to prove a specific person responsible remained incomplete. What followed was the formal escalation of the case into sworn testimony, structured legal inquiry, and the slow conversion of domestic tragedy into a matter for courts and public judgment. The Borden murders did not become famous because they lacked facts. They became famous because the facts refused to settle into one uncontested explanation. Chapter 8. The Inquest. Sworn words in a house of questions. In the days after the murders, the Borden case shifted from shock to procedure. The house on 2nd Street had become a public site, first through the urgent crowding of neighbors and helpers, and then through the steady arrival of officials, reporters, and investigators. Yet the deepest work of the early investigation did not happen in the sitting room or at the foot of the stairs. It happened in sworn testimony. In Massachusetts in 1892, an inquest functioned as a formal inquiry into the cause and circumstances of a death. It was not a trial. Its purpose was not to secure a conviction. It was an evidence-gathering process designed to establish what could be known and to determine whether criminal action appeared likely. In a homicide, the inquest was one of the earliest mechanisms through which statements became record, structured, sworn, and shaped by the legal expectations of the time. For the Borden case, the inquest became a turning point. It was where the case moved from domestic chaos into official narrative. It was where early statements hardened into testimony. It was where gaps became visible, and where the limits of the period's investigative tools began to matter in a new way, not merely as practical disadvantages, but as legal vulnerabilities. The purpose of the inquest and the weight of its setting. An inquest is often imagined as a neutral fact-finding meeting. In reality, it is a legal environment with a specific pressure. It demands clarity from events that are not clear. It forces witnesses to place time where time was not measured. It presses for sequence where sequence was not observed. It asks people to speak precisely about moments experienced through shock, illness, and confusion. In the Borden case, the pressure was intensified by public attention. The killings were already headline material. The nature of the crime, the brutality, the setting, and the social status of the family invited fascination. The inquest therefore operated in a world where rumors traveled faster than statements, and where every official move risked being interpreted as proof of guilt or proof of incompetence. This environment shaped not only what witnesses said, but how they said it. Witnesses and the problem of time. One of the most difficult tasks in the inquest was the reconstruction of time. Modern readers often assume that people in the 19th century moved through the day with precise timekeeping. Clocks existed, but daily life was not always clock-governed in the way modern life often is. Domestic labor measured time by tasks. When the kettle boiled, when the floors were washed, when bread was served, when a person left and returned. People could give honest accounts that were still imprecise. And once an event becomes infamous, people often become more confident about times than the original morning would have allowed. In the inquest, questions were repeatedly shaped around time. When did Andrew leave the house? When did he return? When was Abby last seen? When were noises heard, if any? When did Bridget rest? When did Lizzie claim to be in the yard or barn? These questions were not abstract. They were attempts to define opportunity. They were attempts to determine whether two murders could occur inside a controlled household without detection. Time became the scaffold on which the case would later be built. But the scaffold was imperfect. Even small errors of 10 minutes mattered. Lizzie's testimony, proximity, and the burden of narrative. Lizzie Borden's inquest testimony carried a weight that no other witness's testimony could match. She was not merely a witness. She was a principal figure in the household. She was present on the premises during the relevant windows. She was the person who reported finding Andrew's body and raised the alarm. She was also, immediately and inevitably, a person whose story would be tested for coherence. The structure of inquest questioning pushed Lizzie toward narrative, where she was, what she did, what she noticed, and what she believed about Abby's whereabouts. She was asked to account for routine moments with extraordinary precision, and to do so under conditions that were physically and emotionally strained. She had been near the bodies. She had been questioned already in the chaotic immediate aftermath. She was now being asked to transform experience into legal testimony. In such conditions, inconsistency does not automatically indicate deceit. It can also indicate trauma, confusion, and the normal instability of memory. Yet investigators are trained to treat inconsistency as signal. In a case where physical evidence was limited, the narrative of a key witness acquired heightened significance. Lizzie's testimony therefore became one of the case's first battlegrounds, long before any formal accusation reached a jury. The servant's evidence, domestic detail as structural proof. Bridget Sullivan's inquest testimony was crucial for a different reason. Bridget was a witness to routine. She could describe the morning's domestic movements: cleaning, resting, hearing voices, opening doors, responding to calls, without the same family-based motive assumptions that followed Lizzie. Her testimony was valued because it offered domestic texture, where she was positioned, what she could hear, what she could see, and what she did when the alarm was raised. Yet Bridget's testimony was shaped by her illness and exhaustion. She had been unwell, working through fatigue, and then plunged into crisis. She was also socially vulnerable. Servants could be treated as both indispensable and easily dismissed, believed when convenient and doubted when inconvenient. Bridget's statements helped define the practical feasibility of the crime. Could she have been cleaning and not noticed movement upstairs? Could she have been resting and missed sounds? Could she have been near the front door without noticing someone entering? These questions were not always fair, but they were inevitable. In a case where silence was central, the servant's testimony became one of the few structured windows into what normal sounded like inside the house. Medical testimony, opinion under limits. Doctor statements during the inquest provided the record with professional observation. Wounds, positions of the bodies, estimates of time of death, and the likely type of weapon. Yet medical testimony, in 1892, carried a particular fragility. Doctors could describe what they saw. They could apply judgment. But they could not deliver forensic certainty in the modern sense. Time of death was the most consequential medical question, especially for Abby. If Abby died substantially earlier than Andrew, the case required an explanation for how a murderer remained or returned unseen. If Abby died closer to Andrew's return, the structure of opportunity changed. Medical opinion therefore shaped not only chronology, but the plausibility of competing theories. The difficulty is that medical opinion, while valuable, is not the same thing as fixed proof. The inquest record preserved confidence in some moments and uncertainty in others. Later legal argument would exploit those uncertainties, because uncertainty is where reasonable doubt takes root. The investigative lens narrows. The inquest did not exist in isolation. It operated alongside an ongoing police investigation. As testimony accumulated, it began to define what investigators looked for next. Certain issues became more prominent. The locked door problem and the plausibility of outside entry. The absence of a clearly identified weapon. The absence of confirmed, bloody clothing. The question of whether a killer could strike twice without being seen. The reliability of early accounts and time estimates. Within that narrowing, suspicion began to concentrate. This is not the same as an official accusation, but historically the shift can be felt, a movement from who could have done this, toward what do we do with the fact that only a few people could plausibly have done this. In a constrained household, investigative logic often becomes unavoidable. The pool shrinks not because of proof, but because of structure, procedure, and power. What a witness could and could not do. In modern criminal proceedings, legal representation is assumed as a protective presence. In 19th century inquest practice, the role of counsel could be limited or contested, and the environment could be more exposed than a trial setting. Witnesses might not have the same protections or preparation they would later have in court. Questions could feel more direct. The atmosphere could be more intimidating, especially for someone who understood that public suspicion was already forming. This mattered in the Borden case because the inquest placed witnesses, especially Lizzie, into a position where their words could later be used against them, even if they did not fully understand how those words would be framed. The inquest was not a trial, but it was not harmless. It produced record, and record has consequence. It is one reason the Borden inquest remains historically significant. It captured the case at an early stage, before the narratives of prosecution and defense fully formed, yet under intense social pressure. The inquest record as a foundation, and a trap. The inquest produced a foundation for later proceedings. It established key elements of chronology, preserved early statements, and documented uncertainty. But it also created a trap for any witness asked to speak again later. If a person's later trial testimony differed from inquest testimony, the difference could be treated as suspicious. This creates a historical dilemma. Early testimony is often less rehearsed and therefore valued as closer to truth. But early testimony is also more likely to be confused, incomplete, or inaccurate because the witness is still processing shock. Later testimony may be calmer and more organized, but it may also be shaped by repetition, coaching, and public narrative. The Borden case contains both hazards. The inquest record became a tool for later legal contest, and that contest depended on human memory, an instrument that does not behave like a clock. Public pressure and the growth of a story. By the time the inquest concluded, the case was no longer simply an investigation. It was a story moving through the public sphere. Newspapers continued reporting. Neighbors continued speculating. People formed opinions, often with limited facts. The social identity of the accused, respectable family, church involvement, female suspect, made the story unusually combustible. This matters because public pressure is not separate from legal process. It influences it. It can shape which theories feel plausible, which witnesses feel credible, and which actions by police are interpreted as competence or conspiracy. The inquest unfolded within that atmosphere, and the atmosphere became part of the case's historical fabric. What the inquest could not resolve. At the end of the inquest stage, many facts were clearer, but none of the central uncertainties had been closed. The murders were unquestionably homicide. The wounds indicated a sharp, heavy weapon. Abby's death appeared to precede Andrew's. The relevant household population was extremely small. The scene had been disturbed early, limiting evidentiary certainty. Yet, no definitive weapon was proven as the murder weapon. No eyewitness account identified the killer. Time of death estimates remained judgment-based. The locked house questions remained unresolved. The narrative depended heavily on testimony that contained gaps and interpretive pressure. The inquest did not deliver closure. It delivered a formal record of uncertainty, and it placed that uncertainty into the hands of a system that would soon demand a sharper conclusion than the evidence naturally provided. The Borden case moved forward not because it was solved, but because it could not remain suspended. The machinery of law does not tolerate endless ambiguity. It requires a direction. And once the inquest created a sworn foundation, the case's momentum began to turn toward accusation. Chapter 9. From Inquest to Indictment. How a case becomes an accusation. Between the first shocked hours after the murders and the beginning of a public trial lay a quieter, colder phase, procedural escalation. This phase rarely receives the attention it deserves because it lacks spectacle. There are no courtroom speeches, no dramatic cross-examinations, no verdict. Yet it is here that a case becomes structurally committed to a theory. It is here that officials decide what they believe can be argued, not simply what might be true. In the Borden case, this phase was defined by two competing pressures. The need to build a prosecutable narrative in a case with limited physical certainty. The need to manage a level of public scrutiny that few local investigations could withstand. A criminal case becomes an accusation when investigators and prosecutors believe they can do more than suspect. They must believe they can persuade. That persuasion is not built solely on facts. It is built on how facts can be organized under law, what can be introduced as evidence, what can be excluded, and what can be translated into a coherent sequence for a jury. This chapter examines the transition from inquiry to indictment, how suspicion narrowed, how legal preparation took shape, and why Lizzie Borden moved from person of interest to defendant. The logic of a constrained household. The Borden case narrowed in a way that was almost inevitable given the environment in which the murders occurred. The house on 2nd Street was not an open public space. It was a private domestic environment with limited points of access and a small number of people associated with it. At the simplest structural level, 2 people were killed inside the home. The killings occurred in daylight. The household was described as habitually locked. The relevant group of potential witnesses and suspects was small. In such cases, investigators must choose between 2 broad explanatory frames. An outsider entered, killed, and left undetected. Someone within the household environment committed the killings. Neither frame is automatically correct, but one will usually appear more plausible depending on the evidence available. In the Borden case, the outsider hypothesis faced immediate difficulty because of the controlled nature of the house, the lack of confirmed forced entry, and the practical problem of committing 2 murders separated by time without being seen. The household hypothesis faced a different difficulty. It required a credible explanation for why an insider would do it, and it required evidence strong enough to overcome the absence of eyewitness identification. The case moved forward because investigators increasingly leaned toward the second frame, even while acknowledging that proof was not complete. The early focus on Lizzie, structure, not romance. Much of the later mythology around the Borden case treats suspicion as a dramatic shift. Lizzie suddenly becomes the suspect. The historical reality is more procedural and structural. In a small household, the question becomes practical. Who was present, who had access, and who could account for their movements? Emma was absent. Bridget was present but occupied with labor, illness, and a socially distinct position. Andrew and Abby were victims. The remaining central figure present in the relevant windows was Lizzie. This does not prove guilt. It explains investigative focus. As days passed and physical evidence failed to produce a definitive outsider or an unmistakable weapon, attention remained on Lizzie not because of imagination, but because the case's structure kept pointing back to her proximity. In investigations, proximity becomes suspicion when other pathways do not produce answers. The problem of behavior and the danger of interpretation. The Borden case is full of behavioral interpretation. Observers commented on Lizzie's calmness, her distress, her manner of speaking, her emotional tone, and the way she interacted with others in the aftermath. Behavior is a dangerous category of evidence. It is compelling, but it is unstable. People respond to shock in widely different ways. Some become tearful and chaotic. Others become quiet and controlled. Some speak too much. Others become blank. Cultural expectations also shape interpretation. In 1892, expectations for women were tightly tied to ideas of softness, vulnerability, and visible emotionality. When a woman did not fit those expectations under crisis, observers could interpret her restraint as suspicious. Investigators could not ignore behavior. But behavior by itself is not proof. It becomes meaningful only when supported by stronger categories of evidence: physical trace, witness corroboration, or demonstrable contradiction. In the Borden case, behavioral interpretation gained power because other categories were limited. The weapon search and the need for a concrete object. Prosecutors prefer cases anchored to a concrete object: a weapon, a blood-stained garment, a clear piece of trace evidence that physically links a suspect to the act. The Borden case resisted this. Tools were found in the property's outbuildings and cellar areas. But the difficulty was connecting any one tool to the murders with certainty. A hatchet could exist in a barn without being a murder weapon. An axe head could be cleaned. Blood could be absent or untestable. The case was occurring in an era without the forensic certainty modern readers assume. Investigators therefore faced a problem of material proof. If a weapon could not be definitively identified, the case would lean heavily on circumstantial reasoning. If a weapon could be made to function as the centerpiece of the case, the prosecution's narrative would strengthen dramatically. This pressure shaped the investigative energy of the period. Searching, comparing, questioning, hoping for a physical anchor that could survive courtroom scrutiny. Clothing, fire, and the question of destruction. Clothing became another potential anchor. In an edged weapon attack, blood transfer is expected. The absence of confirmed bloody clothing created two possibilities. The killer did not receive noticeable blood transfer. The killer cleaned, changed, or destroyed garments. When reports emerged that Lizzie burned a dress after the murders, the act gained immediate suspicion value. Even if the dress was legitimately damaged by paint or other household use, as some accounts suggested, its destruction would naturally appear suspicious in a case already hungry for physical certainty. Here again, the case's era matters. Household burning of worn or soiled items was common. Fire was an ordinary tool. People disposed of things in ways that would now be considered evidentiary destruction without realizing the legal significance. Yet in a homicide investigation, intention is often inferred from timing. Destruction after a murder, regardless of ordinary practice, will be read as concealment unless proven otherwise. The dress became important not simply as an object, but as a symbol of the case's central difficulty: the desire for physical proof and the frustration of its absence. Building a prosecutable theory. A prosecutor does not need to prove every detail of a crime. They must prove guilt beyond reasonable doubt. In a circumstantial case, this requires constructing a theory that can hold under cross-examination. For Lizzie, the core prosecutable theory needed to establish opportunity during the likely time of Abby's death, opportunity during the time of Andrew's death, absence of a credible outsider, plausible access to a weapon, behavior, or statements that could be framed as inconsistent or evasive. A motive theory strong enough to make the act comprehensible. Even if motive did not have to be proven in law to the same degree as physical act, it mattered in persuasion. Juries want reason. If no reason is offered, reasonable doubt grows. Prosecutors therefore had to work within a narrow set of available arguments, selecting those they believed could survive in court. The role of the grand jury. The grand jury stage is often misunderstood. A grand jury does not determine guilt. It determines whether sufficient grounds exist to bring a formal charge and proceed to trial. The standard is lower than at trial, and the proceedings are typically less adversarial. In cases of intense public interest, grand jury proceedings can feel like the point of no return. Once indictment occurs, a person is no longer merely suspected. They become formally accused by the state. For LIZZIE Borden, indictment meant the case had crossed that threshold. The state had decided that the evidence, though circumstantial, was strong enough to be presented to a jury as a coherent accusation. This moment is historically significant not because it proves the state was right, but because it demonstrates that investigators and prosecutors believed the case could be framed as legally persuasive. Public pressure and the demand for resolution. Fall River was not investigating an ordinary homicide in 1892. The case involved a well-known local family and extraordinary violence. It drew national attention. Reporters followed every development. The public demanded narrative clarity long before the evidence could deliver it. Such pressure can distort investigation in subtle ways. It can create urgency to choose a suspect. It can cause officials to harden early impressions. It can privilege a tidy theory over a messy reality. This does not require corruption or conspiracy. It requires only the ordinary human desire to resolve uncertainty under scrutiny. The Borden case unfolded under that pressure, and the decision to indict cannot be separated from it. A community demanded that someone be held responsible. The legal system, built to resolve cases through accusation and trial, moved forward accordingly. What indictment does, and does not mean. The indictment of LIZZIE Borden established several things. The state believed a prosecutable case existed. The case would now be tested publicly in court. The narrative would move from investigation to argument. But it did not establish definitive physical proof of the weapon, eyewitness identification, a complete, uncontested timeline, certainty of motive. This tension is central to the Borden story. The machinery of law advanced despite unresolved uncertainties because law must advance. The alternative, endless suspension, was culturally and institutionally unacceptable. The result was a trial built on a foundation of circumstantial reasoning, layered onto a case already shaped by myth, gender expectation, and the psychological discomfort of violence occurring inside a respectable home. The state's accusation did not close the mystery. It formalized it. Chapter 10. The trial begins. Courtroom rules, public theater, and the burden of doubt. Once LIZZIE Borden was indicted, the case entered a different kind of world, one governed not by the urgent pragmatism of police work, but by the formal architecture of law. In court, facts are not simply collected. They are filtered. They are organized into admissible evidence. They are shaped into arguments. They are challenged through rules that can exclude information a public audience might consider important. The courtroom does not promise the whole truth. It promises a controlled method for testing competing narratives. For the Borden case, this shift mattered enormously. The investigation had produced a large amount of observation and suspicion, but limited definitive physical proof. In such circumstances, the trial becomes less about one spectacular piece of evidence and more about structure. How a narrative is built from parts, and whether those parts can bear the weight the prosecution must place upon them. This chapter examines the opening of the trial as an event in law and culture. The setting, the atmosphere, the role of procedure, and the foundational problem that would define every day of testimony, reasonable doubt. The courtroom as an engine of selection. Public memory often treats a trial as a comprehensive replay of a crime. Historically, trials are closer to a controlled contest. They do not include everything investigators learned. They include what can be introduced under rules of evidence. That distinction can determine the difference between suspicion and conviction. Evidence can be excluded for many reasons. It is hearsay rather than direct testimony. It is more prejudicial than probative. It lacks proper foundation. It is too speculative. It was obtained improperly. It cannot be tested fairly by cross-examination. This matters for the Borden trial because much of what fueled public suspicion existed in gray categories. Rumor, behavioral interpretation, ambiguous statements, and contested accounts. The courtroom required firmer ground. From the beginning, the trial was shaped not only by what the prosecution wished to present, but by what it was permitted to present. A national spectacle in a local court. The Borden murders had already become a national story long before the jury was sworn. Newspapers across the country reported details, repeated rumors, and framed the case as a cultural drama. When the trial opened, it did not occur in a vacuum. It occurred in a country that already knew the story, even if much of what it knew was inaccurate or incomplete. This created an unavoidable tension. The legal system required jurors who could judge evidence fairly. The public environment made full ignorance almost impossible. Jury selection, therefore, mattered. The court had to find individuals capable of hearing the case as evidence rather than gossip. Yet in a community saturated with reporting, impartiality was not a natural state. It had to be created through questioning and the jurors' willingness to set aside what they had heard. The case thus began under the shadow of pre-trial narrative. The courtroom was attempting to build a controlled evidentiary world inside a society already overflowing with story. The defendant as symbol. LIZZIE Borden was not merely a defendant. She was a symbol onto which many anxieties were projected: gender, class, domestic safety, and the unsettling possibility of violence inside a respectable home. In the cultural imagination of the period, the idea of a woman committing a brutal axe murder collided with dominant assumptions about femininity. Those assumptions did not vanish at the courtroom door. They entered with everyone: jurors, spectators, lawyers, and journalists. This cultural context shaped the atmosphere of the trial in subtle ways. A female defendant was scrutinized not only for evidence, but for demeanor. Emotional restraint could be read as coldness. Emotional display could be read as performance. Respectability could be read as innocence, or as deception. The defense understood this. The prosecution understood it. Neither side could ignore it, because the jury would inevitably interpret testimony through the lens of human expectation. The structure of the prosecution's burden. The prosecution's burden was clear and heavy: to prove LIZZIE Borden guilty of murder beyond reasonable doubt. In a case with no eyewitness identification and limited physical certainty, this required a narrative built from circumstantial elements. Circumstantial cases can be strong. They can also collapse if any key element fails. To persuade, the prosecution needed to establish that Abby and Andrew were killed with a weapon accessible to LIZZIE, that LIZZIE had opportunity within both critical windows, that an outsider explanation was implausible, that LIZZIE's statements or behavior could be framed as inconsistent, that motive existed in some form sufficient to make the act comprehensible. Each of these categories carried risk. Opportunity was not the same as proof. Implausibility of an outsider was not the same as impossibility. Behavioral interpretation could be challenged as biased. Motive was difficult to prove without resorting to speculation. The prosecution, therefore, faced the central problem of the case. The evidence needed to be not merely suggestive, but convergent, multiple lines pointing in the same direction, strongly enough to exclude reasonable doubt. The defense strategy: doubt as an architecture. The defense did not need to prove that LIZZIE Borden was innocent. It needed to show that the prosecution could not prove guilt beyond reasonable doubt. This distinction is fundamental to criminal law, but it is often emotionally unsatisfying to the public, who frequently desire certainty. The defense's best tools in a case like this were highlighting gaps in the prosecution's timeline, emphasizing the lack of definitive weapon identification, challenging the reliability of witness time estimates, pointing to contamination of the crime scene, exposing the limitations of 19th century forensic practice, reminding jurors that possible is not proven. This approach turns uncertainty into shield. The more uncertain the record, the stronger the defense position becomes, provided jurors accept uncertainty as legitimate rather than as something that must be emotionally resolved. In the Borden trial, the defense strategy was, in many ways, the strategy of modern historiography. Insist on what can be proven, and refuse to fill gaps with narrative desire. Opening statements and the first framing of the case. Opening statements are not evidence. They are promises. Each side tells the jury what it believes the evidence will show. In a famous case, opening statements also serve as an attempt to reclaim narrative from the public sphere. The lawyers must shift the story from headline to courtroom. The prosecution's opening framed the case as a domestic homicide with limited possible perpetrators, emphasizing opportunity and the implausibility of an outsider. The defense framed the case as one built on suspicion rather than proof, emphasizing the absence of direct evidence and the danger of convicting on assumption. From the beginning, the trial's logic was clear. The prosecution was building a closed circle around the defendant. The defense was breaking that circle by widening uncertainty. Admissibility battles. What the jury would not hear. Some of the most consequential moments in a trial occur outside the jury's hearing, in legal argument over admissibility. These decisions shape the narrative that reaches the jury. A jury cannot weigh evidence it never receives. In the Borden case, contested evidence included reports of an alleged attempt to purchase poison and various forms of hearsay and rumor. Such evidence was emotionally powerful, but legally fragile. The court's role was to prevent the jury from being swayed by material that could not be fairly tested. To modern readers, this can feel frustrating. Why exclude something that might be relevant? The legal answer is simple: relevance is not enough. Evidence must also be reliable and fair. These rulings shaped the trial dramatically. They weakened certain lines of prosecution argument and forced the state to lean more heavily on circumstantial structure. The jury, ordinary people, as the final filter. The jury was the final filter through which all evidence would pass. Jurors were ordinary citizens asked to perform an extraordinary task, to weigh a case saturated with public emotion against evidence limited by the era's investigative constraints. Their task involved not only listening but resisting public narrative, resisting stereotypes about gender and class, resisting the psychological discomfort of uncertainty, resisting the pressure to produce closure. A verdict must be rendered. But rendering a verdict is not the same as discovering objective truth. It is a legal conclusion based on admissible evidence and the standard of proof. The Borden trial therefore asked jurors to live with a fundamental discomfort. It is possible to believe someone likely committed a crime and still be unable, in law, to convict them. The trial as a contest of worlds. From the outset, the Borden trial represented a contest between two worlds. The messy world of lived experience, where people form opinions from behavior, rumor, and partial knowledge. The constrained world of law, where only certain facts may be weighed, and where doubt is not weakness, but a legal safeguard. The case would not turn on a single dramatic confession or a neatly identified murder weapon. It would turn on whether the prosecution could transform suspicion into proof, and whether the defense could keep uncertainty alive long enough for the law to do what it was designed to do: prevent a conviction built on narrative desire rather than demonstrable fact. In this case, the courtroom was not only judging Lizzie Borden, it was judging the sufficiency of the record itself. Chapter 11. The prosecution's case. Building a circle from circumstance. When a criminal case lacks a confession, an eyewitness, and a definitive weapon, the prosecution must build its argument differently. It cannot rely on a single decisive piece of proof. Instead, it attempts to create a structure in which multiple ordinary facts, when placed together, form an extraordinary conclusion. This is the essential logic of circumstantial prosecution. Each element may be explainable on its own, but the prosecution argues that the elements converge so tightly that any innocent explanation becomes unreasonable. In the trial of Lizzie Borden, the state's task was to build a circle. The state did not simply need to suggest that Lizzie could have committed the murders. It needed to persuade a jury that no other explanation fit the evidence as well, and that the evidence fit her guilt beyond reasonable doubt. This chapter traces how the prosecution attempted to do that, through scene evidence, timeline pressure, testimony about routine, and a theory of human motive built from household context rather than direct proof. The state's core problem: 2 murders, 1 house, few people. The prosecution began with the fact that no one disputed: 2 people were murdered inside the Borden home in broad daylight. The state emphasized what made the case seem closed in structure, even if it remained open in proof. The house was a domestic space with limited access. The number of people present was small. The timeline allowed little room for outsiders. No eyewitness placed a stranger inside. No confirmed forced entry was established. From this foundation, the prosecution argued that the case could not be understood as random violence. It had to be understood as violence committed within the household environment, either by someone inside or by someone admitted. The state attempted to shrink the universe of possibility until only one plausible actor remained: opportunity as a legal weapon. Opportunity was the prosecution's most reliable category because it required no confession and no modern forensic science. It required only credible placement of bodies and people within time windows. For Abby Borden's death, the prosecution used medical testimony and household routine to argue that she died earlier in the morning while Andrew was away. This point mattered because it created an isolated window, a period in which the house contained only a few individuals. For Andrew Borden's death, the prosecution emphasized the short interval between his return, his settling in the sitting room, and the discovery of his body. The state stressed that the killer would have needed to be close, to act quickly, and to leave the scene without being seen, again pushing toward the idea that the killer was not an outsider wandering the neighborhood, but someone already within the domestic space. Opportunity alone cannot convict. The prosecution therefore treated opportunity as the frame that made every other detail meaningful. Once opportunity is established, the state argues that inconsistencies, missing objects, and improbable outsider theories begin to look like concealment rather than coincidence. The house as constraint, doors, access, and the intruder hypothesis. The state's argument leaned heavily on the character of the Borden house itself. Even without modern crime scene preservation, certain observations supported the prosecution's preferred narrative. The household habit of locking doors, the lack of obvious forced entry, the practical difficulty of an outsider committing two murders separated by time, the absence of a clearly identified escape route. Prosecutors used these facts to undermine the intruder hypothesis. They argued that an outsider would need to enter without being noticed, reach Abby upstairs, kill her without drawing attention, remain in or return to the house without detection, kill Andrew in a downstairs room in a relatively narrow time window, leave again without being seen. The prosecution did not have to prove an intruder was impossible. It had to make an intruder feel implausible enough that the jury would regard it as reasonable doubt only in theory, not in reality. This is an important distinction. Many cases are argued not by proving all alternative explanations false, but by making them feel too weak to carry the burden of reasonable possibility. The murders as quiet, using silence as argument. The prosecution treated the lack of reported noise as part of its circle. Two people were killed with extreme violence, yet no clear scream or struggle drew outside attention. The state did not need to prove that noise could not have occurred. It used silence to suggest that the killer acted with familiarity and confidence inside the home. Knowledge of rooms and movement. Ability to approach without triggering alarm. Ability to choose moments when other occupants were distracted. Ability to act quickly in constrained spaces. The prosecution leaned toward the idea that the murders looked less like chaotic intrusion and more like targeted domestic violence carried out by someone who knew the house and its rhythms. The search for the weapon. From many tools to one suspect. The state addressed the weapon problem through implication rather than certainty. Investigators found edge tools on the property, including hatchets. But the inability to identify a weapon definitively could weaken the case. Prosecutors attempted to frame this limitation as itself suspicious. If the weapon was not found, perhaps it was concealed, cleaned, or destroyed. Actions more consistent with an insider than with an outsider who would have had to carry a bloodied weapon out into public. This line of reasoning is logically attractive, but legally dangerous. Defense counsel can argue that it turns absence into evidence and asks jurors to convict on inference rather than proof. The prosecution therefore needed to be careful. It could suggest concealment, but it had to avoid resting too much on speculation. Clothing and the expectation of blood. A key problem in any edged weapon homicide is the expectation of blood transfer. Prosecutors attempted to raise questions about clothing, what Lizzie wore, whether she changed, and whether garments were destroyed. The destruction of a dress after the murders became a point of interest because it invited the inference of concealment. The state tried to treat it as part of the circle. A person who destroys clothing soon after a killing may be destroying evidence. Yet this too carried risk. The defense could argue that the dress was burned for an innocent reason, and that household disposal by burning was normal in the period. Without proven blood evidence, the prosecution's use of the dress could look like narrative emphasis rather than demonstrable proof. This illustrates the prosecution's overall problem. Many facts felt suspicious, but the law requires more than feeling. Statements, inconsistencies, and the pressure of detail. Because physical proof was limited, the prosecution relied heavily on statements. Lizzie's accounts of her movements, her observations, and her actions were compared against other testimony and against the house's physical realities. Inconsistencies were used to suggest an effort to explain away time windows, an attempt to place herself in safer locations, confusion that exceeded what would be expected, shifting narrative under pressure. But this strategy had its own vulnerability. Inconsistency can also be the product of trauma, shock, illness, and the ordinary instability of memory. The defense could argue that any person questioned repeatedly in a horrific situation could contradict themselves on small points. The prosecution therefore had to frame inconsistency not as mere confusion, but as pattern. Multiple small shifts pointing in the same direction. In a circumstantial case, pattern becomes proxy for proof. The motive frame, property, tension, and the human need for why. Juries want motive even when the law does not require it. The prosecution understood this and offered a motive frame drawn from household context. Long-standing tension within the home. Resentment over Andrew's control and thrift. Disputes about property and inheritance. The complicated position of Abby as stepmother. The daughter's dissatisfaction with perceived unfairness. This motive frame was necessarily indirect. The state did not have a letter saying, "I will do this." It did not have an explicit threat. It had a domestic environment that could be interpreted as strained and a structure of dependence that could be interpreted as suffocating. The prosecution attempted to make the murders comprehensible through this frame. Not a random act, but an act rooted in household grievance and the struggle over control and future security. The defense would later challenge this by arguing that context is not motive, and motive is not act. Gender and respectability, the prosecution's unspoken challenge. Even if prosecutors avoided overt appeals to gender stereotype, they could not escape the cultural problem. Many jurors would find it difficult to believe a respectable woman could commit such violence. This forced the state into a delicate position. If it emphasized brutality too strongly, it risked seeming sensational. If it softened brutality, it risked weakening its case. It needed to show the crime's severity while persuading jurors that severity did not require a male offender or a visibly criminal personality. In effect, the prosecution had to ask jurors to imagine the unimaginable, while simultaneously relying on ordinary domestic facts to make that imagination plausible. The circle holds, or it doesn't. By the close of the prosecution's case, the state had assembled what it could. A constrained household environment. Opportunity within narrow time windows. Weak support for an outsider theory. Suspicious seeming gaps around weapon and clothing. A motive frame based on household tension and inheritance concerns. The prosecution's argument was not that it had solved every uncertainty, but that uncertainty did not undermine the overall convergence. It claimed that the evidence, taken together, pointed to LIZZIE Borden strongly enough to meet the legal standard. The defense's task was now clear. It did not need to prove an alternative killer. It needed to show that the prosecution's circle contained enough breaks, enough gaps, enough assumptions, enough unproven steps, that a conscientious juror could not honestly say guilt was proven beyond reasonable doubt. In a circumstantial case, the difference between conviction and acquittal often rests on a single question. Is the circle tight enough? Or is it only drawn that way? Chapter 12. The defense's case. Doubt, limits, and the unfinished record. The defense in a murder trial does not begin from the same obligation as the prosecution. The state must prove guilt beyond reasonable doubt. The defense must prevent that proof from solidifying. In a case built largely on circumstantial reasoning, this defensive task becomes less about dramatic counter-narratives and more about careful dismantling, separating assumption from evidence, exposing the limits of testimony, and reminding the jury that suspicion is not the same as proof. In the trial of LIZZIE Borden, the defense faced a public atmosphere already saturated with story. Many people arrived at the courtroom with opinions shaped by rumor, newspaper framing, and cultural expectation. The defense could not erase those opinions, but it could challenge the state's attempt to turn them into legal certainty. This chapter traces how the defense sought to do that, by weakening the prosecution's circle, by attacking evidentiary foundations, and by reframing uncertainty as the only responsible legal conclusion. The defense's central principle: the burden never moves. At the heart of the defense strategy was a single principle: the burden of proof does not shift. This is a simple idea, but it is often psychologically difficult for jurors in notorious cases. When a crime feels morally urgent and the suspect feels structurally plausible, people want a complete explanation. If that explanation is not available, jurors may be tempted to fill gaps with assumption. The defense exists to resist that temptation. The defense insisted that the case required the jury to remain disciplined, to convict only on admissible evidence, not on rumor, to separate plausibility from proof, to treat uncertainty as a safeguard, not a weakness. In a circumstantial case, this principle is not rhetorical. It is the defining line between conviction and acquittal, weakening the timeline, minutes as doubt. The prosecution's case relied heavily on time windows, especially for Abby Borden's death. The defense attacked the idea that those windows were firm. Time of death in 1892 was based on medical judgment rather than precise forensic measurement. Doctors could offer estimates, but estimates are not certainties. The defense used this limitation to argue that the prosecution's timeline was not a fixed structure, but an interpretive framework built from probability and assumption. The defense pressed questions that mattered legally. How confident can an estimate be under the conditions described? How large might the margin of error be? How much of the prosecution's theory depends on a narrow window that cannot be proven? By widening the timeline even slightly, the defense widened possibility. And possibility is the raw material of reasonable doubt. The scene was not preserved, contamination as reality. The defense emphasized a fact that was difficult for the prosecution to overcome. The crime scene was crowded early. Neighbors entered. Officials moved through rooms. The bodies were examined without modern preservation methods. Items were handled. The upstairs area was entered during the search for Abby. This was not an accusation of corruption. It was a reminder of historical practice. Yet it had legal consequence. If the scene was disturbed, physical certainty shrank. The defense used this reality to challenge the prosecution's implicit claims about absence. Absence of forced entry does not prove absence of an outsider. Absence of a found weapon does not prove concealment by the defendant. Absence of visible blood on clothing does not prove that blood never existed. The ability to determine what was moved, cleaned, or disturbed was limited. In other words, the defense argued that the prosecution was asking the jury to treat an imperfect scene as if it were a sealed laboratory environment. It was not. The weapon, no object, no chain. The prosecution could suggest a hatchet-like weapon, and investigators could point to tools found on the property. But the defense emphasized the central gap. No weapon could be proven as the murder weapon by a reliable evidentiary chain. This is not a technicality. In a case without eyewitness identification, a weapon with demonstrable connection to the defendant can become the strongest anchor. Without that anchor, the case depends far more on interpretation. The defense argued that many households contained hatchets and axes. Finding tools is not the same as identifying the tool. A possible weapon is not proof beyond reasonable doubt. Speculation about concealment cannot replace identification. A jury could believe a weapon existed in the house and still be unable, in law, to connect it to LIZZIE Borden as the user. Clothing, expectation versus proof. The defense confronted the prosecution's implied logic about blood transfer. The state wanted jurors to believe that blood should have been found, and therefore the absence of confirmed bloody clothing suggested concealment or destruction. The defense challenged this on two levels. Scientific uncertainty. For the era, what could actually be proven as blood? What could be tested reliably? What could be distinguished from paint, rust, or ordinary staining? Logical uncertainty. Even if blood transfer is expected, it is not guaranteed in every configuration of attack. The amount and direction of blood can vary based on distance, position, and movement. The defense also pressed the cultural normality of household burning as disposal. Even if the timing of a burned dress appeared suspicious, suspicion is not proof unless the dress can be shown to contain incriminating evidence. Without demonstrable blood proof, the dress issue risked becoming what the defense wanted to expose, a story built from inference. Statements and inconsistency, human memory under shock. The prosecution highlighted inconsistencies in Lizzie's accounts of her movements. The defense argued that the very environment of the day made such inconsistencies expected rather than incriminating. The defense pointed to factors that could affect memory and speech. Shock at discovering a violent death. The presence of multiple people questioning her rapidly. Confusion about Abby's whereabouts before the second body was discovered. Illness and fatigue within the household. The normal instability of recalled time. The defense argument here was not that every inconsistency was meaningless, but that inconsistency alone could not bear the weight of conviction. The prosecution needed inconsistencies that proved deliberate falsehood, not ordinary human confusion. The courtroom question became, do these variations show deception? Or are they what any person might produce when forced to narrate chaos? The intruder hypothesis, not proven, not disproven. The defense did not need to prove an intruder existed. It needed only to keep open the reasonable possibility of someone else. The defense therefore treated the intruder hypothesis as an unresolved alternative, emphasizing the limited ability to secure the scene, the possibility of doors being unlocked briefly, the social reality of people coming and going in neighborhoods, the absence of eyewitness testimony proving Lizzie committed the murder, the lack of a proved weapon connecting her to the act. This strategy is often misunderstood. It is not a claim that the defense knows who did it. It is a legal insistence that the state has not proven who did it. In cases like this, the intruder hypothesis functions less as a story and more as a wedge. It widens uncertainty. It breaks the closed circle. Motive. Context is not compulsion. The prosecution offered a motive frame rooted in household tension, property disputes, and Andrew's control. The defense did not need to prove the household was harmonious. It needed to show that tension does not equal murder. Many families experience inheritance anxiety and domestic strain. Most do not commit homicide. The defense argued that the prosecution was building motive out of general dissatisfaction rather than demonstrable intent. The defense could also point to the absence of documented threats or explicit plans in the record. Without direct motive evidence, the prosecution's motive story remained interpretive. Interpretive motive may persuade some people emotionally. It is weaker as legal foundation, character, community, and the weight of respectability. The defense also used character and community testimony, within the limits allowed by law, to reinforce the image of Lizzie as a respectable woman. Such testimony is not proof of innocence, but it can influence juror perception. In a case where evidence is not decisive, character evidence can function as stabilizing context. The defense implicitly invited jurors to weigh two uncertainties against each other. Uncertainty about the evidence. Uncertainty about whether a person of Lizzie's known public life would commit such violence. This was a risky strategy. Character testimony can feel like appeal to sentiment, but it aligned with the era's assumptions and the reality that the case lacked definitive physical proof. The defense's final position. The case is not finished. By the time the defense completed its case, its argument could be stated plainly. The state has not proven a weapon. The state has not proven a definitive timeline. The state has not proven a clear motive. The scene was disturbed, limiting certainty. The case depends on inference stacked on inference. The defense did not claim to provide the missing certainty. It argued that the missing certainty belonged to the prosecution. If the prosecution could not provide it, the law required acquittal. In a trial like this, the defense does not solve the crime. It protects the standard. It insists that the jury treat doubt as a legitimate conclusion when the record itself is unfinished. This was the defense's strongest and most enduring argument. The evidence may generate suspicion, but suspicion is not the legal measure. Proof is. And proof, in this case, was exactly what the record struggled to supply. Chapter 13. Closing arguments and jury deliberation. The weight of decision. When the presentation of evidence concluded, the Borden trial entered its most compressed and consequential phase. Weeks of testimony, observation, and legal contest were distilled into closing arguments, followed by the jury's private deliberation. What had been sprawling, complex, and often uncertain was now required to become simple enough for a verdict. This phase of a trial is not merely procedural. It is interpretive. Closing arguments do not introduce new evidence. They organize meaning. They tell jurors how to understand what they have heard and what they are permitted to conclude. In a case like Lizzie Borden's, where evidence was circumstantial and gaps were unavoidable, closing arguments carried extraordinary weight. The prosecution's final appeal. Order from fragmentation. The prosecution's closing argument sought to bring coherence to a record filled with uncertainty. Its task was not to deny gaps, but to persuade the jury that those gaps did not undermine the overall logic of guilt. The state returned to its central themes. The constrained nature of the household. The narrowness of opportunity. The implausibility of an outsider. The convergence of circumstantial facts. The absence of an alternative explanation with comparable coherence. The prosecution urged jurors to view the evidence as a whole rather than as isolated pieces. Individually, each fact might admit innocent explanation. Collectively, the state argued, those explanations became strained. This is a common prosecutorial strategy in circumstantial cases, asking jurors to trust the pattern more than the parts. The state did not claim to have answered every question. It claimed that unanswered questions did not rise to the level of reasonable doubt when weighed against the overall structure. The prosecution also appealed, carefully but unmistakably, to moral reasoning. 2 people were brutally killed. The law demanded accountability. The state suggested that failure to convict would leave the crime unresolved not because it was unsolvable, but because the jury refused to accept what the evidence, taken together, showed. The defense's closing. Discipline in the face of uncertainty. The defense's closing argument returned relentlessly to first principles. It reminded the jury that criminal law does not exist to resolve discomfort. It exists to prevent wrongful conviction. The defense reframed the prosecution's circle as a series of assumptions. Assumptions about time, assumptions about sound and silence, assumptions about what an outsider could or could not do, assumptions about behavior and motive. The defense emphasized that the state's case required jurors to accept inference layered upon inference. At no point, the defense argued, did the prosecution present a fact that could not be reasonably interpreted in an innocent way. The defense also addressed the emotional pressure of the case. It acknowledged the horror of the murders and the human desire for explanation. But it insisted that the law requires restraint precisely when emotion is strongest. To convict without proof beyond reasonable doubt would not honor the victims. It would undermine the legal standard designed to protect all citizens. The defense's final message was not that Lizzie Borden must be innocent. It was that the evidence did not allow certainty. And when certainty is absent, acquittal is not failure. It is fidelity to the law. Judicial instruction, the law as framework. Before the jury retired, the judge delivered instructions that shaped how deliberation was to proceed. These instructions clarified the presumption of innocence, the prosecution's burden of proof, the definition of reasonable doubt, the proper use of circumstantial evidence, the requirement that verdict be based solely on admissible evidence. Judicial instruction serves as a counterweight to rhetoric. It strips away emotional language and returns jurors to legal obligation. In the Borden trial, these instructions mattered because they reinforced the defense's central theme. Doubt is not weakness. Jurors were reminded that they were not to decide whether Lizzie Borden might have committed the murders, but whether the state had proven that she did. Jury deliberation, silence after spectacle. Once the jury retired, the most public case in America entered its most private stage. Deliberations were conducted behind closed doors, without reporters, lawyers, or spectators. What occurred in that room survives only through limited later recollections and inference. What can be said is structural rather than psychological. The jury had to evaluate circumstantial evidence. They had to weigh credibility without direct proof. They had to apply legal standards to emotionally charged facts. They had to reach unanimity. In cases like this, deliberation often turns on a few key questions rather than every detail. Jurors may focus on the weakest point in the prosecution's case, because a single unresolved doubt can be decisive. For the Borden jury, such points likely included the absence of a definitive weapon, uncertainty about time of death, the lack of eyewitness testimony, the disturbed state of the crime scene, the plausibility, however limited, of alternative explanations. Deliberation is not the same as debate. It is an effort to reach collective certainty, or to acknowledge its impossibility. The role of reasonable doubt as decision, not escape. Reasonable doubt is often misunderstood as an escape hatch. In law, it is the standard that defines justice in cases where power and consequence are unequal. The state brings its authority to bear on an individual. The individual's protection lies in the requirement that proof be strong enough to overcome doubt that is grounded in reason. In the Borden case, doubt was not abstract. It was embedded in the record. Doubt about sequence, doubt about access, doubt about evidence preservation, doubt about interpretation. The jury's task was not to eliminate doubt, but to decide whether the doubt was reasonable. The verdict. After deliberation, the jury returned a verdict of not guilty. The verdict did not declare Lizzie Borden innocent in a historical or moral sense. It declared that the state had failed to meet its burden of proof. This distinction is critical and often lost in popular retelling. The law does not ask juries to solve mysteries. It asks them to judge evidence. In this case, the evidence did not cross the threshold required for conviction. Immediate aftermath, relief, anger, and unease. The verdict produced immediate and conflicting reactions. Supporters of Lizzie Borden felt vindicated. Critics felt justice had been denied. Newspapers framed the outcome according to editorial stance. Some treated the acquittal as triumph of law. Others treated it as failure of courage. What the verdict did not do was resolve the underlying question of responsibility. It resolved only the legal question of guilt under the standard required. The trial ended, but the case did not. The acquittal closed the courtroom door, while leaving the historical door wide open. The absence of a conviction ensured that the Borden murders would not settle into a single authoritative explanation. Instead, they entered a different phase, one shaped not by law, but by memory, speculation, and cultural retelling. The jury's decision marked the end of legal process and the beginning of legacy. Chapter 14. After acquittal, a new house, a divided city, and a life under observation. An acquittal ends a trial. It does not end a public story, especially not one as culturally charged as the Borden case. When Lizzie Borden left the courtroom legally cleared, she did not return to anonymity. She returned to a community that had watched her, judged her, defended her, condemned her, and made her into a symbol long before the verdict was delivered. What followed was not a quiet resumption of ordinary life. It was a reordering of life under scrutiny. This chapter traces the post-trial years as a matter of documented reality. The practical consequences of notoriety, the social fracture within Fall River, the move away from 2nd Street, the changing relationship between Lizzie and Emma, and the shape of Lizzie's public presence as her private life narrowed. Acquittal as legal closure, social exposure as continuation. Legally, the verdict meant the state had failed to prove guilt beyond reasonable doubt. Socially, many people interpreted the verdict through a different standard. What they personally believed had happened, what they had read, and what they felt the truth must be. This divergence created the central tension of Lizzie's post-trial life. The law had released her. The public did not release her. In small communities, social belief can function as a parallel court. Its verdicts are not written, but they shape where a person can go, who will speak to them, what doors remain open, and what forms of respectability are still available. For Lizzie, this meant that the acquittal did not restore her to the moral neutrality she once held in public. It placed her permanently in the role of the woman at the center of the murders, regardless of legal status. Andrew's estate and the practical question of inheritance. With Andrew and Abby dead, the question of inheritance, already a quiet tension in the household, became practical reality. The division of property and the resulting financial standing of Lizzie and Emma were not merely domestic matters. They were part of how observers interpreted the case's meaning. A true crime historical account must be careful here. Inheritance does not prove motive. But inheritance after a double murder, particularly in a case where the defendant is acquitted, becomes part of public perception, whether historians wish it or not. People assume the shape of incentive. Even when the law has not established guilt, the social imagination often insists on connecting violence to gain. What can be said responsibly is limited to documented outcomes. Lizzie and Emma emerged as financially secure women with the means to live independently. That security created options that had not existed under Andrew's strict domestic control on 2nd Street. Leaving 2nd Street. Physical distance as social statement. After the trial, Lizzie and Emma did not remain long in the old house. They moved into a new home, later known as Maplecroft. The move was significant for reasons that were both practical and symbolic. Practically, 2nd Street was saturated with death and investigation memory. Remaining there would have meant living inside a site that had become public property in the collective imagination. A move offered privacy and a chance at domestic redefinition. Symbolically, the move represented a break with Andrew's lifestyle. Maplecroft was more comfortable and more openly aligned with the status their wealth could support. Where the 2nd Street house had been plain and controlled, the new home represented autonomy and modernized comfort. This contrast mattered to Fall River because it was visible. People who had long viewed the Bordens as wealthy but austere now watched the sisters live in a different way, one that suggested release from restraint. For some observers, this change reinforced suspicion. For others, it looked like a natural response after years of confinement and trauma. Either way, the move ensured that the public would continue reading their domestic choices as moral evidence. Emma and Lizzie, the unraveling of the core alliance. For much of Lizzie's life, Emma had been her most stable companion. Their alliance had been one of the few consistent emotional structures visible in the record. After the trial, that alliance fractured. The reasons have been debated and are not completely recoverable in definitive form. What is clear is that the sisters became estranged in later years, and Emma eventually left Maplecroft. In the public imagination, this split became another source of speculation. Was it about money, reputation, personal conflict, or something deeper? A historically responsible account must resist treating the estrangement as a coded confession. Families fracture for many reasons, particularly after trauma. The murders, the trial, and the social environment afterward would have placed extraordinary strain on any relationship. The fact of estrangement is meaningful. The precise internal cause is not fully documentable. Still, the symbolic weight is undeniable. If the sisters' bond had been a stabilizing center before and during the trial, its collapse afterward reinforced the sense that the case had not ended with acquittal. It continued inside the survivors. Public life under constraint, respectability rewritten. Lizzie's public identity changed permanently after 1892. Before the murders, her reputation was anchored in church involvement and approved social networks. After the trial, those networks were altered. Some people who once regarded her as respectable withdrew. Others remained loyal. Institutions faced pressure. To include her openly might be read as moral endorsement. To exclude her might be read as cruelty. This created a narrower social world. Lizzie could still appear in public, but every appearance carried interpretation. Every social interaction became a statement. In Victorian and post-Victorian communities, respectability was both fragile and performative. It depended not only on personal behavior, but on community acceptance. After acquittal, Lizzie's respectability could no longer be socially invisible. It had to be negotiated. The new name and the management of identity. In later years, Lizzie began using the name Lizbeth, a shift that has often been interpreted as an attempt to create distance from the famous Lizzie of headlines and rhyme. Whether the change was driven by personal preference, social strategy, or a desire for reinvention, it reflects a larger truth. Identity became something she had to manage consciously. For many acquitted defendants, the greatest punishment is not legal but narrative. They cannot control what others believe. They can only attempt to control what version of themselves is presented. Name, home, social circle. These are all tools of narrative management. They do not erase history. They attempt to contain it. Social hostility and the persistence of belief. Fall River remained divided. Some residents believed the verdict was correct. Others believed the jury had been unable or unwilling to convict a respectable woman. Others believed the truth would never be known. This division persisted because the case was built from uncertainty. When a case ends without definitive physical closure, belief becomes more important than evidence in the public mind. People choose explanations that match their sense of the world. How they believe women behave, how they believe crime occurs, how they believe wealth and family operate. The Borden case fed cultural narrative because it offered no clean factual closure. It left room for story to grow. After the trial, that growth accelerated. Lizzie became less a person and more a figure, an object of fascination, fear, and legend. A life lived with the crime beside it. It is tempting, in retrospect, to compress Lizzie's post-trial life into the single question of guilt. That temptation is part of the case's cultural power, but it distorts history. A life continues even when it is lived under a shadow. Lizzie lived for decades after the trial. She experienced social conflict, personal change, and the gradual transformation of her name into myth. She was not imprisoned by the state. She was, in a different sense, imprisoned by the story. Her daily life would have contained ordinary details: meals, maintenance, visiting, reading, seasons, while simultaneously being shaped by the knowledge that many people around her believed she had committed the murders. This is the paradox of acquittal in a famous case. The law ends one form of confinement while social narrative creates another. The case becomes legacy. By the time Lizzie's later years arrived, the Borden murders had already begun to solidify into cultural object. A rhyme, a cautionary tale, a morbid fascination repeated and reshaped across generations. The transformation of a crime into folklore does not happen accidentally. It happens when a case contains violence that shocks, a suspect that defies stereotype, evidence that does not settle conclusively, a trial that ends without closure, and a community that remains divided. The Borden case contained all of these. Lizzie's acquittal ensured that uncertainty remained permanent. And permanent uncertainty is the richest soil for myth. What remained in Fall River after the trial was not simply a woman living in a new house. It was a city living with an unresolved story, one that continued to shape identity, reputation, and memory long after the courtroom emptied. Chapter 15. Myth, Memory, and the Making of Lizzie Borden. The Borden murders did not remain a historical event contained in 1892. They became something else. A story that repeatedly escaped the boundaries of record and entered the broader culture as symbol, rhyme, spectacle, and argument. This transformation is not unique to the Borden case. Many notorious crimes become folklore, but the Borden case is proven unusually durable. More than a century later, it remains a reference point for domestic violence, female criminality, American sensational journalism, and the uneasy relationship between legal verdict and public belief. Understanding this transformation is essential to any historically responsible account. The cultural Lizzie Borden is not the same thing as the documented Lizzie Borden. One is a figure shaped by repetition and imagination. The other is a person reconstructed only partially through testimony, records, and the distortions of public attention. This chapter examines how myth formed, why it endured, and what is lost when the public story becomes more powerful than the evidence. The crime as cultural material. Certain crimes are predisposed to become myth. They share a common set of features. They occur in a setting considered safe or respectable. They involve extreme violence that shocks community expectations. They contain an identifiable central figure who becomes the story's face. They resist definitive explanation. They produce a legal ending that does not satisfy cultural hunger for closure. The Borden case contained all of these. The murders took place inside a private home in daylight. The violence was brutal. The accused was a respectable woman. The trial ended in acquittal. The evidence remained largely circumstantial. The result was a story that could not be closed in a single sentence. And when a story cannot be closed, it tends to be retold. Retelling is not neutral. It does not preserve. It reshapes. Journalism and the birth of a national narrative. By the 1890s, American newspapers operated within an increasingly competitive market. Urbanization and rising literacy created demand for daily reporting, and sensational crime provided readership. The Borden murders arrived as perfect material, violent, domestic, socially unsettling, and narratively simple enough to be repeated. Newspapers did not merely report the case, they framed it. They selected details that heightened intrigue, emphasized contradictions, and created memorable images. They described the house, the bodies, the suspected weapon, the defendant's appearance, and the atmosphere of Fall River as though constructing a stage. Even when reporting was accurate, it was often shaped by narrative habit, the need for a clear villain, a clear motive, and a clear arc. When the evidence did not supply these, journalism filled an emotional coherence through implication. This mattered because the public consumed the case primarily through newspapers, not through transcripts. Once a narrative is established in print, it becomes the default version of events, repeated, paraphrased, and eventually treated as common knowledge, even if it rests on unstable footing. The rhyme, how a woman becomes a children's chant. No element of the Borden myth is more revealing than the rhyme. Lizzie Borden took an axe. Its endurance is not merely morbid. It is sociologically significant. When an event becomes a rhyme, especially a rhyme repeated by children, it signals that the story has moved into a cultural layer deeper than journalism. It has become folklore, portable, memorable, morally charged, and detached from nuance. The rhyme is not historically accurate in its details. It simplifies time, action, and certainty into a neat sequence. It turns acquittal into implied confession. It turns the unknown into a number. Yet that simplification is precisely why it survived. Folklore cannot carry complexity. It carries what can be repeated. The rhyme also reveals something uncomfortable, a society processing domestic violence through chant, turning real death into a ritual of repetition. The victims become secondary. The accused becomes the central character. The historical record becomes irrelevant. What remains is a cultural object. Gender and the unbearable narrative problem. At the center of the Borden myth is a gender problem. The crime is easier to imagine with a male perpetrator, but the cultural story demands Lizzie. In Victorian and post-Victorian imagination, women were expected to be morally refined, emotionally expressive, and physically nonviolent. When a woman appears as the central figure in a brutal murder case, cultural interpretation tends to swing between two extremes. She is too pure to do it. She is monstrous because she did it. Both extremes are forms of stereotype. Both reduce a human being into a moral symbol. Both obscure the actual evidentiary question. The Borden case became a cultural battleground precisely because it forced society to look at the instability of its assumptions. A woman could be a victim. Could she also be a brutal offender? If yes, what did that mean about the domestic sphere? If no, how could the murders be explained in such a controlled house? The myth solved this discomfort by choosing the most narratively powerful answer. Lizzie did it, and the justice system failed to punish her. This belief is not a conclusion of evidence. It is a resolution of cultural tension. The house as a stage, tourism, pilgrimage, and commodification. Over time, the Borden house ceased to be merely a residence. It became a site. Sites attract pilgrimage. People visit not to learn evidence, but to experience proximity to story. This is one way myth becomes economically and socially embedded. When a crime scene becomes a destination, the narrative gains physical presence. It feels real in a new way. Visitors walk through rooms, imagine footsteps, and overlay their preferred version of events onto walls and stairs. This process tends to reinforce myth because the experience is emotional rather than evidentiary. A visitor does not leave with a timeline, they leave with an impression. The commodification of the case, through tourism, media, souvenirs, and repeated dramatizations, has ensured its persistence. But it also has a historical cost. It pushes the story further away from the record. Lizzie versus Lizzie, the splitting of identity. One of the most damaging effects of myth is that it splits a real person into two separate entities. The documented subject of history, the fictionalized figure of culture. The cultural Lizzie is confident, cold, axe-bearing, and narratively complete. The historical Lizzie is fragmentary. She exists through other people's testimony, through public documents, through partial impressions shaped by bias. This split makes historical analysis difficult, because popular retellings often backfill the historical record with invented certainty. Viewers and readers come to the case already equipped with imagined scenes that feel like memory. They then read the real record through those imagined scenes, mistaking dramatization for evidence. In this way, myth becomes a form of contamination. Not of crime scene, but of historical understanding. What happens to the victims in myth? In most Borden retellings, the victims become background. Andrew becomes a symbol of control and thrift. Abby becomes a symbol of stepmother tension. Their full humanity is rarely explored. This is a pattern in true crime. The accused becomes the protagonist because narrative demands a central figure, and the victims become functions, objects of violence rather than subjects of life. A historically responsible account resists that. It remembers that Andrew and Abby were not plot devices. They were people whose deaths were public and brutal, and whose bodies became evidence. The myth often treats their deaths as the opening hook for Lizzie's story. The record insists something else. Their deaths were the central tragedy, regardless of who committed them. The cases mirror why people keep returning. The Borden case endures because it functions as a mirror. Each era returns to it and finds its own concerns reflected. Victorian anxieties about female autonomy and domestic order. 20th century fascination with celebrity crime and sensational trials. Modern interest in gender, trauma, and power dynamics. The ongoing cultural tension between legal verdict and moral belief. People return not only because the case is unsolved in the cultural sense, but because it remains symbolically useful. It raises questions that society never fully resolves. How well do we know the people in our homes? What does respectability conceal? Can law deliver truth? What does it mean to acquit when uncertainty remains? These questions are larger than the Bordens. They belong to the culture that keeps retelling the story. The historian's responsibility in a famous case. In famous cases, the historian's task is not simply to retell. It is to separate layers. Primary record from later retelling. Testimony from rumor. Legal conclusion from cultural conclusion. Probability from certainty. This is not a cold exercise. It is an ethical one. Myth has power. It can erase nuance, distort lives, and turn real death into entertainment. Yet refusing to engage with myth can also be irresponsible, because myth shapes what readers believe they know. The responsible approach is to acknowledge myth's existence while refusing its authority. The enduring boundary. The Borden story will likely continue as long as culture remains fascinated by unresolved violence. But the historical record does not change to match cultural desire. It remains incomplete, and its incompleteness must be respected. This is the boundary that defines responsible true crime history. The record is not the story people wish it were. The verdict is not the certainty people crave. The figure in folklore is not the person in documents. The myth of Lizzie Borden offers closure through repetition. The historical case offers something less satisfying but more honest. A careful reconstruction of what can be known, and a refusal to pretend that what cannot be known is somehow recoverable through imagination. In this case, the most enduring truth may be not who committed the murders, but what the murders revealed about a society's hunger for narrative certainty, and what it is willing to sacrifice to obtain it. Chapter 16. What can be concluded? Evidence, uncertainty, and the ethics of answering the case. In the Borden case, the temptation to declare a final answer is part of the story itself. The murders were brutal, the setting was intimate, and the suspect pool was narrow. The cultural imagination resists leaving such a crime unresolved. Over time, that resistance has produced an ecosystem of certainty. Books, lectures, tours, dramatizations, and arguments that speak in the language of conclusion, even when the historical record remains incomplete. A historically responsible account must do something less satisfying and more honest. It must describe what can be concluded, how those conclusions are supported, and where the record refuses closure. It must also address an ethical question that true crime often avoids. What does it mean to solve a case in print when the law did not, and when the evidence cannot be retested in the ways modern forensic expectations would require? This chapter does not attempt to provide a definitive solution. It provides a disciplined boundary, what the record supports, what it suggests, and what it cannot responsibly carry. The evidence categories that hold firm. Certain elements of the case are stable because they rest on physical observation, sworn testimony, and consistent record. 2 murders occurred inside the Borden home on August 4, 1892. Andrew Borden was killed in the sitting room. Abby Borden was killed upstairs. The murders were committed with a sharp, heavy-edged weapon consistent with a hatchet or axe-like implement. The wound patterns support this conclusion. The house became crowded quickly after Andrew's body was discovered, compromising scene preservation. This is a structural fact of the case's earliest hours, and it places limits on later certainty. No eyewitness testified to seeing the killings occur. The prosecution's case rested largely on circumstantial reasoning. LIZZIE Borden was indicted, tried, and acquitted. The acquittal reflects the legal burden of proof not being met, rather than a historical declaration of innocence. These are the case's anchors. Around them, everything else becomes interpretive, the evidence that suggests, but does not prove. There are also elements that have persuasive force but do not reach the level of proof. Household constraint and access. The locked door habits and the limited number of people present make an outsider theory more difficult to sustain. But difficult is not impossible, and the record cannot fully exclude outside entry. Timeline pressure. The sequence strongly suggests Abby died earlier than Andrew. Yet the margin of error in 19th century time of death estimation remains wide enough to allow competing interpretations. Behavior and statements. Lizzie's early accounts contain variations that can be interpreted as suspicious. They can also be interpreted as trauma and confusion. Behavioral evidence is rarely decisive without physical corroboration. The absence of definitive physical links. No weapon was proven in court as the murder weapon by an unbroken evidentiary chain. No clothing was proven to carry blood evidence linking Lizzie to the act. These absences do not prove innocence, but they weaken certainty. These elements create the case's emotional gravity. They encourage belief while refusing finality. The problems that prevent a solved conclusion. The Borden case remains historically resistant to closure because its key uncertainties are not small. They are structural. 1. The scene was not preserved in a way that allows modern-style certainty. Early crowding, movement through rooms, and the lack of systematic evidence logging mean that the physical record cannot be reconstructed as cleanly as in later cases. 2. Time of death estimation cannot be made precise. Medical testimony provided judgment, not measurement. The case depends heavily on timing, and timing remains partly interpretive. 3. No definitive murder weapon was established. The presence of tools in a property owner's environment creates possibility, but not specific proof. Without a confirmed weapon, and without modern trace science, certainty collapses into theory. 4. The case depends on negative proof. Many arguments rest on what was not found. No intruder seen, no forced entry, no weapon carried away, no obvious bloody clothing. Negative proof can be suggestive, but it is inherently vulnerable because absence can occur for many reasons. 5. Cultural narrative contaminated perception early. The case became famous almost immediately. Rumor and reporting shaped witness memory, public belief, and later retelling. This creates a historical haze. Some details gain prominence because they are repeated, not because they are reliable. These problems do not make the case unknowable. They make it unfinishable under responsible standards. The most responsible historical position. A disciplined historical conclusion must acknowledge 3 truths simultaneously. An insider theory is structurally plausible. The case occurred in a tight domestic environment with limited access and few people present. It is reasonable to see why investigators focused on Lizzie. An outsider theory cannot be conclusively excluded. The record does not provide an unbroken chain of evidence proving a household member committed the killings, and the scene's early disturbance limits what can be ruled out. The legal verdict is the only official conclusion. Lizzie was acquitted. History cannot reverse that. Any claim that she definitely did it or definitely did not do it exceeds what the record can responsibly support. This position frustrates readers who want closure. It is also the position most faithful to the nature of evidence. Why certainty persists anyway. Despite these limits, public certainty persists because it serves emotional needs. Narrative satisfaction, a story wants an ending. Moral comfort, violence feels less frightening if it is explainable. Social order, a crime without a culprit implies instability. Identity, people align with a theory as a form of belonging. In famous cases, belief becomes part of self-definition. People do not merely hold opinions, they join camps. That dynamic is intensified when the record is incomplete, because incompleteness allows imagination to occupy space. The ethical line in true crime history. There is a difference between analysis and accusation. A historian can responsibly do the following. Weigh evidence categories. Show where testimony contradicts. Explain why certain theories are more plausible than others. Demonstrate how legal standards shaped outcome. Describe how myth formed and why. But a historian cannot responsibly do the following without decisive proof. Declare guilt as established fact. Treat rumors as evidence. Create motive narratives as though they are documented. Reconstruct private thoughts as though they are known. Present speculation as certainty. In the Borden case, the ethical line is especially important because the accused lived a full life after acquittal, and the victims became characters in a story that often prioritized spectacle over human reality. The goal of historical true crime is not to outperform the court with hindsight. It is to handle uncertainty with integrity. What remains, even without a final answer? If the case cannot be solved responsibly, what remains worth telling? A great deal. The Borden case reveals how domestic space can become evidentiary space, how gender and class shape suspicion and belief, how newspapers can transform investigation into national theater, how the legal system manages uncertainty through standards of proof, how myth grows when evidence cannot close the circle. These are not secondary lessons. They are part of why the case still matters. The murders of Andrew and Abby Borden remain, at their core, a human tragedy. Their deaths were real. Their last mourning was ordinary until it was not. The aftermath became public property. The trial ended without legal condemnation. The cultural story continued as though it had. The most responsible conclusion is not a name. It is a boundary. The evidence can be traced, weighed, and argued, but it cannot be made to confess what it does not contain. Chapter 17. Abby and Andrew. The victims beyond the headlines. In most retellings of the Borden case, Andrew and Abby Borden appear primarily as functions of the mystery. The strict father, the stepmother, the bodies upstairs and downstairs. Their lives are reduced to their deaths because the cultural story of Lizzie demands a central figure, and the victims become background. That is a distortion. A historically responsible account must restore the victims to personhood, not as sentimental decoration, but as factual correction. Andrew and Abby were not symbols placed in a narrative for later debate. They were people living inside a specific time, city, and domestic structure. Their habits, values, and relationships shaped the environment in which the murders occurred. Their deaths were violent, public, and repeatedly described, yet their lives were often simplified. This chapter focuses on who they were as individuals and as household figures, using what the record supports, and acknowledging where the record is limited. Andrew Jackson Borden. Wealth built through control. Andrew Borden's reputation in Fall River was shaped by two simultaneous truths. He was financially successful, and he was personally restrained. He accumulated property and served in roles that indicated civic standing, yet he lived in a manner widely described as plain. It is easy to treat thrift as a personality quirk. In Andrew's case, it was something closer to a governing philosophy. Thrift influenced not only spending, but household comfort, neighborhood choice, and daily routine. This made Andrew a recognizable type in 19th century New England, the prosperous man who did not display prosperity. Such men could be admired. They could also be resented. In mill towns where wealth disparities were stark, and where landlords held power over working families, frugality combined with property ownership could take on moral weight in the eyes of others. This does not mean Andrew was cruel. It means that power expressed through property is rarely emotionally neutral. Andrew's role as property owner matters historically because it expands the field of possible tensions beyond the household. If an outsider hypothesis is considered, his business dealings and landlord relationships become relevant context. If an insider hypothesis is considered, his domestic control becomes relevant context. Either way, Andrew's life shaped the case's structure, household authority, and the atmosphere of rule. Within the home, Andrew held authority by law, by custom, and by temperament. A Victorian father's authority was expected, but the degree to which it shaped daily comfort could vary widely by personality. The record suggests that Andrew's standards were firm and that the household's habits reflected his preferences. Control often expresses itself through small repeated choices. Doors habitually kept locked. Routines emphasized and maintained. Comfort treated as optional rather than necessary. Household spending restrained even when wealth allowed ease. Such patterns create a domestic atmosphere that is stable but rigid. Many households operate this way without violence. The historical relevance lies not in proving motive, but in establishing conditions. The household environment that existed before the murders was not loose or emotionally expressive. It was governed. Andrew's control was therefore one of the few consistent facts of atmosphere that the record supports. Andrew as father, provision, distance, and dependence. As a father, Andrew provided financially. His daughters lived in security that many families could not imagine. Yet financial provision is not the same as emotional closeness, and the record suggests that warmth in the household was limited. Lizzie and Emma remained dependent on Andrew not only because they lived in his home, but because the structure of their future security was tied to inheritance. This dependence gave Andrew power, even when he was not actively exercising it. The mere fact that he held final control over property and decision-making shaped the emotional economy of the house. This kind of dependence can coexist with affection. It can also coexist with resentment. The record does not allow definitive judgment about the emotional tone between Andrew and his daughters in private moments, but it does preserve the structural reality. Andrew held the key to their long-term security, and their autonomy was limited. Abby Durfee Gray Borden, stepmotherhood without integration. Abby Borden's life is often flattened into the role of the stepmother. That role carries cultural baggage. Victorian stepmothers were frequently portrayed in moral tales as cold or grasping, a stereotype that shaped later public interpretation of the Borden household. The historical record supports a more complex reality. Abby was a woman who entered a household after the death of the daughter's biological mother, and whose relationship with the daughters remained formal for decades. Formality is not a crime. It is a boundary. The daughter's use of Mrs. Borden rather than mother has been repeated so often that it can become cliché, but it remains meaningful as a marker of emotional distance. It suggests that the household did not fully integrate Abby into the daughter's sense of family identity. This would have shaped Abby's experience of home. She held the position of wife, but may not have held the position of beloved parent. In Victorian domestic culture, such a position could be lonely. It could also be precarious, especially in a household where inheritance, property, and loyalty were not abstract but deeply tied to security. Abby's daily world, domestic authority under constraint. As Andrew's wife, Abby oversaw domestic functioning, but she did so under Andrew's financial philosophy and household standards. A wife could manage a home while still being constrained by a husband's control of spending and comfort. Abby's anxiety in 1892, particularly her fear regarding illness and possible poisoning, becomes more understandable when placed in this context. Anxiety is not proof of danger. It is often a symptom of living in conditions where reassurance is scarce. A household built on restraint can discourage open emotional conversation. If Abby felt uneasy, the household structure may not have provided a natural outlet for that unease. She sought medical advice. She voiced fear. Her fear became part of the record. The household triangle: husband, wife, daughters. The Borden household contained a triangular dynamic. Andrew held primary authority and control of property. Abby held domestic status as wife, but without deep emotional integration with the daughters. Lizzie and Emma held emotional alliance with each other, and dependence on Andrew for future security. This triangle can function peacefully when members maintain distance and routine. It can also generate persistent tension because every relationship intersects with power. For Abby, the daughters were reminders of Andrew's previous marriage and of loyalty she could not fully command. For the daughters, Abby could be perceived as someone positioned between them and inheritance, whether fairly or unfairly. For Andrew, household order may have depended on maintaining his authority as stabilizing force. This structure does not prove motive. It explains why the household's emotional weather could be complicated without becoming openly chaotic. Their last morning as ordinary life. One of the most painful truths of homicide history is that victims rarely experience their last hours as special. The record suggests that August 4th began as another morning defined by routine and illness. Andrew left and returned according to habit. Abby moved through domestic tasks. Bridget worked and rested. Lizzie remained within the household environment. Nothing indicates that Abby or Andrew expected violence. This ordinariness matters. It prevents the case from becoming a stage drama. It returns it to what it was, a real domestic mourning that became irreparable. The public treatment of their deaths. After the murders, Andrew and Abby's bodies became objects of public attention. Reports described wounds and positions. Visitors came. Photographs and diagrams circulated. Their deaths became evidence, and evidence became spectacle. In true crime, the line between documentation and consumption is thin. Andrew and Abby were not spared that consumption. Their private home became a public site. Their death scenes became details to repeat. Their bodies became part of a national fascination. This was not merely disrespect. It was a feature of the era sensational culture and the public hunger for clarity. But it had consequences. It shifted attention away from the victims' full lives and toward the violence done to them, restoring the victims as the case's center. The Borden case is often framed as the Lizzie story. Historically, it is first a story of two victims. Andrew and Abby were the ones killed. The violence done to them was not metaphorical. It was direct, physical, final. Their lives were ended inside the place that should have been safest. Restoring them to the center does not solve the case. It corrects the moral geometry of the narrative. It reminds the reader that the mystery exists because of a human tragedy, not because of a catchy rhyme. The enduring debate over who killed them will continue. But the record holds one certainty that does not depend on theory. Andrew and Abby Borden lived full lives shaped by their era, their city, and their household structure. And they died violently in their own home. That is the beginning of what the story must never forget. Chapter 18. Fall River and the Age of Sensation. How a city held a murder story. To understand why the Borden case became more than a local tragedy, it is necessary to understand Fall River itself, not merely as a setting, but as a social organism. Crimes become famous when they strike the right cultural nerve. The Borden murders struck several at once. Domestic safety, gender expectation, class tension, and the fragility of respectability. But those nerves were already exposed in Fall River because the city was built on contradiction. Wealth beside labor, refinement beside soot, moral rhetoric beside economic pressure. Fall River in 1892 was not a small village where nothing happened. It was a rapidly industrialized city with strong class boundaries and intense social observation. It was the kind of place where people watched one another because status mattered, and where reputation traveled fast because networks overlapped. Church, business, neighborhood, family connections, and local politics. The Borden case became a national spectacle, but it also remained a Fall River story, held, debated, resented, and retold inside the city that had to live with it. The industrial city. Work as rhythm, class as map. Fall River's identity was shaped by textile manufacturing. Mills organized the city's daily life. They controlled work schedules, drew waves of labor, and produced visible wealth for owners and investors. The city's landscape reflected this. Industrial buildings, worker housing, commercial corridors, and the residential areas where those who prospered could live with distance from noise and crowding. Class in such a city was not abstract. It was physical. It could be read in streets and houses, in accents and clothing, in the distance between one's home and the mills. This matters because the Borden household sat uneasily in Fall River's class geography. Andrew Borden had money, but his home remained in a more central, practical neighborhood rather than the more fashionable residential sections. This created a minor social contradiction that people noticed. It gave neighbors a way to discuss the family that was not purely financial. Wealthy, but plain, successful, but not socially expansive. In a city where class was visible, such contradictions attracted comment. Respectability as social currency. Fall River's social order was held together by respectability. This was not simply politeness. It was a form of moral currency, produced through church membership and participation, visible family stability, reputation for sobriety and self-control, involvement in approved civic or charitable work, adherence to public codes of gender behavior. Respectability mattered because it determined who was trusted, who was welcomed, and who was believed. It also mattered because it functioned as a kind of protection in public life. A respectable person could survive certain rumors more easily than someone already on the margins. This is one reason the Borden case became explosive. It placed respectability under strain. The murders occurred in a household that, while emotionally restrained, was publicly respectable. Lizzie, in particular, carried the markers of respectable womanhood: church involvement, charitable participation, outward propriety. The case forced Fall River, and the nation, to confront a destabilizing question. What does respectability protect you from, and what does it conceal? Neighborhood surveillance: how people knew before they knew. In tightly observed communities, people do not wait for official evidence to form conclusions. They watch patterns: who visits whom, who is seen walking at what time, who appears nervous, who withdraws. They build informal narratives long before the court builds formal ones. Fall River's social geography encouraged this surveillance. People lived close enough to notice comings and goings. Domestic staff worked in multiple houses, carrying impressions between households. Church networks created overlapping circles. Shopkeepers remembered regular customers. The city functioned as a dense web of observation. After August 4th, this web became an engine of interpretation. Every detail of household routine, doors, locks, meals, errands, was not simply examined by police. It was examined by the city. This kind of social scrutiny is not necessarily malicious. It is a community processing shock by seeking pattern. But it often becomes punitive, especially when a story needs a suspect. The business world and quiet resentments. Andrew Borden was not only a father and homeowner. He was a landlord and investor. In industrial cities, landlords often held complicated roles. They provided housing, but they also controlled it. Disputes over rent, repairs, eviction, and power were common. This is one reason outsider theories persisted. If a man holds property and money, he may accumulate resentment outside his home. Such resentment can be quiet for years and then become visible in crisis. Even if no outsider was ever proven, the plausibility of anger toward a property owner shaped how people in Fall River imagined motive. At the same time, the local business class often knew one another indirectly through institutions and networks. Andrew's presence in this world made the case difficult socially. If the victims were respected, outrage increased. If they were resented, speculation about revenge grew. The city's economic structure ensured that the case could be read through multiple lenses at once: religion, morality, and the need to explain evil. Religious life in Fall River, as in much of New England, shaped the language people used to process crisis. Churches provided not only community, but moral narrative. When something terrible occurred, people looked for moral explanation: sin, punishment, hidden corruption, spiritual failure, or divine testing. The Borden murders invited moral explanation because the crime was not only violent, it was domestic. It occurred inside a home. The home was supposed to be a moral shelter. A murder inside a respectable home threatened a foundational Victorian belief that morality was visible and that the domestic sphere was a protective environment. The case therefore became, for many, a theological discomfort. If respectability and religion did not prevent such violence, what did that imply about the world's moral order? The city responded partly through judgment. If the world had become unstable, someone must embody the instability. This is one way communities protect themselves psychologically. They turn a frightening event into a contained moral story with a known villain. Newspapers in a mill city: local pride, local damage. National newspapers turned the case into spectacle, but local newspapers faced a more complicated problem. They were writing about their own city. They had to balance reporting with local identity. A city already struggling with industrial tensions did not necessarily want to be known primarily as the place where a woman killed her parents with an axe. Yet sensational crime sells. Local papers also fed the public appetite for detail, and those details fed national reporting in return. The case became a feedback loop. Local rumor entered print, print returned as fact, and the city absorbed its own story in amplified form. Fall River therefore experienced the case not only as tragedy, but as reputational injury. The city became a symbol of domestic horror. The case attached itself to Fall River's name, changing how outsiders imagine the city. The court as civic theater. When the trial began, Fall River became a stage. People came to watch not only justice but drama. Courtrooms in famous trials become civic theaters where communities rehearse their values. Who is respectable? Who is credible? What kind of person can be imagined capable of what kind of crime? This mattered in Fall River because the city's identity was already shaped by class and moral judgment. The courtroom became a concentrated version of the city's social logic. Witnesses were read through class position. Behavior was interpreted through gender expectation. Testimony was weighed not only for content but for social plausibility. The Borden trial was therefore not only a legal event. It was a community event in which Fall River negotiated its own self-image. After the trial, a city split into camps. Acquittal did not produce unity. It produced camps. Some residents believed justice had been done. Others believed it had failed. Those beliefs were reinforced through everyday social behavior. Who visited whom, who refused to speak, who used Lizzie's name in conversation, who avoided it. In cities, memory is local. People pass by houses and streets. They remember where they stood when they heard news. They repeat stories in kitchens, shops, churches, and workplaces. Such repetition keeps events alive long after legal process ends. Fall River held the Borden case this way, as a story embedded in geography and daily conversation. The city became divided not only by belief about Lizzie, but by belief about the legal system's ability to deal with wealth and respectability. The case as civic identity. Over time, the case became part of Fall River's identity. It became a reference point people could not fully escape. Whether residents embraced the notoriety, resented it, or tried to ignore it, the association remained. This is what happens when a crime becomes famous. It rewrites the meaning of a place. The Borden case did not only reshape Lizzie's life. It reshaped the city's story about itself. Fall River was a city of labor and industry, of immigration and class tension, of churches and social boundaries. The Borden murders did not create these structures. They exposed them. They turned everyday observation into suspicion, everyday class distinction into interpretive bias, and everyday morality into a desperate search for explanation. In this sense, Fall River was not simply where the murders happened. It was part of why the murders became unforgettable. Chapter 19. The House as Evidence. Space, movement, and the locked problem. Some crimes are remembered because of the weapon, the confession, or the villain. The Borden murders are remembered because of a house. The case's enduring pull comes not only from the brutality of the killings, but from the apparent contradiction at the center. Two people were murdered inside a domestic space in daylight, and yet the record offers no clear witness to the act, no clear entry or exit, and no single physical proof that seals the story shut. This is why the Borden house became more than a setting. It became evidence. The house, its doors, stairs, room connections, sight lines, and habits, functioned as a physical argument. Investigators, lawyers, and later writers repeatedly returned to the same practical questions. How did the killer move through the house? What could be seen from where? What could be heard? How locked was the house in real practice rather than an assumption? How did ordinary domestic routine create blind spots? This chapter examines the Second Street house not as a haunted stage, but as a material environment that shaped possibility. It does not solve the case. It explains why the case remains difficult. The nature of domestic space in 1892. In modern imagination, a house is often treated as a private sanctuary with clearly defined zones. In 19th century homes, especially older ones, domestic space could be more fluid and more porous. Servants moved between rooms. Family members crossed paths in hallways. Doors and locks were used, but not always with modern security logic. Windows were opened for air. Outbuildings were part of daily routine. Visitors could arrive at the door without appointment. Yet the Borden home had its own particular character. It was not a sprawling mansion. It was a practical multi-room structure with defined spaces, a sitting room, dining room, kitchen, stairways, upper rooms, and a barn/yard area outside. It was large enough to allow separation, small enough that movement mattered. This combination, moderate size with compartmentalized rooms, creates a special kind of evidentiary problem. It allows a person to be near without being seen. Sight lines, who could see what? In reconstructing any domestic crime, sight lines matter. People often assume that being in the house means being aware of what happens in the house. That assumption is false in many buildings, particularly those with rooms separated by walls and doorways, staircases that turn or are partly enclosed, furniture that blocks direct view, multiple interior doors that can be closed or partly closed. The Borden house allowed for private movement upstairs and downstairs without constant visibility. A person in the kitchen would not necessarily see into the sitting room. A person on the stairs would not necessarily be visible from multiple rooms at once. A person upstairs could move between rooms without being seen by someone downstairs, especially if the downstairs person was occupied with chores. This matters because the case depends on what was not seen. When no one sees something, historians and jurors must decide whether the absence of sight is evidence that the act could not happen, or evidence that the house's design made invisibility possible. Sound. The mystery of two quiet murders. The Borden murders force readers to confront a disturbing reality. Extreme violence can occur without the sound being interpreted as danger. There are several historically plausible reasons for this. A sudden attack may prevent a sustained scream. A person may be struck from behind or unexpectedly, eliminating time to react. Household noises, washing, footsteps, outdoor sounds, can mask short bursts of impact. The body itself absorbs sound in ways people do not anticipate. People do not always interpret unusual noises as urgent in real time. The sound problem is often treated as a gotcha against certain theories. But the responsible view is more cautious. Lack of reported sound is not the same as proof of silence. It is a statement about perception. What was heard may not have been recognized. This is especially important in 1892, when people were not trained to treat every thump or step as potential violence. Domestic environments contained many ordinary noises. When you live inside a house, you learn to ignore most of them. Doors and locks, habit versus system. The phrase "the house was locked" is repeated constantly in Borden retellings. But locked can mean many things in practice. A house can be locked at the front door, but not at side doors. Locked sometimes, but not always. Locked but opened repeatedly for family movement. Usually locked, but briefly unsecured during chores or errands. Locked in a way that still allows entry by someone with familiarity. The Borden household habit of locking doors likely reduced casual entry. It did not create a guaranteed sealed environment. This is one of the case's most important conceptual points. The locked house problem is persuasive because it feels absolute. In reality, domestic security is rarely absolute. It is a shifting pattern of habit, often broken briefly and unintentionally. Therefore, the historical question is not "was the house locked?" in the abstract. It is, which door was locked, when and by whom? How often were doors opened during morning tasks? What was the habit around letting someone in? How reliable were locks and latches in an older home? The record provides some answers and many uncertainties. Those uncertainties are part of why the case does not settle. The stairs as choke point and blind spot. Staircases play a major role in domestic crimes because they connect zones while also limiting visibility. A staircase can be both a choke point where movement is constrained and a blind spot where movement is concealed by walls, turns, or partial enclosure. If Abby was killed upstairs, the killer had to go upstairs. If Andrew was killed downstairs, the killer had to be downstairs. The staircase becomes the path between those events. The prosecution's logic leaned on this. If movement between floors is required and no outsider is seen, then the killer is likely someone who belonged. But the defense could argue the opposite. Staircases are precisely the places where a person might move without being noticed, especially if others are distracted. A stranger could go up and down quickly, particularly if interior doors were partly closed and if household attention was divided. Thus, the staircase is not only physical architecture. It becomes argumentative architecture. The yard, the barn, and the question of outside. The Borden story is often discussed as though it occurred in two sealed rooms, the upstairs space where Abby died and the sitting room where Andrew died. But domestic life in 1892 was not confined to interior rooms. The yard and barn were part of daily movement. People stepped outside for chores, air, errands, and practical tasks. This matters because outside creates both alibi and opportunity. A person can claim to be outside and therefore not in position to see or hear interior events. A killer can use outside movement to avoid being seen inside the house. A stranger can move through yard space more easily than through front hall space. Outbuildings also offered concealment. A weapon could be washed, hidden, or discarded with fewer observers than inside the home. The yard and barn therefore expand the case beyond the idea of a locked front door. A house does not exist in isolation. It exists in a property environment with paths, doors, and routines. The servant's work, movement creates gaps. Bridget Sullivan's work created predictable movement. Domestic labor involves shifting between tasks, moving between kitchen and dining areas, cleaning, carrying water, managing laundry, and responding to household needs. Such work does two things. It generates a rhythm that others in the house may anticipate. It also creates attention gaps, because labor demands focus. A person absorbed in scrubbing, Carrying or cleaning does not necessarily register every footstep. They may hear it as background. They may assume it is ordinary household movement. The Borden case depends on such assumptions. If movement is interpreted as normal, it becomes invisible. How the house became a weapon in court. The prosecution used the house to argue inevitability. Limited access, limited people, limited explanation. The defense used the house to argue possibility. Blind spots, routine openings, imperfect locks, and the inability to prove what happened in unseen minutes. The house therefore became a silent witness that both sides claimed supported them. This is a feature of circumstantial cases. Physical space is often one of the most persuasive forms of evidence because it feels objective. Yet space is only objective in its structure, not in what happened within it. Interpretation still governs. The locked house as cultural fantasy. The locked house idea is compelling partly because it belongs to a literary tradition. It resembles the puzzle of a sealed room mystery, where logic promises a single solution. People like such puzzles because they imply that certainty can be achieved if one thinks hard enough. But real houses are not puzzles. They are messy environments of habit, error, and human unpredictability. The Borden home was locked in some ways and permeable in others. Its routines were stable, but not mechanically fixed. Treating the house as a perfect puzzle can distort understanding. It encourages people to believe the case must have a neat solution. The record does not promise neatness. It promises only what can be recovered. The house as the case's permanent constraint. Even now, long after the trial and the deaths, the case returns again and again to the same physical facts. Abby's body upstairs. Andrew's body downstairs. The staircase between them. The doors that were locked and unlocked. The minutes that cannot be accounted for with certainty. The Borden house is evidence not because it speaks, but because it limits. It sets boundaries on what could have happened. Yet within those boundaries, multiple possibilities remain. That is the case's central torment. The house narrows the field of explanation, but it does not narrow it to one. The home on 2nd Street did not merely contain the murders. It contained the mystery. And by doing so, it ensured that the Borden story would remain what it has always been, a case where space itself becomes argument, and where the most important witness is the one that cannot testify. Chapter 20. Bridget Sullivan. Labor, illness, and the witness no one could replace. In the Borden case, Bridget Sullivan is often treated as supporting cast, the maid who heard something, saw something, or failed to see something. That framing is both inaccurate and unfair. Bridget was not merely a witness. She was a structural necessity in the household. Without her, the daily functioning of the Borden home, meals, cleaning, laundering, water carrying, and general order, would have been significantly harder for Abby and the daughters. Her presence shaped what the morning looked like, what could be heard, what chores created noise, what doors were opened, and what moments were occupied. And on August 4, 1892, Bridget was sick. This matters not as a dramatic detail, but as a practical one. Illness changes pace. It changes attention. It changes perception. It changes memory. When historians and lawyers ask, "What did you hear?" or "Where were you?" they often forget that a witness is not a surveillance device. Bridget was a human being performing strenuous labor while unwell, inside a household that became the site of 2 murders. This chapter centers Bridget as both laborer and witness, her social position, her work, her vulnerability, and why her testimony became essential and still remains difficult to interpret. A young Irish servant in an American mill city. Bridget Sullivan, like many Irish immigrant women in New England, entered domestic service as a means of survival and stability. Domestic service was one of the few forms of paid work accessible to women without wealth or formal education, especially immigrants. It offered wages, food, and housing, but it came with costs. Long working hours, limited privacy, dependence on employers for living conditions, vulnerability to social judgment, isolation from family networks. Servants lived inside other people's households, and their lives were shaped by the emotional climate of those households without the power to change it. In Fall River, Irish immigrant communities existed alongside strong anti-immigrant prejudice. This meant Bridget moved through the city with a double identity. Indispensable inside the home, socially marginal outside it. Even when employers treated servants with decency, the broader social hierarchy remained present. This social positioning affected how Bridget's words were received. A servant witness can be treated as neutral, but she can also be treated as less reliable, depending on what her testimony supports. The work of the Borden house, a day built from tasks. To understand Bridget's role, it is necessary to understand domestic labor in 1892. Most tasks were manual. Water was carried. Floors were scrubbed. Laundry was heavy. Meals required preparation and cleanup without modern appliances. Even simple cleanliness demanded time and physical effort. In the Borden house, Bridget's work included kitchen duties, cleaning and dusting, washing floors and windows, laundering, fetching water, maintaining order across rooms used by family members. Domestic work is repetitive, but repetition does not mean ease. It means endurance, and endurance becomes difficult when illness enters. The morning of August 4th began as a morning like many others. Chores, movement, routine. Bridget's work created the background rhythm against which later events were measured. Illness, the in-between state that changes everything. Bridget was unwell in the period surrounding the murders. Her illness has often been reduced to a footnote, yet it has major interpretive consequences. Illness changes the body in ways that affect testimony. Fatigue reduces attention to minor sounds. Nausea or headaches narrow focus. Physical discomfort makes time feel distorted. Memory becomes less stable under stress. Movement slows, altering where a person is positioned at key moments. Bridget's illness also meant she may have sought rest during the day. Rest itself became scrutinized later, as investigators tried to align her claimed resting moments with the time windows of the murders. This scrutiny reveals something about the case's structural cruelty. In a case built on minutes, even a sick person's need to rest becomes potential evidence. Bridget's position in the household hierarchy. Bridget occupied an unusual place in the Borden home. She was present in domestic spaces, responsible for maintaining order, socially subordinate to every member of the family, expected to work without disrupting family routines, expected to be attentive but not intrusive. Servants were trained, formally or informally, to be invisible. The ideal servant hears without reacting, sees without staring, and moves through rooms without becoming socially present. This invisibility matters historically. If Bridget was trained to keep her attention on chores and not on family business, she might not have registered subtle social tensions. If she did register them, she might not have felt safe voicing them. Servants often learn to treat household atmosphere as something to endure rather than interpret aloud. The murder investigation forced Bridget into the opposite role. She was required to speak, interpret, and recall the morning's chores as evidence of movement. Later questioning examined Bridget's chores in minute detail because chores determine location. In a constrained house, location determines what could be heard and seen. Thus, Bridget's labor became evidentiary scaffolding. Investigators asked about where she cleaned, when she moved upstairs or downstairs, whether she washed windows, whether she heard footsteps, whether she heard voices or doors, when she rested and where. This line of questioning reveals how domestic work can become forensic. A mop bucket, a window cloth, or a step on a stair becomes part of a legal argument. But this also introduces error. People remember chores as sequences, not as timestamps. A person can recall that they cleaned the dining room and then the sitting room, but not the precise minute when each began and ended. Under pressure, witnesses can unintentionally convert sequence into clock time, creating false precision. Bridget's testimony therefore holds both truth and vulnerability. Truthful labor description, vulnerable timing. Did you hear anything? The sound question revisited. Bridget was asked repeatedly whether she heard screams or unusual noises. Her answers mattered because 2 murders occurred in a house where she was working. The absence of reported noise has been used by writers on all sides. As evidence, the killer acted with stealth and confidence. As evidence, the murders were sudden and silenced quickly. As evidence, Bridget must have been elsewhere or inattentive. As evidence, the house's normal noises masked violence. A historian must treat this carefully. The question, "Did you hear anything?" assumes that a person would recognize a sound as meaning murder. People do not always interpret noise accurately in real time, especially when occupied with work. A thud can be dismissed. A step can be normal. A sound can be attributed to household movement. Bridget's testimony cannot prove silence. It can only prove what she consciously noticed and remembered. Bridget and Lizzie, 2 women, different power. After Andrew was found, Lizzie called for Bridget. Bridget responded. Their interaction in those moments became foundational to the case's early record. It is important to recognize the power imbalance. Lizzie was an employer's daughter and household authority figure. Bridget was a servant, dependent on the household. Bridget could be commanded. Lizzie could direct. Bridget's word carried less social weight than Lizzie's. This imbalance shaped perception later. Some observers instinctively trusted Lizzie's voice as respectable. Others instinctively trusted Bridget as working-class honesty. Both instincts are forms of bias. What can be said responsibly is that Bridget's position made her simultaneously essential and vulnerable. She had information, but she did not control how it would be used. The witness no one could replace. Many famous cases contain multiple witnesses. The Borden case had very few. Bridget's testimony became indispensable because she was in the house during key windows. She performed labor that fixed her movements in space. She responded to Lizzie's call and observed immediate aftermath. She was one of the only people who could describe ordinary routine that morning. In other words, Bridget offered the closest thing to a domestic baseline. Without her, the morning becomes nearly untraceable. This is why later writers and theorists constantly return to her. Not because she holds the answer, but because she holds structure. The cost of being the only essential witness. Being essential is not protection. It is exposure. Bridget's words could be pulled in multiple directions. If she did not hear anything, people asked why. If she did, people asked whether she was reliable. If she rested, people asked whether that created a window for murder. If she moved upstairs, people asked whether she could have seen something. If she did not, people asked whether she avoided seeing. This is the trap of being a witness in a case that depends on absence. The witness becomes blamed for not providing certainty, as though certainty were something any human could provide. Bridget did not create the case's gaps. She lived inside them. Bridget as human being, not mechanism. At the core, Bridget Sullivan was a young woman far from home, working hard, ill, and suddenly confronted with horror. The investigation and trial demanded that she speak with clarity about moments that were, by nature, chaotic and traumatic. A responsible account must recognize this. Her testimony is valuable. Her memory was under stress. Her position shaped what she saw and what she could safely say. Her silence on certain points is not proof of deception. Her presence did not grant omniscience. Bridget remains one of the most important figures in the Borden record because she anchors the morning in domestic reality. She reminds readers that this was not a puzzle assembled in hindsight. It was a household at work, people cleaning, resting, moving through routine, until routine was abruptly shattered. Her role in the case is therefore not marginal. It is foundational. If the Borden story is about a house, Bridget is the person who moved through that house in ordinary time. And that is why her testimony, even with its limitations, remains one of the most irreplaceable elements of the entire record. Chapter 21. Emma Borden. Absence, Alliance, and the Quiet Power of Not Being There. Emma Borden's role in the case is defined by an apparent paradox. She mattered profoundly, and yet she was not present on the day that defined the family forever. Her absence on August 4, 1892 removed her from suspicion in the narrow legal sense, but it did not remove her from the case's emotional and structural center. She remained one of the most important figures in the Borden story, because she was the person most closely allied to Lizzie, most deeply entangled in the family's pre-murder household life, and most affected by what followed. In the record, Emma is often treated as a stabilizing background figure, quiet, dutiful, respectable. Yet her significance is greater than that. She represents the alternative life Lizzie might have lived without the murders. The life of a dependent daughter in a controlled household, moving slowly through respectability toward eventual inheritance. Emma's story also reveals how survival functions after public catastrophe. She lived through the crime, the trial, the social division, the move to a new house, and the later fracture with Lizzie. The fact that she was absent from the murders did not mean she escaped their consequences. It meant she carried them differently. This chapter considers Emma through three lenses: who she was within the Borden household, what her absence meant to the investigation and trial, and how her later choices reshaped the post-trial legacy. Emma as the household's quiet center. Before 1892, Emma functioned as a quiet organizing presence in the Borden home. In many Victorian households, an unmarried adult daughter often acted as a domestic stabilizer, supporting routines, maintaining social propriety, and helping manage household life. This role carried responsibility, but limited autonomy. It demanded compliance, patience, and the ability to live in suspended adulthood. No longer a child, not permitted full adult independence. Emma appears in the record as someone who maintained propriety and steadiness. She was not widely described as flamboyant, reckless, or socially provocative. That steadiness mattered because it shaped the sisters' partnership. Lizzie and Emma were not simply siblings living in the same house. Their alliance was the emotional spine of Lizzie's pre-murder life. Where Abby's relationship with the daughters remained formal, Emma's relationship with Lizzie appears to have been intimate and supportive. In the social environment of the time, that alliance would have been both natural and necessary. Two unmarried daughters, living under a father's authority, navigating domestic tension and restricted autonomy together. The significance of being older. Emma was older than Lizzie, and that mattered within the hierarchy of Victorian family life. Older daughters were often expected to embody calmness and responsibility. They could also become de facto second-in-command in domestic matters, especially when a household contained tension between stepmother and daughters. This dynamic can create a protective role. An older sister may act as buffer, absorbing conflict, interpreting the father's standards, and quietly guiding the younger sister's behaviour to avoid confrontation. If Emma functioned this way, her absence in early August 1892 did not merely remove an individual from the house. It removed a regulating influence. The household's emotional balance would have changed in subtle ways. Lizzie would have been alone in her family role inside a house occupied by a stepmother and a servant, both ill, under a father's ongoing control. This does not imply causation. It establishes a factual shift. The household on August 4th was not the household at its full strength. One of its stabilizing members was away. Emma's absence, the alibi that became structural. Emma's absence created the strongest kind of legal protection: physical distance. She was away in Fairhaven visiting friends. This meant she could not be placed at the scene. She could not be argued into the time windows. She could not be tied to the locked house puzzle. She became, legally, a kind of anchor point, a family member outside the case's immediate suspicion. Her absence also shaped how the prosecution presented the suspect pool. In a household case, prosecutors often argue that the perpetrator must be among those present. Emma's absence sharpened this argument. This is one reason Emma matters so much. A crime inside a home with two daughters present would have created a different kind of legal atmosphere: shared suspicion, shared vulnerability. Emma's absence allowed the case to narrow more easily. In a purely structural sense, the state's ability to focus the case on Lizzie was strengthened by Emma's location elsewhere. Emma as emotional witness after the fact. Though absent during the murders, Emma returned to a home transformed into a crime scene and a public spectacle. She encountered death inside the family home, police presence and investigation, the rapid spread of rumors, the public fixation on her sister. Emma's experience, therefore, became that of a survivor entering catastrophe after it has already occurred. Such an experience carries its own trauma. She did not witness the murders, but she witnessed their aftermath, and she witnessed how quickly a family becomes an exhibit. Emma's loyalty to Lizzie during the legal process has been treated by many writers as evidence. Evidence of innocence, evidence of collusion, evidence of denial. Historically, it is safer to treat it as what it most clearly was: a sister's allegiance under extreme threat. Families often close ranks when confronted with external accusation, even when internal emotions are complicated. The act of defending a sibling does not automatically indicate knowledge of guilt or innocence. It indicates loyalty, fear, and the instinct to protect what remains. Emma and the trial, the quiet force of respectability. Emma contributed something to Lizzie's defense that was difficult for prosecutors to attack: an image of respectable family unity. Even in a modern courtroom, jurors respond to social cues. In 1893, they responded even more strongly. The sight of a respectable sister standing by the accused reinforced the defense's implicit theme: this is not a monster, this is family. Emma's presence, therefore, had persuasive power. She was part of the defense's social architecture, the idea that Lizzie belonged to a moral world, not a criminal one. This influence is not evidence. It is context for why the trial was not merely about facts. It was about which story felt culturally plausible. The move to Maplecroft, freedom and complication. After acquittal, Emma and Lizzie moved away from 2nd Street into Maplecroft. The move created a visible break with Andrew's old domestic style. It signaled autonomy and comfort. For Emma, this move held mixed meaning: relief from the death house and its associations, relief from the strict austerity of Andrew's routines, but also deeper immersion into public scrutiny, and increased reliance on Lizzie as her primary family bond. Living at Maplecroft may have felt like freedom, but it was a freedom lived under observation. The sisters' money gave them independence. The case took away their privacy. The estrangement, a fracture that became fuel. Emma's eventual separation from Lizzie remains one of the most discussed aspects of the post-trial years. Many explanations have been offered: disagreements over money, conflict over Lizzie's friendships and social life, discomfort with publicity, emotional exhaustion, moral difference, or a deep rupture that never became public in full. What can be stated responsibly is simple. The sisters, once closely allied, later became estranged. Emma left Maplecroft and lived separately. The estrangement endured. The reason cannot be established with full certainty. The record does not provide a definitive private explanation. Historians must therefore resist turning the estrangement into proof of guilt. Familial fracture after trauma is common. Estrangement can occur without a secret confession driving it. Yet the symbolic power of the estrangement is undeniable. For the public, it felt like confirmation that something within the family had broken beyond repair. It became new fuel for speculation, reinforcing the sense that the story continued after the courtroom ended. Emma's legacy, the witness of a life shaped by silence. Emma Borden lived as a figure defined by two forms of absence. Absence from the crime itself. Absence from public explanation afterward. She did not provide a final statement that solved the case. She did not publicly reinterpret the murders in a way that ended debate. She remained, largely, quiet, either by choice or by necessity. That quietness is historically meaningful. It suggests the limits placed on women of her class and era. It suggests the burden of family loyalty. It suggests that survival in a notorious case often requires withholding as much as speaking. Emma's life reminds us that the Borden murders did not produce one accused woman and two victims. They produced survivors who lived inside an unresolved narrative for decades. Emma was one of them. Her absence on August 4th protected her legally. It did not protect her from becoming part of the story forever. Chapter 22. John Vinicum Morse. The visiting uncle, the guest room, and the suspicion that never fully settled. Few figures in the Borden case occupy a stranger position than John Vinicum Morse. He was not a member of the household. He was not a victim. He was not a defendant. He was not a servant. Yet he was inside the Borden house in the final hours before the murders, slept in the very room where Abby Borden would be killed, ate breakfast with both victims on the morning of August 4th, 1892, and walked back into a yard full of policemen later that day to eat a pear before going inside. He was, formally, an uncle. In the public imagination, he became something harder to categorize, a peripheral man at the center of a famous house at the wrong moment. This chapter restores John Morse to the record on his own terms. Not as a suspect to be reconsidered, and not as a footnote to be skimmed, but as a documented presence whose visit shaped the texture of the household's last day, and whose own behavior, observed and reobserved, helped fix the case in public memory as something that could not quite be explained. Brother of the first wife, a connection through loss. John Vinicum Morse was the brother of Sarah Anthony Morse, Lizzie's birth mother. Sarah had married Andrew Borden on Christmas Day, 1845. She died in 1863, when Lizzie was not yet 3 years old. Emma was 12. This is the foundational fact about John's relationship to the family. He was tied to the Borden household through a woman who had been gone for nearly 30 years by the time of the murders. He was Lizzie's maternal uncle, but the maternal line itself had been disrupted by death long before either daughter could form adult memories of it. Abby Durfee Gray Borden, Andrew's second wife and Lizzie's stepmother, was no relation to John at all. This matters for two reasons. First, it placed John within the first family, the original maternal line that had ended with Sarah's death, rather than within the present household. Second, it meant that whenever John visited, he carried with him a connection to a version of the family that had ceased to exist in any practical sense. He was, in effect, a living fragment of an earlier domestic arrangement, a life mostly lived elsewhere. By 1892, John Morse had spent most of his adult life away from Fall River. Trained in his youth as a butcher, he had moved west, eventually settling in Iowa, where he became a farmer and horse trader. He held land. He was, by the standards of his time and circumstances, modestly prosperous. At the inquest, he stated that he could live on his property without working, a quiet but firm class statement. He had returned east in 1890, dividing his time between relatives in Warren, Rhode Island, and South Dartmouth, Massachusetts. By the time he visited the Borden house in August 1892, he was approaching 60 years of age. His relationship with Andrew Borden across this long absence had been, as far as the record shows, friendly and businesslike. He had once spent an entire year living in the Borden home in the period before the centennial of 1876, when Lizzie was still a teenager. The two men shared interests in property, investment, and trade. Their conversations were not strained. Andrew was not the kind of man who tolerated visitors who irritated him. But John's relationship with Lizzie and Emma was different. He had been physically distant for most of their adult lives. According to the inquest record, he had not seen Lizzie for some months before the August visit, a small interval in absolute terms, but one that captures the larger pattern. He was a known, but not a familiar uncle. He was a man one heard about more than encountered. Arrival on August 3, 1892. John Morse arrived at 92, 2nd Street on Wednesday afternoon, August 3, 1892, around 1:30. He saw Andrew, Abby, and Bridget Sullivan. He did not see Lizzie. He was given the noon meal, dinner, in the household's vocabulary, after the others had finished. Between 3 and 4 o'clock, he left for Swansea, returning to the house at about 8:30 that evening. Abby let him in at the front door. He sat with Andrew and Abby in the sitting room until shortly after 10 o'clock. Abby went up the back stairs to bed first. Andrew and John followed. Before he climbed the stairs, John heard someone come in through the front door, go up the front stairs, and shut the door of Lizzie's room. He did not see who it was. He did not speak to them. The next morning, he would learn it had been Lizzie. This is the only record of contact between Lizzie and John during his entire visit before the murders. They were under the same roof. They did not meet. He slept in the guest room over the parlor. He left his bedroom door open all night. The next morning, that same guest room would be the room in which Abby Borden was killed. The morning of August 4th. John rose at about 6 o'clock, dressed, and went downstairs. Andrew came down next, then Abby. The three sat together in the sitting room until breakfast. Breakfast was at about 7. They ate mutton, bread, coffee, cakes, and bananas. The meal lasted roughly half an hour. They rose from the table together. Andrew returned to the sitting room with John. Abby moved in and out of the room, dusting with a feather duster. Some 15 minutes before John left, Abby went into the front hall. John left the house 15 or 20 minutes before 9, by way of the rear screen door. Andrew came to the door with him. It is worth pausing on this last detail. Andrew Borden walked his brother-in-law to the back door. The two men parted on ordinary terms. There is no testimony of argument. There is no documented sign that anything in the house was strained beyond the chronic background tensions that had defined it for years. Within roughly an hour, Abby Borden would be dead. Within several hours, Andrew would be dead too. The alibi, detailed to a fault. After leaving Andrew at the back door, John Morse boarded a streetcar and traveled across Fall River to the home of Daniel Emery on Way Bassett Street, where his niece and nephew were staying. He had a stated reason for the visit: to see relations he had not yet met. His alibi was confirmed by the Emerys. He was demonstrably not in the Borden house when Andrew and Abby were killed. What attracted later attention was not the alibi itself, but the manner in which John recalled it. Pressed for detail, he could supply a great deal. The streetcar route, the conductor's badge number, the presence of 6 priests on the streetcar, 3 of whom were said to have shared his bench. Investigators reading these recollections found the precision unusual. An alibi that is too clean, too orderly, too well furnished with corroborative trivia, can attract suspicion as readily as one too vague. This is one of the small ironies of the Borden case. A man with a corroborated alibi found himself read suspiciously precisely because his alibi was unusually thorough. In a household where multiple witnesses would later contradict themselves on minor points, John's smooth recall struck observers as almost too prepared. It must be said clearly, detailed memory is not evidence of guilt. Some people simply observe their surroundings carefully. But in the atmosphere of late summer 1892, with 2 violent deaths fresh in the city, this kind of fine-grained recall was treated as a question rather than as a virtue. The pairs. John Morse returned to the Borden house early that afternoon. By the time he arrived, the murders had been discovered. The street was crowded. Police were inside the house. Neighbors were watching from porches and footpaths. He did not rush in. Instead, he walked through the backyard to a pear tree, picked up 2 or 3 pears that had fallen on the ground, and ate part of one. Only then did he enter the house, where he was told what had happened, viewed Andrew's body in the sitting room, and went up the front stairs far enough to see Abby's body under the bed in the guest room where he had slept the night before. This pear-eating moment, recorded by witnesses at the scene, became one of the most enduring oddities attached to John Morse. It was strange not because eating a pear is wrong, but because it is striking. A man returning home to find police, crowds, and rumor at his brother-in-law's door does not usually pause for fruit. There are reasonable explanations. Shock can produce dissociation. Older men of John's class and era often projected calm in a crisis as a form of self-control. He may already have been told what had happened and was steadying himself before going inside. But none of those explanations erased what people saw. A man stood under a pear tree while 2 of his relatives lay dead inside. The image lodged itself in the public memory. A brief suspect. In the days immediately after the murders, John Morse was treated by the police as a person of interest. The reasoning was structural rather than evidential. He had arrived without warning. He had slept in the guest room where Abby was killed. He had had a private business conversation with Andrew the night before. He had been trained as a butcher in his youth. His alibi was unusually exact, and he had eaten pears in the yard. On August 5th, the day after the murders, John was mobbed by hundreds of Fall River residents in the street. Police had to escort him back to the house for his own safety. The city was already converting suspicion into spectacle. Within a short period, his alibi held under scrutiny. The Emrys confirmed his presence. He had not been at the house during either murder. He had no documented motive against either victim. He was excluded from formal suspicion and was not charged. But formal exclusion did not erase informal speculation. For more than a century, John Morse has appeared and reappeared in alternative theories of the case. Sometimes as a co-conspirator, sometimes as a knowing witness, sometimes as a man whose visit was either too convenient or too odd to be coincidence. Why suspicion persisted. The persistence of suspicion around John Morse is a useful study in how the Borden case generates its own afterlife. Each fact about him is, on its own, ordinary. Brothers-in-law visit. Guests sleep in guest rooms. Men who travel by streetcar remember their journeys. Men who once trained as butchers do not, by virtue of that training, kill their relatives. People in shock behave strangely. But facts in a famous murder case do not stay on their own. They cluster. They are read backward through the lens of the crime. The arrival becomes an entrance. The guest room becomes a coincidence. The conversation about business becomes a conversation about something else. The detailed alibi becomes a constructed alibi. The pairs become a tell. This is not how evidence is supposed to work. It is how stories work. What the record allows is narrower and firmer. John Morse was demonstrably elsewhere when both victims were killed. His alibi was independently corroborated. He had no documented motive. He cooperated fully with the inquest, the preliminary hearing, and the trial. He testified consistently. He was excluded from suspicion by the same investigators who later focused on Lizzie. What the record does not resolve is also worth naming honestly. The exact subject of his Wednesday evening business conversation with Andrew is not preserved in detail. Whether his arrival had any connection to the property tensions then unsettling the household, particularly Andrew's earlier transfers of real estate to members of Abby's family, cannot be confirmed from surviving documents. His own internal state on the morning of the murders is, like everyone else's, unrecoverable. These are gaps, not accusations. A witness whose visit mattered. If the case is read for evidence rather than for atmosphere, John Morse's true significance is not as a suspect, but as a witness. His testimony is one of the most useful documentary anchors of the final 24 hours before the murders. He recorded the household's evening on August 3rd. Who was where, who spoke to whom, who went to bed first, who was heard but not seen. He recorded the breakfast on the morning of August 4th. The food, the timing, the movements. He confirmed that the household at that breakfast was outwardly ordinary, that Abby was dusting, that Andrew was settled in routine, that nothing in the immediate atmosphere announced what was coming. These are not dramatic contributions. They are factual ones. And in a case as starved of factual anchors as the Borden murders, they matter. Later life. After the trial, John Morse's life returned to something close to its earlier shape. He resumed his connection with relatives in South Dartmouth and eventually returned to his property in Hastings, Iowa. He was occasionally tracked down by reporters in the years that followed. He generally declined to elaborate beyond what he had already said in court. He died on March 1, 1912, in Hastings, Iowa, almost 20 years after the murders. He outlived Andrew and Abby by nearly 2 decades, and predeceased Lizzie herself by 15 years. His Iowa life, his horse trading, his land, the substance of who he actually was, remained mostly absent from the public record about him. He became, in the popular memory of the case, a Fall River figure. The visiting uncle. The man under the pear tree. The man who slept in the guest room. The man who could remember 6 priests on a streetcar. The fuller life behind those images was largely lost to the case that consumed it. What the case took from him. John Morse is one of several people whose lives were partly absorbed by the Borden murders without their consent. He was not a suspect of any sustained legal seriousness. He was not the target of the trial. He was not the focus of the prosecution. Yet his name became attached, permanently, to the most famous unsolved domestic crime of the 19th century. That is not a moral statement about him. It is a statement about how famous crimes treat the people connected to them. They take. They flatten. They keep. John Vinicum Morse arrived at the Borden house on August 3, 1892, expecting an ordinary visit, with business to discuss and relatives to see. He left it, in historical terms, as a permanent character in someone else's story. The record allows him no more than that. But it allows him no less, either. Chapter 23. Lizzie after the trial. Lisbeth, Maplecroft, and the long life of a famous name. After acquittal, Lizzie Borden's life became an experiment in living with a permanent headline. She was free in law, financially secure, and no longer subject to prosecution for the murders of Andrew and Abby. Yet she lived under a condition the law cannot dissolve: enduring public belief. For many notorious defendants, the years after trial produce one of two outcomes: disappearance or performance. Lizzie attempted something more complex. She neither vanished completely nor embraced public notoriety as a career. Instead, she pursued a life that looked outwardly ordinary: home, social contacts, leisure, while carrying the unavoidable fact that her name was now an American reference point. This chapter focuses on the shape of Lizzie's post-trial life, her reinvention attempts, the move to Maplecroft, the management of identity, the social struggles and alliances that followed, and how the passage of time did not lessen scrutiny so much as transform it. Maplecroft as a statement of autonomy. The move from 2nd Street to Maplecroft was more than a change of address. It was a visible declaration that the Borden sisters would not continue Andrew Borden's style of domestic austerity. Maplecroft represented comfort and status. It was larger, more refined, and more aligned with what their financial standing could support. For Lizzie, the move had several layers of meaning: escape from the crime house and the daily reminder of violence, release from Andrew's authority, which had shaped the household for decades, a new social stage, offering space for receiving guests and forming connections, a new public symbol, because outsiders read the house as evidence of what the murderers bought, regardless of legal verdict. Maplecroft therefore served both as refuge and as provocation. For supporters, it was a necessary reinvention. For critics, it was a visible reminder of what they believed was an unjust outcome. The same object, a house, could be read as healing or as offense. Lizzie could not control that reading. The name Lisbeth, identity as distance. Lizzie's use of the name Lisbeth in later years has often been interpreted as an attempt to detach from the infamous Lizzie of headlines and rhyme. Whether the shift was formal, consistent, or primarily social, the underlying logic is understandable. When a name becomes a cultural object, it stops functioning as an ordinary marker of personhood. A person in Lizzie's position faces a unique problem. Every introduction contains an accusation embedded in recognition. Even neutral strangers may react with curiosity. Friends may treat the name as a private joke or a grim fascination. Enemies may use it as insult. Changing how one is addressed becomes a form of boundary setting. It is not a confession. It is not a moral statement. It is a survival tactic, an attempt to shape the social frame through which others approach you. Even if the attempt is only partially successful, it reveals something about the weight of notoriety. The name itself becomes an environment. Social life under a permanent shadow. After the trial, Lizzie's social world changed. Some old connections weakened. Some community networks became cautious. Public institutions, church, charitable associations, social gatherings, had to decide how to treat her presence. In such situations, social behavior becomes political. To invite Lizzie could be read as endorsement. To exclude her could be read as cruelty. People chose according to belief, fear of gossip, or personal loyalty. Lizzie did not become fully isolated, but she existed in a narrower social corridor. She could have visitors. She could attend certain events. But she could not return to the easy social invisibility of her pre-murder life. This is the most persistent consequence of famous acquittal. A person can be legally cleared but socially branded. The tension between privacy and fascination. Famous cases generate a particular kind of intrusion. People feel entitled to private detail because the story has become public. Lizzie's home, her friendships, her expenditures, and her daily habits became topics of interest not because she sought attention, but because the public refused to stop looking. This is one reason her later life is difficult to write responsibly. Much of what is repeated about her comes from gossip and local speculation, sensational reporting, later storytelling shaped by myth, retrospective interpretations of ordinary acts. A careful account must separate what can be stated as documented fact from what is merely repeated, because it matches the public's preferred narrative. The most honest historical statement about Lizzie's post-trial privacy is simple. She had less of it than anyone deserves. Friendships, controversies, and social friction. Lizzie's later years included friendships that became socially controversial within Fall River. Some of these relationships were treated by observers as evidence of improper behavior or moral decline. In a community still primed to read her life as symbolic, any deviation from expected female propriety could become magnified. This magnification reflects broader cultural pressure. Victorian respectability required not only innocence but the performance of innocence. A woman under suspicion was expected to behave with heightened restraint. If she appeared independent, assertive, or socially unconventional, critics could interpret those traits not as human variation, but as moral proof. Lizzie therefore lived inside a double bind. Behave normally and be accused of being cold or unrepentant. Behave cautiously and be accused of performing innocence. Either way, she remained legible to the public as story, not as person. The relationship with Emma, the most consequential loss. No post-trial change mattered more than the eventual estrangement from Emma. Emma had been Lizzie's deepest alliance. Their separation reshaped Lizzie's emotional and domestic life, and it became one of the most enduring sources of public speculation. The record does not provide a definitive explanation for the estrangement. Writers have offered theories. Discomfort with publicity, differences in temperament, conflict over Lizzie's friendships, disagreement about household management, exhaustion from shared trauma. Any or all may have played a role. The key historical point is that the sisters' bond did not survive unchanged. This does not function as proof of guilt. It functions as evidence of consequence. The murders and their aftermath did not merely injure the dead. They altered the living. A story that treats Emma's departure as a coded confession turns trauma into simplistic narrative. A more responsible approach recognizes that prolonged public catastrophe can fracture even the strongest alliances. Money and freedom. Autonomy with a price. Financial security provided Lizzie with options most women of the era did not possess. She could live without marriage. She could host guests. She could maintain a household. She could buy comfort. But money did not buy her a new reputation. In some ways, wealth made her more visible. Maplecroft was visible. Her expenditures were visible. People could interpret comfort as evidence of moral callousness or reward. The same security that allowed her to survive also fed the narrative that she had benefited from the deaths. This dynamic, wealth as both protection and provocation, intensified the enduring public discomfort. If she had lived modestly and quietly, critics might have read it as guilt-driven austerity. If she lived comfortably, critics read it as proof of having profited. There is no way to live that would not be interpreted. Time does not always heal, sometimes it fossilizes. As years passed, the case did not disappear. It changed form. Early years carried active hostility and local division. Later years carried fossilized legend. People who had not witnessed the event still knew the story through the rhyme, through repeated retellings, through inherited belief. In this sense, time did not soften the case. It hardened it into folklore. Lizzie became less a living person and more a persistent cultural figure. That transformation is profoundly isolating. When you become symbol, your private grief, if you have it, becomes irrelevant to those who consume the story. The long life of a famous name can be lonelier than any legal punishment. The state steps back. The public remains. Lizzie as a historical problem and human being. Lizzie Borden's post-trial life cannot be written cleanly because it exists at the crossroads of documented reality, community hostility, sensational retelling, mythic repetition. A historian must hold these layers without collapsing them into one. What can be said with confidence is that Lizzie lived on, in a house that represented autonomy, under a name that attempted distance, within a city that remained divided, inside a culture that never let go. She moved through decades as an acquitted woman who could not be socially acquitted. That is the truth that survives regardless of anyone's theory about guilt. Lizzie Borden was cleared by the law and sentenced by story. Chapter 24. Modern theories and forensic fantasies. What later eras want the case to be. Every generation reopens the Borden case and tries to complete it with the tools and desires of its own time. In the 19th century, People wanted a moral narrative that fit assumptions about gender, respectability, and household order. In the 20th century, people wanted psychological explanation and dramatic reconstruction. In the 21st century, people want forensic certainty, DNA-level closure, even though the material conditions of 1892 do not reliably support it. This is how famous cases evolve. They become blank spaces on which new eras project their own expectations. The crime stays the same. The story changes. This chapter examines the modern afterlife of the Borden case as a laboratory of theory. Alternate suspects, psychological readings, and the ongoing hope that science can rescue the story from uncertainty. It also confronts a difficult idea. Many forensic approaches to the case are less science than wish, attempts to make the past behave like the present. The rise of alternative suspects as a cultural need. When a case ends in acquittal and leaves uncertainty behind, the public often responds in one of two ways. Declare the acquitted person guilty anyway. Search for a different culprit to restore narrative balance. The Borden case has generated both responses. For those unwilling to accept Lizzie as guilty without legal proof, alternative suspects become morally attractive. They allow the story to keep its drama while shifting blame away from the acquitted woman. Common categories of alternative suspects have included a disgruntled employee or tenant angry at Andrew's business dealings, an unknown outsider who entered opportunistically, a person with personal grievance tied to property or reputation, a household associate whose presence could be plausibly argued. Some of these theories are grounded in real historical tensions. Landlord resentment and social grievance were not rare in industrial cities. Yet most alternative suspect theories share a major weakness. They rely on possibility without chain. A plausible motive is not a proven presence. A possible entry route is not an identified person. Theories often fill gaps by inventing what the record does not contain. The servant theory, temptation, and class bias. Among modern theories, one recurring temptation is to elevate Bridget Sullivan into a suspect. The logic is familiar in true crime. The servant is present, socially marginal, and therefore narratively available. Historically, this theory often reveals more about bias than about evidence. Servants were frequently suspected in 19th century crime narratives because they were inside, but not family, familiar, but not protected by respectability. They were convenient suspects because their social vulnerability made them easy to accuse and hard to defend. In the Borden case, the record does not provide decisive evidence that Bridget committed the murders. Using her as suspect often relies on suspicion shaped by class. It treats her labor patterns and her illness as suspicious rather than human. It converts lack of information into insinuation. This does not mean Bridget is beyond question. It means suspicion requires more than narrative convenience. The secret accomplice theory. A story that explains everything and proves nothing. Another enduring modern approach is the accomplice theory. Lizzie did it with help, or someone did it and she assisted. Accomplice theories are attractive because they explain multiple puzzles at once. How two murders could occur without detection. How a weapon could be removed or hidden. How time windows could be navigated. How the killer could move quickly and cleanly. But accomplice theories also have a common flaw. They multiply assumptions. When evidence is thin, adding extra actors increases complexity and requires extra proof. In many cases, the accomplice theory functions less as historical explanation and more as narrative repair, a way to fix the locked house puzzle without acquiring new evidence. It can feel satisfying. Satisfaction is not verification. Psychological theories. The case becomes a mind rather than a record. As psychology and psychoanalytic thinking gained cultural influence, the Borden case was repeatedly reframed as psychological drama. In these retellings, the murders become inevitable expressions of suppressed rage, family resentment, sexual repression, trauma, psychological fracture. Such readings can be compelling, but they carry serious historical risk. They often treat the household as a novel rather than as evidence. They infer inner life with unjustified confidence. They convert mood and stereotype into diagnosis. A responsible account can discuss household tension and structural dependence. It cannot responsibly diagnose private psychology without documentation. When modern writers diagnose, they often reveal more about the era's fascination with inner life than about the people of 1892. The psychological approach often comforts readers because it produces a clear why. But the need for why is not the same as the ability to know why. Forensic afterlife, DNA, blood, and the limits of the material past. Modern readers often ask, why not test the evidence? Why not use DNA? Why not apply modern forensics? This is where a crucial historical truth appears. Forensic science depends on preservation. A case from 1892 was not preserved with DNA testing in mind. Evidence was handled by many people. Items were stored under unknown conditions. Chain of custody standards were not modern. Contamination risk is massive. Even if physical objects survive, the question is not only can we test them, but can we trust what the test would reflect? Does the object still carry usable biological material? Has it been contaminated through time, handling, or storage? Do we know what was original and what was introduced later? Modern forensic hope can become forensic fantasy when it assumes that the past left behind clean laboratory samples. It did not. This does not mean science is useless. It means science cannot resurrect certainty where preservation failed. The blood evidence problem revisited, with modern eyes. Modern audiences often imagine that blood evidence would be decisive. Surely a killer would be covered. Surely blood would be everywhere. Surely that would be provable. But blood evidence has always been complicated. Blood spatter depends on distance, angle, motion, and surface. Blood can be cleaned quickly, especially in a household with water and cloth. Blood can be misidentified in the absence of reliable testing. Blood can be transferred unintentionally by helpers and investigators. Absence of blood on a garment does not conclusively prove absence of guilt. Modern eyes often overestimate what blood can solve. In many real cases, blood is ambiguous, misleading, or incomplete. The Borden case magnifies this ambiguity because it sits at the edge of forensic history. Modern enough to feel testable, old enough to be structurally compromised. Why the case produces endless theories. The Borden case generates theories because it has the precise structure that invites them. A narrow suspect pool, a domestic setting, no definitive eyewitness, no confirmed weapon, a trial ending that satisfied law but not the public, a cultural rhyme that insists on guilt without proof. This combination creates a vacuum. People fill vacuums with story. And because many facts are known but not decisive, theorists can build persuasive-seeming narratives by selecting which facts to emphasize and which uncertainties to ignore. Two theorists can use the same record and produce opposite certainty. That alone demonstrates the record's limitations. When a record supports multiple coherent stories, it does not support definitive conclusion. The ethical problem of modern solutions. Modern writers often speak as though they can do what the jury and investigators could not. They present themselves as solving the case through insight, logic, or newly interpreted evidence. This creates an ethical problem. It risks treating real death as a puzzle for entertainment. It also risks misrepresenting the difference between interpretation, a plausible reading, proof, evidence sufficient to establish fact. In the Borden case, proof remains limited. Interpretation is plentiful. Responsible true crime can analyze, weigh, compare, and critique. It should resist declaring certainty where the record cannot supply it. What modern theories reveal? If modern theories cannot definitively close the case, what do they reveal? They reveal the enduring discomfort at the center of the Borden murders. The fear that domestic space is not safe. The fear that respectability is not reliable. The fear that law cannot always deliver truth. The fear that we cannot know what happens behind closed doors. The Borden case survives because it keeps these fears alive in a form that can be discussed endlessly without being resolved. Modern theories are not only attempts to identify a killer. They are attempts to soothe uncertainty by converting it into narrative. The most honest conclusion of the modern theory era is not a solved name. It is an observation. The Borden case does not persist because people have evidence they cannot stop talking about. It persists because they have uncertainty they cannot tolerate. Chapter 25. If it happened today. Modern investigation, modern media, and what would change? It is almost irresistible to ask what would happen if the Borden murders occurred now. The question is not idle. It reveals how much of the case's enduring mystery is tied to its era. The limits of forensics, the lack of scene control, the different standards of documentation, and the culture of newspapers rather than instant global media. Yet a modern remake would not necessarily solve the case. It would change the shape of evidence and the speed of narrative. It would also introduce new distortions, especially the distortions of 21st century media, where public judgment can become faster and harsher than any court process. This chapter explores the Borden case as a thought experiment in modern procedure. What methods would be used, what evidence would likely be collected, and what new pressures would emerge. The goal is not to claim that modern tools guarantee truth. The goal is to show how the case's uncertainties are historically produced. The first hour, securing the scene before the crowd enters. The most dramatic change in a modern version of the case would occur immediately. The house would be secured. In 1892, neighbors entered to help. People moved through rooms. The scene was disturbed. In a modern homicide response, the house would be treated as a controlled forensic environment. Officers would establish a perimeter, restrict entry to essential personnel, log everyone who enters and exits, separate witnesses immediately, prevent movement between rooms, preserve trace evidence on floors, doors, and surfaces. The difference is not merely procedural, it is evidentiary. The Borden case is famous partly because it began in chaos. In a modern response, much of that chaos would be treated as contamination. This alone could change the case's foundation. It would not identify the killer automatically, but it would create a cleaner record of what was original to the crime. Immediate witness separation and recorded statements. Modern investigators would separate Lizzie and Bridget immediately, likely placing them in different locations and recording their statements in structured form. Early statements would be audio recorded or video recorded, time-stamped, taken before witnesses could influence each other, compared against known movements and phone/location data, if applicable. In 1892, early statements were filtered through memory, note-taking, and later testimony. A modern record would preserve wording with far less distortion. This would matter because in the Borden case, part of the long debate comes from uncertainty about what was said, when, and how. A modern investigation would reduce that uncertainty. It would not remove interpretive debate, but it would narrow it. Forensics, DNA, fingerprints, blood spatter, trace. Modern forensic work would attack the case from multiple directions at once. Fingerprints. If the weapon were found, investigators would attempt latent fingerprints. Even if wiped, modern methods sometimes recover partial prints. Doors, handles, latches, and window frames would be processed as well. DNA. Investigators would look for DNA on the weapon, clothing, door handles, the bodies, under fingernails, if defensive action occurred. Towels, cloths, or items used to clean. DNA can be powerful, but it is not magic. It can be transferred innocently. It can be contaminated. But it would add a category of evidence entirely unavailable in 1892. Blood spatter and pattern analysis. A modern team would analyze blood patterns to infer position of victims and attacker, likely distance of attacker from impact, directionality and movement after the attack, possible sequence of blows. Blood pattern analysis is debated and not infallible, but it can provide structured hypotheses. In the Borden case, where time windows and movement are central, such analysis could be significant. Trace evidence. Modern crime labs would collect hair and fibers, shoe impressions, tool marks, microscopic residue, potential transfer from yard/barn areas. In 1892, these categories were either unavailable or inconsistently used. Digital evidence, the new layer a Victorian case never had. A modern Borden case would also include digital evidence. Even if the family lived quietly, modern life generates data. Mobile phone location and usage, text messages and call logs, smart doorbell or street camera footage, purchases recorded by cards, receipts, CCTV, social media posts and private messages, vehicle movement, toll cameras, GPS. Digital evidence can establish timelines with far greater precision than human memory. It can also mislead if interpreted carelessly, but it would dramatically alter the "where were you?" debates that dominate the historical case. The locked house puzzle would be tested not only through testimony, but through camera coverage, digital logs, and neighbor footage. Autopsy and time of death precision. Modern forensic pathology would still struggle with exact time of death. Time of death remains difficult even today, but a modern investigation would likely produce a narrower estimate through body temperature measured with modern instruments, rigor mortis assessment with established protocols, stomach contents analysis, limited but still used, insect activity if relevant, scene temperature and humidity measurement. The key point is not perfect precision. It is improved method and documentation. In 1892, time of death was heavily judgment-based and later debated. Modern protocols would reduce, but not eliminate, uncertainty. The weapon. A modern search and inventory. Investigators today would conduct systematic searches with photographic documentation of all tools and objects, inventory logs, chain of custody from the moment each item is found, laboratory testing for blood and tissue, scene reconstruction for possible weapon movement. The Borden case suffered from the inability to definitively identify a weapon and connect it to a person. Modern chain of custody and lab testing would strengthen this category significantly. Yet even today, killers sometimes dispose of weapons successfully. Modern tools improve the odds. They do not guarantee recovery. The suspect pool and interrogation. In a modern setting, investigators would still narrow the suspect pool quickly because the crime occurred in a home. They would likely treat household members as primary persons of interest until cleared. Modern interrogation practices would include recorded interviews, behavioral analysis, with limitations, checking inconsistencies against objective data, possible search warrants for personal property. Search warrants would matter. Investigators could lawfully search for cleaned clothing, evidence of recent washing, disposal sites for weapons, household cleaning materials used unusually, devices and communications. A modern case would therefore intensify scrutiny. The privacy that Lizzie and Bridget experienced, even in 1892, would be far smaller today. Modern media. The case would go viral before lunch. If the murders happened today, media pressure would be immediate and relentless. In 1892, newspapers shaped narrative over days. Today, narrative forms in minutes. We would likely see live updates from outside the house, speculation on social platforms, leaked insider claims, armchair detectives dissecting floor plans, doxing and harassment, public opinion hardening before evidence is tested. This is not an exaggeration. Modern true crime culture turns active investigations into public entertainment quickly. That public attention can compromise witness cooperation, contaminate memory, and pressure law enforcement into performative action. In some ways, modern media might make the case harder, not easier. It would produce more data and more distortion simultaneously. Trial today, different evidence, same legal standard. Even with modern forensics, the legal standard would remain guilt beyond reasonable doubt. Modern juries would hear forensic lab testimony, digital timelines, expert analysis of blood patterns, surveillance footage if available, more structured interview recordings. But they would also face pre-trial media saturation, expert disputes, common in forensic fields, complex technical evidence that can confuse rather than clarify. Modern tools increase the possibility of decisive evidence. They do not eliminate the possibility of acquittal. If evidence remains circumstantial, doubt remains legally powerful. The thought experiment's real conclusion. Asking what would change reveals a central truth. The Borden case remains famous not simply because the murders were shocking, but because the era could not preserve and test evidence in the ways later generations expect. The mystery is partly historical. If it happened today, the case might be solved faster. It might also become a media frenzy so intense that fairness and clarity would be threatened in new ways. The safest conclusion is not that modernity guarantees truth. It is that modernity changes the kind of uncertainty we live with. Less uncertainty about physical trace. More uncertainty created by public spectacle. Less reliance on memory alone. More reliance on complex expert systems. A faster story, not necessarily a truer one. The Borden case endures because it sits at the crossroads of two worlds. Old enough to escape modern certainty, and modern enough to make us believe certainty should be possible. Chapter 26. What the case teaches. Domestic power, public story, and the limits of knowing. If the Borden murders were only a question of who did it, the case might have faded once the courtroom door closed. Instead, it became a permanent cultural reference point because it carries a set of themes that remain painfully current. Violence in private spaces, the fragility of respectability, the way gender and class shape belief, and the uncomfortable truth that law is not designed to deliver philosophical certainty, only legal judgment. A historically factual account must end where the record ends. But a responsible account can also describe what the record reveals beyond the identity of a killer. The Borden case teaches because it exposes structures, the invisible rules that organized a household, a city, and a legal system at the end of the 19th century, and the ways those rules still echo in how modern society tells and consumes true crime. This chapter draws those lessons carefully, without turning them into moral sermon or speculative psychology. The aim is clarity, what this case shows about power, narrative, and knowledge. The first lesson: domestic space is not safe by definition. The most destabilizing element of the Borden case is not the weapon or the trial. It is the location. The murders occurred in the home, the space Victorian culture treated as moral shelter. In 1892, the home was framed as a site of femininity and virtue, a protected sphere from public disorder, a place where respectable life insulated people from danger. The Borden murders exposed the weakness of that belief. They demonstrated that violence can occur inside the most ordinary rooms, near the kitchen, near the stairs, on the sofa where a man rests after returning home. This is not a lesson limited to the past. Modern criminology and domestic violence realities confirm what the Borden case shocked into public consciousness. The home is not safe because it is private. Privacy can protect, and it can conceal. The second lesson: power can be quiet and still total. Andrew Borden's authority did not rely on obvious brutality. It relied on structure. Money, property, household rule, and the social norm that a father's control is legitimate. The case's domestic tensions, as far as the record allows us to see them, were not primarily loud. They were embedded in inheritance expectation, independence, in the rigidity of thrift, in the emotional distance of the household, in the complicated status of a stepmother. Power in such environments is often experienced not as a single act, but as an atmosphere. It becomes normal. People adapt to it. Resentment, if it exists, becomes long and slow. This matters because true crime often seeks sensational motives. Many crimes do not emerge from sensational moments. They emerge from long structures of control and frustration, structures that appear ordinary until they explode. The third lesson: gender shapes plausibility more than people admit. The Borden case remains a masterclass in how gender influences belief. Many people in 1892 found it difficult to imagine a respectable woman committing such violence. That difficulty worked in two directions. It protected Lizzie in the cultural imagination of some jurors and observers. It made her monstrous in the imagination of others, because the violence felt like a betrayal of femininity itself. Both responses are rooted in stereotype. Both responses treat women as category rather than as human beings capable of the full range of behavior. The case demonstrates a persistent social truth. People do not evaluate evidence in a vacuum. They evaluate it through what feels plausible given their assumptions about gender and class. A case involving a male suspect is read differently from one involving a female suspect, even when the evidence is similar. The Borden story endures partly because it forces readers to confront the instability of their own assumptions. The fourth lesson: class shapes credibility. In Fall River, class was visible and consequential. In the Borden case, class shaped who was believed and how. Lizzie carried the markers of respectability. Bridget carried the markers of labor and immigrant vulnerability. Neighbors carry their own biases and social standings. Witness credibility is never purely about truthfulness. It is also about social perception. Who sounds educated, who seems proper, who is assumed to have reason to lie, who is assumed to be naturally honest because they are simple. The courtroom is meant to neutralize these biases through law. In practice, jurors are human, and human perception is socially trained. The Borden case reminds us that the record is not only a record of events. It is a record filtered through social hierarchy. The fifth lesson: law is a tool for restraint, not closure. The verdict, not guilty, remains one of the case's most misunderstood outcomes. Many people interpret acquittal as proof of innocence, proof of corruption, proof that jurors were swayed by gender, proof that the truth will never be known. The more responsible interpretation is narrower. The prosecution failed to meet the burden of proof beyond reasonable doubt. This is not a flaw in law. It is a design choice. Criminal law is built to restrain state power. It prefers letting a guilty person go free over convicting an innocent person on insufficient proof. In famous cases, this design can feel emotionally unsatisfying, but it is a moral architecture. The Borden case demonstrates how that architecture works under pressure. When public desire for a culprit is intense, law still demands evidence strong enough to justify destroying a life through conviction. The sixth lesson: evidence has ethics. True crime often treats evidence as treasure. Objects, statements, autopsy details. But evidence is also human. In the Borden case, the victims' bodies became public description. A private home became a public stage. Witnesses became targets of suspicion and gossip. An acquitted woman became permanent spectacle. The record teaches that evidence is not neutral material. It is built from human suffering, human memory, and human vulnerability. Handling it responsibly requires restraint. Not expanding what the record says, not turning gossip into proof, not using the victims as narrative bait. This ethical point matters because the Borden case has been consumed for generations as entertainment. A factual account must resist that tendency even while acknowledging the case's cultural pull. The seventh lesson. Myth is what people build when the record refuses to finish. The Borden case became folklore because the record left a vacuum. Myths thrive in vacuums. The rhyme, the tours, the dramatizations, the confident modern solutions. All of these are attempts to fill an absence with certainty. Myth is not merely falsehood. It is social processing. People repeat the rhyme because it makes the story simple. People know Lizzie did it because a story with a culprit feels safer than a story without one. The case teaches that public narrative often seeks a clear villain, a clear motive, a clear ending. The record offers none of these conclusively, so culture supplies them. The final lesson. Some truths are structural, not personal. The most honest ending for the Borden case may be this. The identity of the killer remains historically contested, but the structures exposed by the case are unmistakable. A domestic home can conceal violence. Respectability can fail as protection. Class and gender shape judgment. Law cannot provide metaphysical certainty. Myth fills gaps when evidence ends. These truths remain valuable even without a solved name. They are the reason the case still matters, not because it offers a neat answer, but because it refuses one and forces society to confront why it needs one so badly. And that, ultimately, is what the Borden case continues to do. It holds a mirror to our hunger for certainty, and it shows us the cost of satisfying that hunger with story instead of proof. Epilogue. Every famous case eventually reaches a quiet ending that does not match its public noise. Trials finish. Newspapers move on. Witnesses age. Cities change. Yet some stories refuse to settle, because the people involved continue living while the public continues imagining. The Borden case ended in court with an acquittal. It ended in life with death, as all lives do, but the cultural story never ended at all. Lizzie Borden's later years, Emma's withdrawal, Fall River's shifting identity, and the slow hardening of the case into folklore all form the true epilogue. Not a final revelation, but a long fade into legend. This chapter brings the narrative to its factual close while keeping faith with the case's central discipline. Describe what can be said, acknowledge what cannot, and resist the false comfort of certainty. Lizzie's later life. Routine under a famous shadow. After the most intense years of scrutiny, Lizzie lived on at Maplecroft. Time changed the texture of attention, but did not remove it. The case remained attached to her name, yet daily life still consisted of ordinary rhythms. Household management, seasons, visitors, reading, small errands, illness as age advanced. This ordinariness matters because it is easy to forget. Famous defendants are often imagined as living in continuous drama. In reality, notoriety becomes background noise, sometimes unbearable, sometimes numbing, always present. What made Lizzie's later life unusual was not constant public confrontation, but constant public meaning. Everything about her could be interpreted. Her spending, her friendships, her silence, her expressions. Even doing nothing could be read as a statement. She did not produce a definitive public confession. She did not solve the case. She lived inside the unresolved story until the end. Emma's withdrawal. A different kind of survival. Emma's later life illustrates another truth about notorious cases. Survival is not always loud. Sometimes survival is retreat. After leaving Maplecroft, Emma lived more quietly. Her choice has been interpreted in countless ways, often unfairly. In reality, withdrawal can be a form of self-preservation. It can also be a way of refusing the story, refusing to provide the public with more material, refusing to continue performing a role in a narrative she did not choose. Emma never provided an authoritative explanation that ended debate. Her silence is historically frustrating, but it is also human. People do not always turn trauma into testimony. Sometimes they keep it private because privacy is the only remaining control they have. Emma's life, like Lizzie's, demonstrates that the murders created not only a legal case but a lifelong condition. The deaths. Endings without answers. Both sisters eventually died. Lizzie first, then Emma not long after. Their deaths were quiet events compared to the case that defined them. Newspapers noted them. People remembered the trial. Speculation did not stop. This is one of the most haunting elements of the Borden case. Even death did not end the story. In many famous crimes, the narrative outlives all the people involved. Once that happens, the story becomes unmoored from human accountability. It becomes cultural property. The victims, Andrew and Abby, died in 1892. Lizzie and Emma died decades later. The story continues anyway. Fall River changes, the story remains. Fall River did not remain the same city. Industries shifted. Populations changed. Streets evolved. The social world that defined Victorian respectability gradually transformed into something modern. Yet the Borden case remained a fixed point in civic memory. The house remained a site. The story became a tourist draw. The rhyme remained a cultural shorthand. The case entered national folklore as a symbol of domestic horror. This persistence reveals a broader phenomenon. Cities carry famous crimes like scars. They may heal economically and socially, but they retain the mark because outsiders keep pressing it. Fall River's identity was never only the Borden case, yet the case became one of its most enduring associations. What endures in the evidence? By the end of the historical record, certain things remain clear. 2 people were brutally murdered inside their home. The crime scene was not preserved with modern precision. No eyewitness saw the murders occur. The prosecution's case was circumstantial. The jury returned an acquittal because proof beyond reasonable doubt was not achieved. These points do not settle the who. They anchor the what. And anchoring the what is the historian's first obligation, especially in a case where myth has grown larger than record. What endures in the culture? The culture remembers a simpler story than the evidence supports. It remembers a rhyme with a number, a female villain or a female mystery, an obvious case that the jury somehow missed, a house that holds secrets, a story that can be retold endlessly. This cultural memory does not disappear because it meets human needs. It provides closure, moral clarity, and a sense that the world is legible if one only knows the right facts. But the record keeps interrupting that comfort. The record insists on uncertainty. It insists that the puzzle cannot be completed without inventing missing pieces. The last questions that cannot be answered. A responsible epilogue must name what cannot be recovered. Exactly who held the weapon. Exactly how the killer moved through the house unseen. Exactly where the weapon went. Exactly what the household's private tensions looked like in their full truth. Exactly what any survivor believed privately. These gaps are not failures of writing. They are the shape of the past. True crime becomes unethical when it pretends that imagination can replace missing evidence. The Borden case, in particular, demands humility. The meaning of an unfinished case. Unfinished cases endure because they force a confrontation with the limits of knowing. They remind us that history is not a perfect recording. It is a reconstruction made from what survives, documents, testimony, objects, and the distortions of public attention. The Borden case endures because it contains a concentrated form of modern anxiety. The anxiety that violence can occur where we feel safest. The anxiety that law can only judge, not reveal truth absolutely. The anxiety that people can remain unknowable even in their own homes. The anxiety that public narrative will outlive private reality. If the case has a final meaning, it may be this. The desire to solve it tells us as much about ourselves as it tells us about 1892. Closing the book without closing the mystery. A historically factual account can end without declaring a culprit. That ending is not weakness. It is integrity. Andrew and Abby Borden's deaths were real. The grief and shock were real. The trial was real. The acquittal was real. The decades of aftermath were real. The myth is real too, not in the sense of truth, but in the sense of power. The Borden case began in a quiet household and became a national story. It ended in quiet deaths and became a permanent legend. And that is the final, enduring paradox. The courtroom delivered an ending. History delivered a boundary. Culture refused both. Appendix A. A factual timeline of August 4th, 1892. What can be stated with confidence? A narrative can tolerate ambiguity. A timeline cannot, at least not without marking its uncertainty clearly. For the Borden case, a disciplined timeline is one of the most important tools a writer can offer readers, because so much of the mystery grows from time windows, unseen minutes, and the human tendency to turn about into exactly. This appendix does not attempt to create false precision. It separates what is strongly supported from what is approximate, and it flags where the record is uncertain. The goal is not to solve the case, but to clarify the day structure in a way that remains historically honest. How to read this timeline. Confirmed means supported by multiple consistent accounts and/or physical discovery, e.g., bodies found. Likely means strongly suggested by testimony and routine, but not provable to the minute. Approximate means time estimates vary and margin of error is significant. Uncertain means the record cannot firmly place the event. Because sources differ, time ranges are used where appropriate. Morning, household routine before the murders become known. Early morning, approximate, household awake and functioning. Bridget Sullivan is performing chores and is unwell. Lizzie and Abby are in the house. Breakfast period, approximate. Breakfast is served and eaten. The exact time varies by account, but it occurs in the early part of the morning. Mid-morning, confirmed/approximate. Andrew Borden leaves the house. He departs for his morning business activities. Mid-morning, approximate. Abby Borden is last seen alive in ordinary household circumstances. The record supports that she is in the home after breakfast and before her death upstairs. Abby's murder window. Late morning, likely/approximate. Abby Borden is killed upstairs. Medical testimony and later reconstruction generally place Abby's death earlier than Andrew's, likely while Andrew is away. Key uncertainty. Whether Abby's death occurred significantly earlier than Andrew's or closer to his return remains debated. The case's entire structure shifts depending on this margin. Andrew's return and murder window. Late morning, approximate. Andrew returns home. He enters and is eventually seated/resting in the sitting room. Late morning, confirmed. Andrew Borden is murdered in the sitting room. He is struck multiple times while on or near the sofa. Late morning, confirmed. Lizzie raises the alarm and calls for help. Bridget Sullivan is summoned. Neighbors become involved. Discovery of Abby and the house becomes a crime scene. Late morning, confirmed/approximate. Search of the house intensifies. Abby's body is discovered upstairs. The discovery follows Andrew's and occurs after neighbors/officials are already present or arriving. Shortly after, confirmed. The house becomes crowded. Officials, neighbors, and helpers move through rooms. The scene is disturbed in ways that later limit evidentiary certainty, where the timeline becomes most fragile. The following are the key fragility points, places where the record cannot produce certainty, but where interpretation often becomes overconfident. 1. Exact time of Abby's death, uncertain. The record supports before Andrew, but the gap could be large or relatively narrow. 2. Lizzie's movements during the relevant windows. Lizzie's accounts include claims of being in certain areas, inside/outside, but precise minute-by-minute placement remains contested. 3. Bridget's resting period and movements. Bridget's illness and labor sequence are known generally, but precise timing remains approximate. 4. Door lock status in real time, uncertain. The house is described as habitually locked, but which doors were locked at which exact moments cannot be established with mechanical certainty. What this timeline can and cannot do. What it can do. Preserve the case's strongest chronological anchors. Andrew leaves, Abby dies upstairs, Andrew returns, Andrew dies, alarm is raised, Abby is discovered. Show where the case genuinely narrows. The daylight setting, the small household population, the two-floor movement requirement. Mark uncertainty, honestly rather than smoothing it over. What it cannot do. Provide minute-level certainty. Confirm identity of the killer. Prove whether an outsider entered and exited unseen. Resolve whether Abby's death window was long enough to require extended concealment. A reader's note on time in famous cases. Because the Borden murders have been retold so often, many people believe the timeline is more precise than it actually is. This is a common phenomenon. Repetition turns estimates into facts. A responsible factual account must resist that drift. If the case has a single chronological truth, it is this. The murders occurred within a relatively short late-morning period, inside a domestic environment, with crucial minutes unobserved and unprovable. Those unprovable minutes are not a gap in storytelling. They are the historical shape of the mystery. Appendix B. Key people in the Borden case, and why they matter. A case this famous tends to flatten people into roles: the victim, the suspect, the maid, the neighbor, the doctor. Flattening makes a story easier to follow, but it distorts history. In reality, each person carried a social position, a relationship to the household, and a role in the record. Understanding those positions helps readers evaluate testimony more fairly. especially in a case where so much depends on what people said, how they said it, and how others chose to interpret them. This appendix provides a grounded guide to the main figures most frequently referenced in historical accounts of the Borden murders. The immediate household. Lizzie Andrew Borden, Lizbeth. Role: defendant, principal household member, key witness to aftermath. Why she matters. Lizzie was present on the property during the critical windows, raised the alarm after discovering Andrew's body, and became the state's focus after the investigation narrowed. Her statements and behavior were heavily scrutinized because the case lacked direct eyewitness proof. What to keep in mind. Lizzie's testimony became central partly because of absence. Absence of a confirmed weapon, absence of an identified outsider, absence of eyewitnesses. In such cases, narrative becomes evidence by default. Emma Lenora Borden. Role: Lizzie's sister, ally during trial, absent on murder day. Why she matters. Emma's absence in Fairhaven removed her from suspicion and sharpened the case's focus on those present in the house. After the trial, her alliance with Lizzie and later estrangement shaped public interpretation. What to keep in mind. Absence is powerful evidence structurally, but it is not explanatory. Emma's later silence does not resolve guilt. It demonstrates the long trauma of living inside a famous case. Andrew Jackson Borden. Role: victim, property owner, household authority. Why he matters. Andrew's business life, thrift, and domestic authority shaped both outsider and insider theories. His murder location in the sitting room became one of the case's strongest anchors. What to keep in mind. Andrew's wealth and austerity created a social contradiction that influenced public perception and motive speculation. Abby Durfee Gray Borden. Role: victim, stepmother, domestic manager. Why she matters. Abby's death upstairs and the likely earlier time of death created the case's most difficult chronological puzzle. Her long-formality relationship with the daughters became central to motive theories. What to keep in mind. Stepmother stereotypes heavily contaminated public interpretation. Abby's real life was more complex than the role she was assigned by folklore. Bridget Sullivan. Role: servant, key witness. Why she matters. Bridget's testimony anchor household routine and movement on the morning of the murders. She was also ill, which affects attention and memory. What to keep in mind. Servant testimony is often filtered through class bias. Bridget was indispensable to the record, but not omniscient. John Vinicum Morse. Role: visiting uncle, brother of Lizzie's deceased mother Sarah, overnight guest 3 to 4 August. Key witness to the household's final 24 hours. Why he matters. John Morse was the only adult outside the immediate household who observed the Borden home in the hours before the murders. His testimony anchors the evening of August 3rd and the breakfast of August 4th. He was briefly suspected, then formally cleared by a corroborated alibi. What to keep in mind. Suspicion around Morse persisted in popular memory long after he was excluded by investigators. His unusual composure on returning to the scene, his over-detailed alibi, and his sleeping in the room where Abby was killed each invited speculation, but none crossed into evidence. He is most usefully read as a witness, not as a suspect. Neighbors and first responders. Mrs. Adelaide Churchill. Role: neighbor and early helper. Why she matters. Neighbors were among the earliest to enter after the alarm. Their actions and movements contribute to why the scene became disturbed early. What to keep in mind. Early helpers were responding to crisis, not preserving evidence. Later analysis must account for the era's norms. Other nearby residents. Role: onlookers, helpers, rumor conduits. Why they matter. In tightly observed communities, neighbors become informal investigators and amplifiers of story. What to keep in mind. Neighbor statements often blend observation with interpretation. The line between the two becomes thin in famous cases. Law enforcement and legal figures. Local police officials. Role: initial investigation, early searches, witness questioning. Why they matter. Scene control and evidence handling reflect 19th century practice, often earnest, often limited by training and available protocols. What to keep in mind. Many gaps in the case arise from period methods rather than intentional negligence. Prosecution team. Role: constructed the case against Lizzie at trial. Why they matter. The prosecution attempted to transform circumstantial structure, small household, locked door habits, time windows, into proof beyond reasonable doubt. What to keep in mind. The case's weakness forced heavy reliance on inference. This is why admissibility rulings and timeline disputes mattered so much. Defense team. Role: protected Lizzie through doubt and evidentiary challenges. Why they matter. The defense turned absence of definitive physical proof into a shield. No confirmed weapon, no eyewitness, uncertain time of death, disturbed scene. What to keep in mind. The defense strategy was not to solve the case, but to prevent conviction on suspicion. Judge and court officials. Role, controlled admissibility, instructed jury. Why they matter. The judge's evidentiary rulings shaped what the jury was allowed to hear, and therefore what story the trial could legally tell. What to keep in mind. Public belief is often shaped by things excluded from trial. The courtroom record can feel incomplete because it is constrained by design. Medical witnesses. Physicians who examined the bodies. Role, wound description, time of death estimation, cause of death. Why they matter. Their testimony created the medical framework used to argue chronology and weapon type. What to keep in mind. Time of death in 1892 was estimate-based, not instrument-precise. Later certainty should not exceed what the method allowed. Journalists and the public narrative machine. Reporters and editors. Role, converted a local homicide into national spectacle. Why they matter. The case's cultural afterlife was shaped heavily by early reporting, which blended fact, rumor, and narrative framing. What to keep in mind. Repetition creates truth feeling. Many widely believed details gained prominence because they were memorable, not because they were well supported. Bibliography. Primary sources. Trial transcripts and court records. Contemporary police reports and inquest material. Medical testimony and post-mortem descriptions. Contemporary newspaper reporting, local and national.